All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for today's stakeholder call to discuss the 2023 Interconnection Process Enhancements draft finals proposal. My name is Isabella Nicosia, representing ISO Stakeholder Affairs, and I'll be facilitating the web conference today. Before we get started, just a quick reminder that these slides are available out on the Interconnection Process Enhancements webpage, and you can get to that page by going to CAISO.com. And then under the Stay Informed tab, you'll see Policy Initiatives. If you click that, it'll take you out to our main initiative landing page. And if you scroll down, you'll be able to find the 2023 ICE webpage, and the presentation will be one of the very first items posted there. So as usual, the call is being recorded. The recording is for informational and convenience purposes only. So any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. This collaborative meeting is intended to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives, and we always welcome comments and feedback, but just a reminder to please keep those professional and respectful. And then please try to be brief and refrain from repeating what has already been said, just so we can manage the time efficiently today. And then if you need technical assistance at any point during today's meeting, you can send a chat to the event producer. Our event producer today is Adrian. So we will be pausing for questions today. For those of you who are joining us on site at the ISO, if you have a question, please just raise your hand, and then remember to use your microphone so that the audience on the phone lines can hear you. If you're part of our virtual audience today, please raise your hand by selecting the raise hand icon, which is located at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in separately to the conference, then you'll need to press #2 to raise your hand. And then just a reminder to everyone to please state your name and affiliation before making your comment or asking your question. And then for those of you joining us online today, you can also send your question through the chat to me directly. Again, my name is Isabella Nicosia, or you can send it to all panelists, and we'll keep an eye on that today as well. So the agenda for today, in just a moment here, I'm going to turn things over to Danielle Mills for some introductory remarks. And then we will spend some time going over the zonal approach and data accessibility. So Jeff Billington will lead that discussion. And then following Jeff's presentation, we'll discuss the interconnection request intake. So that will be led by Danielle, Bob Emmert, Robert Sparks, and Vinay Shrestha. And then we'll break for lunch, and then coming back from lunch, we'll go over the contract and queue management topics. So that'll be led by Jill Jordan, Jason Foster, and Deb Levine. And then we'll leave some time at the end of today's call to go over some next steps. And this slide here just shows where we are currently at in the ISO's policy initiative stakeholder process. So we're still here under the proposal development phase, but we're at the draft final proposal. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Danielle, and we'll kick things off. Thanks.
Thanks, Isabella. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here today. I just want to acknowledge where we are in this process. It's been several months of work to get to a draft final proposal. We're really grateful for all of your input, both in the working group process and in comments and individual outreach. I think and hope that the work that you've put into this has, I know it's certainly informed the proposal, and I hope it's led to a more complete and thorough proposal that is going to dramatically transform the way we interconnect new resources. But I also wanted to just acknowledge that this is still part of a much broader set of reforms. And I wanted to sort of ground this conversation today in where we're going, not just in the interconnection process, but also just the changes that are needed within the grid and the system as we work to decarbonize the economy and do so in a really reliable and affordable way. So I wanted to start with a very familiar slide just to re-emphasize the process that we've been working through with the state agencies to make sure that processes are informed by resource planning at the state agencies and the local regulatory authorities. And then that informs the transmission planning, which Jeff and his team are working very hard to complete for this cycle. That will then, of course, inform procurement. And then the procurement that takes place will also inform the interconnection process. Of course, all of this effort is really driving toward getting new resources connected to the system. That's what we're all here for. I know you all have individual projects, or many of you have individual projects that you're looking at. I ask you, as we think through this draft final proposal and move to really finalizing some of the details, that you just lift everything up a level and think about the process that we're going to need to get to the resources that we need to bring online and to align with these state plans and local plans. We recognize as our part of that we still need to make sure that transmission development continues to meet the pace that we need to bring these resources online. So we're going to be working with our agency partners and PTOs and all of you to make sure that we can bring those resources online to effectuate this resource planning, procurement, and interconnection process. So thanks for that. I just want to emphasize the process we have right now is not working and will not get us to a reliable system. So we need fundamental change. And I know it's a little scary, but we need to just kind of all link arms and jump in together. So today, if we can focus on details and ways to make this work, I think that'll make it a really constructive session for us. Next slide, please. And we also wanted to just provide an opportunity to share with you where we are in our FERC Order 2023 compliance filing, and just get clear on some of the dates around FERC filings. You may have seen that last week we did get approval from the California ISO Board of Governors to postpone Cluster 16. So we do not intend to have a Cluster 16 opening in 2024. That has been filed at FERC as well. And then we have our FERC Order 2023 compliance filing due on April 3rd, which we are working to complete right now. And Bill Weaver is here. And if anyone has any questions around those timelines, we're happy to take them. I'll also just acknowledge in terms of when we can implement all of this, we'll file our compliance filing April 3rd. FERC does not have a necessary response window or an obligation to respond within a certain time frame. So it could be several months before we hear from them. However, we'll file our IEP changes, assuming we get Board of Governors approval in May, shortly thereafter with FERC. And at that point, FERC will have 60 days to respond. So it's quite possible that we get an order on our IEP filing before we hear from them on our Order 2023 filing. Our intent is to implement all of this at once. So we're looking to have both orders back from FERC so that we can move forward kind of holistically. And I'll stop there and see if Bill has anything to add or if there are any questions. Okay, want to take that first?
Yeah, let's take the hand from Susan Schneider. Susan, go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. I thought that you had earlier said that you were going to be waiting for the FERC order on the Order 2023 compliance filing in order to file the IEP changes because you were going to be building on the FERC order from Order 2023. So it sounds like here you've changed your approach a little bit and you're going to go ahead and file the IEP changes even if you don't have an order yet from FERC. Are you still planning to, first of all, is that correct? And second, are you still planning then to sort of assume acceptance of the Order 2023 filing in your IEP filing?
Yeah, hi, Susan.
Hi.
Yeah, I mean, you now understand it correctly. I think I would only reject the premise that the plan has changed. Like, as you've described it, that's always been the plan to file the IEP changes, iteratively or concurrently while we're probably still waiting for the Order 2023 compliance changes. And so, yeah, that assumes the one will be approved and the others layered on top of it, but they actually don't intersect a lot. I mean, it's really more, you have kind of separate independent sets of tariff provisions that FERC can consider at the same time. I'll also probably just amend Danielle's statement a little. We'll probably give FERC more than 60 days to review and hopefully approve the IPE changes, probably go to the 90 or 120 days, being that a compliance filing will still take quite a bit of time. So the idea is to get the orders and let FERC review them kind of concurrently, but otherwise correct.
Okay, so for example, the 90% site control requirement, that comes out of Order 2023. I'm assuming then you would reflect that in the IPE filing as well, or would you simply reference the other? I guess so you're expecting that if you get an order on the IPE filing first, you're assuming that it's sort of independent of the FERC order for the Order 2023 changes. And so you're going to try and keep them separate. Anyway, I'm not sure I'm asking this question very intelligently, but
I think, yeah, I mean, it's not an easy question. It's not an easy process to understand. Like, you got to remember the way you file any tariff provisions at FERC is you're only filing those provisions that are changing, right? Only those sections that are changing. So the Order 2023 compliance filing will have a big set of different provisions that are being revised pursuant to Order 2023, like among them, the sections that govern site control. The more we get into this, the more we realize, like, the IPE sections really will, the IPE provisions will really be dealing with different sections. But as you presume, everything in IPE will assume that the Order 2023, tariff is the new baseline, and all those, procedures and controls are in there. Frequently, as we do this, you have pancaked rate filings. You have to reconcile any changes that FERC might make after the fact, but it shouldn't be too bad, other than, you'll be looking at hundreds of pages of revised interconnection procedures.
okay, so it sounds like you feel like you can pretty much keep them separate, and if there's any adjustment that has to be made to the IPE, if you get that order first, you then have to, that would just follow the FERC order on 2023.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we essentially have to, and we will try to line these up for FERC so that they can issue orders almost simultaneously. The timeline should work out like that. I would say too that because of a lot of what our other ISO RTO brethren have done in the interconnection sphere, that we haven't been able to really go over this with FERC staff in detail, and we obviously want to, as we normally do. So these plans are, in our mind, and kind of subject to change. We do hope to be able to start talking to FERC diligently about our Order 2023 plans this month, probably at the end of the month. And so we'll continue to use IPE to notify everyone of any course corrections there with Order 2023. I do hope people notice in the paper, one thing that's crystallizing more and more for us as we get farther along in developing our Order 2023 revisions is really the minimal impact on prior clusters. Order 2023 really will be a new baseline, a new set for clusters 15 and forward, but the impacts to clusters 14 and previous are fairly negligible.
Okay, great. I think I've flogged that one about as much as I can here, but thanks for those clarifications.
Hi, this is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. I was just wondering if you guys had like an estimated timeline of when you guys will re-engage with Cluster 15 and when the site control requirements or the entry requirements will be due, or will you guys give us like a heads up, like a 30 or 60-day heads up?
So as what we were just describing, there's a lot of unknowns. The biggest unknown is how fast FERC will come back with an order based on our compliance filing and as well as our ITE filing. Based on history that Bill has kind of looked at how fast FERC has replied to us in compliance filing, it's kind of in the range of 9 to 11 months. So it's hard to know how fast they're going to get back to us on this. But at this point, I'm anticipating that we probably won't re-engage with cluster 15 until sometime in the first half of 2025. Could be early in that first half, could be late in the first half, and I could be wrong about that. So it's really hard to know, but I would not plan on really having to have to re-engage and within the FERC filing, the compliance filing, Bill's going to provide some information related to section 17 in the tariff, where we provided some specific timelines related to cluster 15 in the tariff that really no longer apply. It says that if you want to withdraw and get all your money back, all your deposit back, you need to do that by April 1st. But there's also another tariff section that says you can basically have the same treatment as long as you withdraw your project within 30 days after your scoping meetings. So that part of the tariff still applies, so don't worry about the April 1st issue. There's also a point where it talks about May 1st will allow projects to revise, refresh their cluster 15 interconnection requests. That's not going to be happening April 1st. And it also talks about a September 26th validation deadline. So all of those are going to be just kind of laid aside within the filing with FERC, and we'll be able to get a better handle on that as we get further down the road with what FERC is providing for us.
So to be clear, like we can't re-engage with cluster 15 until we get a response back from FERC on order 2023 compliance. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't see the reason to do that. I mean, we could say, oh, we'll go forward with May 1st and people could refresh their IRs, but then a year later, you may be wanting to do the same thing again based on new information we have further down the road. So I don't see the benefit to anybody to try to move forward with doing what will probably just be busy work on everybody's part, knowing we'll probably have to do it again. So that's the way we're planning on moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick follow-up. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Super helpful. None of this is terribly shocking to me, so I'm just nodding along. But I do have a specific question on that point, Bob, and this is for Bill. The timing around that, I would just want us to be really sensitive to any risks of retroactive rate making. Like if a filing is submitted that's changing the existing tariff language after any of those dates, I think that they could fall into that sticky area potentially. So if it's possible just to take that back, think through it, and just make sure that's not a risk. I'm not going to say it is a risk, but I'm flagging that generally speaking, FERC is not going to approve changes to existing tariff if the deadlines have already passed, or at least that's a strong risk. So I wanted to make sure that was flagged in the CAISO legal team. Bill, thanks about that.
Yeah, I've heard of the concept. Thank you for laughing. What was I going to say? Yeah, you're certainly right that there might be a period where like modifications kind of get blocked because we can't go back and make them passable. So it's like right now it presumes free, unlimited modifications or whatever it says. Don't quote me on that. To April 1st, right? That was the contemplated deadline. Like in June or May, I can't go back and change that to a different date. I could only, extend it out. So there might be a period in the summer, like spring, where modifications are prohibited until we can go in and extend that out and just make it until we re-engage with the cluster. And then once FERC has approved that, you can start to make modifications again. Yeah, until that language gets changed, we won't be able to accept those modifications. Is another, or at least until actually we propose it and it is you know, the filed rate, we could say, well, we want this part effective tomorrow, right? But yeah, that's essentially right. So there might be a period of lull there, but like, I hope it appears that we're trying to be reasonable about this. We're not trying to like use order 2023 and IPE or whatever to block cluster 15 from refreshing its interconnection requests or making reasonable changes, or quite the opposite. Everything we're trying to do is provide flexibility and make sure these are active, you know, correct requests. It is a reality though that especially under the new order 2023 penalties, it's just not possible for us to actually start the studies and meaningful work until we know that like the procedures and the schedules we've proposed are approved, right? Otherwise, we'd be asking these transmission owners to start the clock, subject themselves to penalties when those things could change. We could be doing it wrong still. So that's why we need, at least I think, an initial order from order 2023 before we really start on cluster 15 in earnest.
Thanks, Bill. That's really helpful. And that all makes a ton of sense. I would plant a seed that I think it would be a very low level lift, since, I mean, even Bob is saying re-engaging 2025. I think everyone in this room understands that cluster 15 is not being likely touched until at least Q4 of this year, but likely 2025. And so knowing that, there is some benefit of the tariff getting updated as soon as possible. And it would be a very small filing just to extend those dates that we've talked about that we know are not in play anymore. And I just would like to make that ask for you to consider. If that could be done in advance, then we wouldn't have that kind of gap, and we would have certainty, which I think is what, you know, stakeholders are looking for, or more certainty. Understanding you can change them when you do your later filings, that would still be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. And please put that in your written comments. And that's certainly something we're considering. Just as in previous IPEs, it's often that, you know, one IPE is 3 FERC filings as we think about what's quick and easy, what makes it, you know, what's a package that's best for FERC, you know, what needs to go now, what should align with the order 2023 compliance, et cetera. So that's certainly an easy ask to consider is how to break up and expedite certain parts of these proposals.
Okay, we have a few hands online. Jason Berwin is first. Jason, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Sorry. I wanted to ask just about the QC15 re-engagement and site control question. I guess one thing I wanted to ask about is, you know, recognizing there's uncertainty about when FERC will approve Order 2023 compliance filings and thus the new site control requirements, and your idea that there's a certain timeline for re-engagement with QC15 that's uncertain. You know, folks are going out to get site control, sign lease options and whatnot. As the timeline of uncertainty moves forward, that changes I mean, folks may be like hanging on to land for even longer than they had anticipated. And I guess the question I wanted to ask is, would the ISO be willing to make some sort of definitive statement that, for example, it will require site control, you know, either 90 days or 60 days or whatever after its approval, something that gives folks some understanding of that timeline to basically be able to be in compliance to do that, or alternatively to make a statement that the ISO will not seek folks to demonstrate site control before a certain date, such as, say, you know, whenever a time in the first half of 2025 that corresponds to your expectations. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we've been, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've been clear on this, that we intend to propose to FERC that cluster 15 be subject to the order 2023 requirements, which presume that everyone has site control. Given that we've already accepted the interconnection requests, there's you know, just validation work to do, I mean, so I think you're thinking of like the outermost deadline for having site control really is, the commencement of the cluster study, which would be only, I don't know, a few months, I guess, after we re-engage with cluster 15 and go through the validation process. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but we've been clear that we always intended to subject cluster 15 to order 2023 requirements, including site control. Simply because, it seems clear reading order 2023 that that's what FERC thinks. FERC does not think that developers should come with an interconnection request unless they already have the site in hand.
Yeah, thanks. Shane with Hyperpower. Just to ask like maybe a more pointed question, Bob, you threw out some dates, some suggestions as to re-engagement timeframe. Are you planning on proposing something along those lines in your FERC filing? Typically folks will, propose the new schedule or timeline to be implemented no sooner than such dates, so they can't bring them forward. Obviously, if there's delays in getting it approved, there could be potential extensions to those, but I think overall what the interconnection community is looking for is some certainty so we at least know what time we should be preparing for, with the understanding that they may get pushed back from those dates if there's a delayed response from FERC. Is that something you guys can comment on now, or, I would assume that it would be in your filing when it comes to that.
That's a good point. Just, I don't know. Submit that in written comments. Let us think about it.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Chris Devon, Terragen. I kind of have some questions along the same lines. Just wanted a little bit of additional color on that point on when, cluster 15 re-engagement will happen. I guess our general understanding was that it was going to be potentially sometime this fall around September timeframe. And now this is a little bit of, I think, shocking news to some folks. So if there's anything else you guys can explain on that, is there any chance that perhaps if FERC were to move quickly enough approving these things that we would get a more expedited timeline, something like this fall, or are we really truly looking at, 2025 Q1, Q2 is the earliest possible?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think we're trying to manage expectations, and maybe we're over managing them here. I think it is our intent to, beg FERC for an order as fast as possible, and we did explore whether we could file early to expedite that process, do other things. I mean, we were prepared to go to FERC back when it was the 90-day schedule and file on December 5th, but that didn't fall, that got extended, and the way FERC goes through a compliance proceeding is very, assembly line where they're reviewing them all, piece by piece nationwide. So it's not the easiest thing to just give them one early and say, figure this out, especially as they might be considering all the, various requests for rehearing and clarification. So, is it possible that we engage with cluster 15 sooner this fall? Like, yeah, maybe we file in April, we beg everyone at FERC and use all our capital and get maybe a 6-month order, and that's October, and then, we start running the clock at least, it's possible, but we did review the last, like Bob said, the last kind of 4 major compliance filings, and usually you get initial order between 9 and 11 months. Order 2023 might be a huge lift too, because it is so big. It is the filings will all be so huge, and it's not just an ISO RTO compliance proceeding. It is every transmission provider. So there's a lot of paperwork for FERC to review. So we'll see. I mean, the reality is we just don't know.
Okay, thanks for the additional color there. I just, obviously recognize that these are big lifts. So FERC has a lot on its plate, but hopefully if folks are listening, obviously everyone thinks that this is something that has high priority for everyone. So appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll note too that again, like, we're doing a lot of guessing here. And we do plan to start really talking about these things concretely, schedule-wise, with work staff, hopefully later this month. And we'll continue to update you as we learn and, you know, figure out what we had wrong or what we had right and what changes. Because again, it's not our goal to give you any surprises or mismanage Cluster 15.
Okay, we have a couple more hands online. Let's go to Alan Combs. Alan, go ahead.
Energy Works Consulting. On your compliance filing, will you be addressing site control on public lands, specifically the BPM that came out since our last meeting didn't address what constitutes site control on public lands. You know, FERC has this idea of really just you have site control or you have a regulatory limitation. So will you be precisely defining what site control means on public lands, one, and then what's required to demonstrate a regulatory limitation? I mean, I would just say that your current site exclusivity language doesn't really line up very well with what FERC put out.
Well, right. I mean, nor would it, because it's site exclusivity and site control is something different, and we couldn't use the BPM to jump the Order 2023 revisions before they're approved by FERC. So, I mean, we intend to comply with Order 2023 on site control, I think exactly as FERC has prescribed. So I would just refer you to Order 2023 on what they've said there. And otherwise, I would refer you to our attorney, Sarah Kozel, who is handling the site control requirements, because I'm not, we kind of split it up and Sarah has a lot of them. That's not one of mine, so I don't know.
Okay, Mark Smith. Mark, go ahead.
Alpine. Bill, just to add to the uncertainty, a little bit of a wild card is whether FERC will have a quorum available to make a decision on your filings.
Don't do this to me, Mark.
There's only 3 commissioners now, and Ellison has indicated that she will not be seeking a second term, which expires in June of this year. So I'm just suggesting you put that into your contingency planning, and if there is something you can break off and do on a more expedited basis, you know, that might be helpful. Thanks. That's my only point.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, I will. I think everyone on this team has lost sleep over the complexity of IPE and Order 2023 and everything. And now I will think of that too. That is a good point. I mean, so yeah, let me think about that. We do realize, yeah, there are a lot of contingencies. There are a lot of things that could happen. Order 2023 could go a lot of different ways. It'll be interesting to see an Order 2023A. And I think all of this is very subject to change. Like maybe it is we have to re-engage with Cluster 15 sooner because Order 2023 is, you know, it goes in a different direction. We don't know, but we're trying to manage the best we can. We do have to transition clusters to the Order 2023 paradigm at some point, and that is a big lift. It makes sense to do it with Cluster 15 because it's already on pause. It's already, you know, going to be subject to these IPE tariff versions as well. So that is the current plan, but yeah, we'll always have to manage the political landscape as well.
Yeah, and let me just add, in an election year, it's going to be very, very difficult, I think, for an administration to appoint new commissioners. It's a divisive time. It'll be very hard. So, yeah, the contingency plan might suggest that you don't have a quorum for 6 months of 24. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I am old enough to remember to have been practicing the last time FERC didn't have a quorum, and wasn't experienced, but.
Okay, I don't see any more questions in the room, and it sounds like there are no more online. So we have one more slide to get to, and then we'll bring Jeff up to talk through the zonal approach and data.
Yeah, I was going to say,
sorry.
and like, you know, feel free to email or call me if you have other Order 2023 questions. Although I will, you know, refer some of them to Sarah because if they're provision specific, because we have split them up. But yeah, at everyone's discretion, you don't have to use. You can use IPE to ask some Order 2023 stuff, but you know, I'm also available at any time on these.
Thanks, Bill. And Sarah. I know Sarah's on the line too. Sarah, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Sarah, if you raise your hand, we can unmute you. Go ahead.
Yes, I was going to respond to the earlier question about the site exclusivity, site control. Just to note that we do recognize that there are those kind of pieces that are deferred to the ISO about regulatory limitations, and to say that, you know, we're working on that. We don't have the draft BPM to share, but we do recognize that, and you know, we'll be in communication with the stakeholder community as that gets developed.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. And if we can go to the next slide, please. I think the next slide is kind of an oversimplification of the conversation we just started to have, but just for the purposes of interconnection process enhancements alone, separate from Order 2023, the ISO is proposing that most of the interconnection request intake reforms be applied to cluster 15 and going forward, and that most of the contract and queue management reforms will be applied to all of the projects in the queue. There are obviously some nuances there, and we'll talk through each of those as we move through different elements of the proposals, but just wanted to be clear with you on the goal and intent there with both of those. And with that, Jeff Billington is here to talk through all the data that we're going to provide to help inform the zonal approach.
Yeah, it's, as Danielle said, Jeff Billington, Director of Transmission Infrastructure Planning here at the California ISO. And as we look at the zonal and what we had for the information that we had in the revised straw proposal and what we've updated, really from the December 18th stakeholder meeting, and then to the final proposal. Just trying to get so I can get. Oh, can you advance? Oh, okay. As we look at that data and then the comments that we received, and I will note, we had indicated that some of that data we were targeting to get by the end of January. We're still working on getting what I had presented in January or in December, all together and to get out. We're looking, and it's taking us longer. I apologize. It's just with that data, with the volume, as well as with cluster 14, just getting the reports out January 31st. We're targeting that we will have by the end of February to the middle of March, the data that I identified, which really has the one in one place, the zones, the information, so it's easier to find. The substations that are fully within each of those zones, which is consistent as to the zone or interconnection area in the cluster studies associated with the with the associated area reports, as well as in the transmission planning, in the policy areas, the zones that we're identifying, as well as the available capacity behind each of the constraints is in the already available in the transmission capability limits, but we're working to get what has been allocated behind each of those constraints, and that was something we were looking by the end of January, but it's taking us longer to get that, so that'll be the end of February, beginning of March, and so that information we're basically looking, and so that's what we're looking is being provided, and then with regards to the and this was comments previous and again still is at all POIs, provide us what the interconnection capability is. That's not something that is really feasible, and what we've proposed and continue to propose is that we will make the individual reports that are currently only to the IC available on the market participant portal in a redacted form. And so that's what we're looking for comments on. In the final proposal, we included an appendix that includes basically a template of a final report and the areas that we've identified for redacting. And so that's we're seeking for comments for that. And then subject to those, we'll look at the cluster 14 reports once we get in terms of the final proposal, and what we're working forward is what cluster 14 reports and producing redacted for those and providing those. And so the timeline will be a little bit further out as we look at that information. And then we have indicated, and this is with FERC Order 2023, the heat maps. We're in the process of working to develop the heat maps. As we're working with those and getting what is needed, the graphical and those components, we're looking at that should be about Q3 of 2024 is what we're targeting for that information and those heat maps to be put out. And the intention is in the FERC order is for those to be put out after the cluster study and then after the results or the restudy. So when we get that available, cluster 14 in Q3 of this year, we'll make that available for the heat map for the cluster 14. In addition to the FERC order, we've identified that we will be providing a heat map for the TPD allocation as well. So you have kind of what is in the cluster with all of the resources, what is the impacts in terms of on constraints, add a POI like the heat map, and if you look at the MISO, add a POI, putting in a megawatt value, what constraints, what overloads do you see in the base case effectively, and the defects of the generator, and the pre and post of that. So is it actually before you put in a megawatt there's actually overloads based upon the queue and that cluster. But then the TPD allocation will also provide information for there. As if you look at what is being allocated for TPD and what's in the base cases, what is available if you put in locations or what constraints as well, based upon what TPD has been allocated. And so those, like I say, we're working to get in the March timeframe, or not March, in the Q3 timeframe is what we're targeting for that. And that's, like I say, the FERC order requirement isn't actually to have to produce those until after the first cluster that is applicable. But we're working to advance that so that we can provide that as information as we go forward that could be valuable for the ICs as we're going forward. And so that's kind of really the data that we're looking at. We have continuing to provide there. We did have some comments asking for some additional data, wanting, say, a heat map on short circuit. That's the short circuit models, and how we do that is not something that we can translate to that, but that data is fully available in the cluster. Each cluster study, we do provide the short circuit model. So that model is available so you can assess at where the cluster is. Also, in terms of in the cluster reports, there's a short circuit as to where were they and at POIs pre and post for that cluster. And in addition to just recently, I think with cluster 14 phase 1, in addition to the models being provided, the breaker ratings have been provided. In some cases, it's in the model, some that it wasn't applicable or capable of in the model. There is workbooks that identify for the substations, the breakers and the breaker ratings. So that was provided with cluster 14, in addition to just the short circuit model for cluster 14 phase 2, that will also be in terms of available. And so that's with regards to short circuit information, there is significant amount of information regarding short circuit available for review that's there. So the other main question that came, and as we're looking at, and if we want to go to the next slide, was around the timing of the information coming available and trying to have it, say, before a cluster in a time frame that is available, like it's 6 months, 9 months and available. And part of the issue of trying to say we'll put data out 6 months in advance, so the data becomes available kind of through the cycles and the information. And the intent of the schedule here is looking at, say, if year one, what we're wanting to try to target, if you look at the milestone on the top left, and I know it's hard to read, and we did put it larger and so that you have access to a PDF that you can zoom and work with in the document, is the TPP approval is in the May timeframe. And from there, wanting to have where cluster studies and the TPD allocation, and this is on a go forward basis, it's not in this year for the TPD allocation, but as we're looking at to sync up is that the TPD allocation and the cluster study is utilizing the latest information in the studies that was for the TPP approved projects. And so as we're going through that TPP is information that's provided. We do have the previous TPD allocation. We do have the TPD or the cluster studies that were provided as we go forward. But then as we look, we have the TPD allocation, and then we'll provide the heat map. We have the cluster studies. Information will become available from those cluster studies. That's where, in terms of, it was historically in the phase 1 studies was where the ADNUs came out, the transmission capability limits. So as we go through the cluster studies, if there's ADNUs, those will be parts of the transmission capability limits. We'll have the heat map that comes out. We have the restudy. We have the heat map. And then as you go into the next year, we have the TPP. And so that's wanting in May, and there's the overlap of the cycles, is the next year's TPD allocations, the information. And so it's as information becomes available. And with these schedules, critical information as to what we have will become available at various points. And as we look at it, and there was questions as to if we're going to put out the TPD allocated behind the constraints in the February, March timeframe now, February, beginning of March, the TPD allocation will occur. The target is to have all parties receiving TPD allocation notified by the end of May, the reports in around the middle of June, is we will look at then, based upon what has changed from that allocated, we will update then what is the TPD that's been allocated behind the constraints, because new TPD has been allocated, we'll update that information, right? And so that's, as the information comes available through the cycles, it'll be updated. And it's awkward or to basically have and say, here's a line in the sand, and this is the data, while data is updating between and is valuable in information for those cycles. So that's kind of as we're looking at it and trying to work with, we're making as much available currently that we have that hasn't been available. Like I said, the TPD that's allocated behind the constraints, the information in the zones, all of that in as quick as we can. And then we're wanting to start in advance of the FERC order 2023 heat map requirement, which really would be after cluster 15, is when you start the development of the heat maps, is after the cluster 15 studies, is to advance that, and so that we can get the cluster 14 information available, the TPD allocated information available, and then after the reassessment, a heat map for what the reassessment is. And as we go forward, that's what we would look at is there'd be really 3 current heat maps that are available for information sources, is the cluster study, the TPD allocation, and then the restudy. And then when the next cluster studies, that heat map would be updated within the subsequent cluster, and then so forth with the others. So that's where we are, and that was the biggest, and that's kind of what we're wanting, and that's why we tried to put the schedule out, is to represent kind of when is, as we go forward, the data that's going to come available. The one pre-cluster 15, the information that we talked about at the December 18th meeting, like I say, is delayed a little bit to end of February, beginning of March. And then we're working to get the heat maps. So that information is available.
as well. But it does take time for the development of those. That's all. And like I say, especially in advance of trying to get them before the required timing of after cluster 15, after the first cluster that order 2023 is applied to. So that's really what I had for information, and we can see in terms of questions.
We have a few questions in the chat. Isabella's going to read them out, and then we have some hands up also.
Okay.
Can I just make 2 quick points in addition to Jeff's overview of all the data that we'll provide? We do have copies of the timeline in the room, but it's still quite small. So we're going to post a PDF of the document online so that you all can have access to it and zoom into 200% if you need to, like I do. And then we are going to try to provide this information or a snapshot in time at which we'll kind of freeze the information and I'll be working from the same information so that you all will know, you'll have the same information that we are when we're evaluating whether a project is in a TPD zone or will move forward under the TPD pathway or the merchant pathway.
Yeah, and some of that, as we had the previous discussion, is when does cluster 15, when is the time periods for some of that information on starting and validations? Because we want to make sure when we do draw that line, what is the latest data that we have, as opposed to an arbitrary date that then may have some date that's stale a week later, a month later. And so we just want to make sure that that's the purpose. So.
Okay, Isabella, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Lana. So the first question in the chat here is, will the zonal capacity information account for cluster 14 allocation once those studies are complete?
Well, the zonal allocation is based upon TPD that's allocated. So it's what has been allocated, say, from the last cycle and all the previous cycles. And then, like I said, is we'll update after the TPD allocation. So in the kind of June, July timeframe, we'll be updating that based upon what was the TPD that was allocated behind the constraints, based upon what was allocated in the TPD allocation process. Cluster 14 and those studies doesn't impact as to what was allocated until it goes through the allocation cycle.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. And then the second question here, are the April 1st through September 30th, 2024 dates no longer valid for C15 application validation?
I think that was part of the discussion Bill had earlier, and so we'll be working through that.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. That was the last chat question, so we can move to questions in the room or questions in the queue.
Which one's doing? Okay, Jasmine, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I'm Jasmine from AES. I have 2 questions, and one of them is about the timeline. Looking at the timeline, I was curious, why would we have the request window open before the TBD allocation studies will be done? Because we wouldn't know whether or not TBD is available until after the studies. So shouldn't the window be open later?
Like, yes, in terms of, we can put that as comments, but it's trying to look at getting so that the information, what is the TPD allocated, and then what is the most current transmission plan as well, and getting those. If you push that beyond there, then you're going to get where we're really in that cluster study that you've opened, we'll be using the 1 year back for the transmission plan, because we have to be able to get what is approved, get them into the base cases before they can study. And with the study starting, it'll basically push so that the study would be based upon the transmission upgrades from a year ago for that cluster, the TPD allocation from the current, and this is trying to get as to what is the information to feed into those studies and the current and timelines to work that way. But if you have comments on the schedule, by all means, please put them in the written comments.
I would just be curious. So like in the paper, you guys said you would give us like a single like capacity number of how much megawatts you guys would take in each one of those zones. Is that correct? If so, then would those numbers be reflected of like the last TBD cycle, I guess?
It'll be based upon what is the information that we have for TPD that's allocated, just like all of it is the TPP behind constraints. What is the latest information? So currently when we're putting it out, it's based upon the TPD allocation from last year. This year, but we indicated we'll update that based upon what comes out. So it's based upon whenever we put the information, what is the available data that is publicly available.
Okay, thank you. And then my last clarifying question was, did you say that the breaker ratings and the short circuit information is available in like the cluster study, the area reports that are published?
Well, in the area reports, there is an appendix, or I don't know if you call them appendix or attachments, that has the short circuit results. And so it shows circuit results of pre and post in there. In addition, the base case and based upon, I think it's SDG&E and PG&E use the Aspen model. SCE uses the CAPE model, but those models are made available. So you have what was the short circuit, and you could do the short circuit studies. And in addition, the breaker ratings, starting last year in cluster, I'm going to look at cluster 14 phase 1, we began to include also workbooks that include for the substations, the breaker, what is the breaker rating as well. So that information is available on cluster with the cluster base cases and associated information, as well as in the area reports themselves.
Okay, thank you.
This is Abhishek, Rev Renewables. All right, Jeff, so thanks for putting this together. Extremely helpful. I'll just work with an example. So for this first year, when the TPD results come out, I guess the plan is to release them sometimes in May. TPD results come out May 2024.
For this year.
For this year, right?
Yeah.
So obviously, transmission plan comes around that time. So those TPD results would not have upgrades that would be approved in the latest planning cycle. Would you agree with that?
That's correct. In terms of for this year, because of the timing and tariff, and we have this May 31st for the TPD, like I say, to the results to the generators, and we'll have the reports kind of in the June timeframe, shortly after the results would be due to the individuals. Those won't include anything from the 2024. But that's, as we're trying to look at here, is trying to get so that that's synced up and wanting to get where we have the latest information, be it from the TPP. So it's not a year and you have kind of those results coming out when the next one's being approved and timing is. That's the intention of here, is having TPP, but then the cluster study would incorporate the latest TPP approved projects, as well as the TPD allocation for that year. And that's why having it after the May and moving it a little bit later is so that it can then incorporate what was approved, put those in, and then in terms of the TPD allocation.
I see. So it will improve in future cycles where the timings kind of align more, but for this first year, it'll be slightly out of sync.
Yeah, that's what we're proposing as we go forward to, and lack of a better, it's to help, and it's maybe not the right word, but to kind of correct and kind of course correct so that we do have the latest information going into the cluster studies from the transmission planning of what we approved into the cluster study, the next cluster study that's going to have the studies done, and the TPD allocation. And so that's what we've got. And if you have questions or comments, by all means, we look forward to any that you have.
Okay. I had one more question about the reports itself that CAISO is planning to post, the redacted versions of it.
Yep.
So I was just wondering, how far back is CAISO planning to go? I mean, cluster 4 itself is I'm just making up numbers, 200, 250 reports. So would there be like 500 reports going all the way back to cluster 1, 2?
I guess that's something we were originally looking right now, because there's 200 reports or so with cluster 14. We could take that as a comment. We get into a little bit of an issue too, in this, as to what needs to be redacted and what doesn't need to be redacted as you go back, because as the tariff indicates, once an LGIA is signed, the LGIA has been made public. And so some of that information that's in an individual report is no longer considered confidential. because it's now included into an LJA that's being filed with FERC. And so that's something, like I say, we were looking to start with cluster 14 to get to what's there. If you have comments, put them in the written comments, please.
Okay. Yeah, and I think why I raised that question is, I mean, those reports are a good start, but for some of the information, right? So what is the scope of work at a substation, right? I mean, is the bay getting expanded? I mean, those are details, at least for PG&E, they'll be captured in attachment 10, right? So attachment 10 is the substation specific information. I would think it would be more helpful if CAISO is planning to go this route, maybe think about posting attachment 10s. If not that, our recommendation was to somehow consolidate this information in a document which everyone can refer to. I know it's a lot of work, and frankly speaking, I would not be excited to do that work, but that would be something of value because it'll be very hard for us to skim through 250, 300 reports looking for a particular substation, see what's going on. So
yeah, the hard part about trying to do that is as you go back, and then with subsequent ones or cluster 14 itself, the information at that POI is updated within that cluster, and trying to go back and create a report and doing, that's why we look to say making the reports available and then looking from there. So if you have comments on that, and that's a good point as to is that attachment, but then we'd have to look at, is there confidential information within that attachment? So, but yeah, if you have comments on that, please put them in written. We'd appreciate that. And also in terms of for what we identified for confidential, provide any comments on that as well.
Okay, and we have 4 questions online.
Yeah, Shane O'Brien with Type of Power. I was just curious, like looking at the schedule, and I know you guys are still trying to figure out some of the details, but I wanted to understand, with this, proposed overlapping of schedules, which is kind of consistent with how it's been done in the past too. If we're using this TPD availability information to screen projects on the front end of the process, but the TPD allocations are occurring after the initial study process is performed, how are we ensuring that those TPD megawatts are still available during the allocation process so that we don't end up with a situation where we've screened projects in, those megawatts were assigned to other projects from higher clusters, and then we didn't let projects into zones that now have TPD available because the subsequent TPP processes that happen in the meantime in parallel with the study process have afforded new TPD megawatts that are now available for allocation?
Well, that's part of, as we're trying to work through the sequencing, but the TPD is only allocated in that process for the actual TPD allocation process. And then as we have what is the approved projects, that's why we're wanting to get what was the most recent approved projects of that transmission plan. They're included in that TPD allocation. And then also those transmission projects are in the cluster study. But that's where the problem comes and if you have comments as to how to move things around, that's by all means put them in there. But if you start moving then the cluster till after the TPD, or just like we talked about is the request until after the TPD window, you start pushing then that TPD or that transmission in the cluster study is going to be, lack of a better, almost out of sync, because by the time those results come out or in the middle of the study, the next TPP will be coming out. And so this is what we've looked at as to how do we get so that we can best align the information going into the studies and informing. And the TPD allocation only occurs once a year. So when you're using that request window, you're using the previous as you're putting in for the next cluster, what projects you have in terms of, you'll have the draft transmission plan, the approved transmission plan will come in. And so that kind of gets, and similar for the TPD allocation is when you're going to affidavit, and I'll leave that to Bob as to when the timing, but you have the draft transmission plan in the end of April. So kind of in that time period when those are to then what is the final approved. And so we're trying to sync up when is the information available in the latest forms to get feed information for yourselves, but also to feed the studies so that they're as current as possible.
No, thanks. I appreciate that. Again, I hope you guys are considering that time delay, right, between using the best information you have available today for screening, and then what sort of megawatts will be available 2-3 years from now in the future during the allocation process. That number could be different. It could be misaligned with the zones that were identified as part of the entry process. And so I think that's my biggest concern, is I just want to make sure that those can remain aligned throughout the study process. And how I've seen this typically addressed in other ISO organizations that have a robust policy planning process like California. They will typically be very explicit about which queue cycles will incorporate certain policy projects versus others. And I know you guys do that with the TPD process, but I think that's the disconnect, is the TPD process kind of happens somewhat independently after the rest of the study process. In a lot of other study processes across the country, it's integrated more into a discrete cluster process.
Yeah, but that's the intention of the milestone being shown here for when the available TP transmission planning. And because you can't do the cluster studies and the planet policy studies all mingled together. And so here is wanting the milestone. When is the transmission based upon the zonal of the portfolios? Because you remember, our transmission planning is not based upon the queue. The transmission planning is based upon the portfolio that the CPUC adopts and provides to us in a decision. And just happens to be today is the day that the CPUC is looking for the decision for the 2024-2025 TPP. That information feeds into the TPP. And here we're trying to get what information of the transmission plan will feed into the cluster and the TPD allocation clear, so that you know in terms of, and wanting to get, so that what we approve in the transmission plan latest in March or in May with the board approval, subject to the board's approval, is then going to be included into the next cluster study and the next TPD allocation. And so that's giving the signal as to what you're asking for. What cluster is it relying upon for the transmission? And same with that TPD. Is what is it? And getting it synced up, because like Abhishek's question is, for this year, with the timing of the TPP in May, but the TPD allocation being finalized May 31st, well, you can't incorporate the TPP of 23-24 into that TPD allocation. And that's what we're looking at trying to kind of address and forward this way, and make it clear as to with the studies, what information is available when, so that as you're doing your cluster or assessing projects, you know kind of when is that latest information coming available for you.
Thank you.
I think we got questions
Okay.
on that.
Let's go to Rianne Quadro. Rianne, go ahead.
On behalf. Hi there, thank you so much. This is Rayanne Quadro with Gridwell Consulting on behalf of EDF Renewables. I wanted to dig down a little bit into a particular data type, and I want to say thank you to the IPE team for bringing this much detail to this meeting. I think getting down to these brass tacks is how we all work together to make this process work. On the previous slide, it showed the California map with the various zones. And in the draft final proposal, there were some contradicting statements. One statement was that the current queue report does not reflect these information areas. Then there was another statement that said the RIMS queue report would be updated based on the current interconnection areas. And then I kind of wanted to understand if the CAISO had a plan to connect those areas to the zones to the extent that there wasn't a one-to-one relationship.
Well, we are still working. I'll have to look to Jason. Well, on the queue, we're having to look in terms of within RIMS and some changes to get the areas so that they can populate to the queue numbers. And there's some things built into RIMS that have historical tables in that we're trying to work with. Short of that, when we put out the data for like that, the end of February, March timeframe, if it's not available into the queue itself, we'll create with the queue numbers what is the zone that those are in based upon what's there. But effectively, if you look at cluster 14 in particular, any of the projects that are in an area and an area report align with here. So we are working to get that information in terms of, and it's just, we're wanting to get, because we added a few fields to the queue and getting them, it's just, there's some issues within RIMS having to do some updates to effect.
I certainly understand how uniquely challenging that is, and I appreciate your clarity.
And this is Bob. Just to add to that is, I'm sure you're aware, but just remind everybody, there is a Excel spreadsheet that's been posted that has the cluster 15 projects. Our standard process is once a project is validated, that's when we move that project into RIMS to be posted on the queue report. So cluster 15 has not been validated, so they don't have queue numbers. So rather than look on the queue report to see the cluster 15 projects, there's an Excel spreadsheet out there that has all of the projects. And you can do some of that work yourself in determining where those various projects are. There's a significant amount of information there that can lead you to know roughly what zones these projects are in.
Yeah,
one of the information that we're intending providing is what are the substations basically in each of the zones, so you have that information as well.
I think with that key, Jeff, everything else would be pretty easy to extrapolate back. So I really appreciate your attention to that.
Yeah, and that was one of the ones we indicated in the December 18th meeting that we would, it's like I say, I just apologize. It's just taking a little bit longer. And so we're looking at the end of February to middle of March to have that information available.
Thank you. Yeah, and probably that's just my anxiety from my close read. I had one other comment, not really a question, related to the substation information for attachment 10. And maybe this is better talked about later in our presentation today, but to the extent that interconnection requests are seeking to get credit for site control up to the GenTie, having that information about the substations, whether or not there's one available, whether bay positions have been filled, so on and so forth, would be necessary in order to seek that level of points based on site control. So to the extent that some kind of information can be put out there, that will be helpful.
Yeah, and that, like I say, that's the intention of trying to get the individual reports redacted, is it gets some of that information available and looking at what is the most current information again.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have.
Okay, next hand is Jenny Mueller.
Hi, Jenny Mueller, Utility System Efficiencies. I think the plan was to, keep the existing tariff in place for cluster 15 projects, in that they could update their POIs, but only within the same area that they had requested. So if they were Greater Bay Area, it would be Greater Bay Area. If they were SCE Northern, they had to stay within SCE Northern. And I just wanted to discuss that a little bit here based on what we talked about today, getting some new information. So these projects entered the queue in 2023, and a lot of that was based on TPP and other assumptions dating back to, 2022. We haven't been provided any data yet regarding the zonal approach. Like, we're waiting for the full zonal approach data that you described today, and that will be helpful once we receive that. But we don't have that currently. And we also heard today that cluster 15 might not be re-engaged until Q2 of 25. So I was wondering if the ISO would be open to revisiting the opportunity to change those policies for the transition cluster specifically, and apply that to cluster 15. We've got probably some projects that are hamstrung in areas and zones that have no capacity, and it's something that those projects back in 2023 were not, that concept wasn't even out yet, nor was the idea of whether or not those zones would be have TPD available or not. Is that something that in the IPE filing the ISO might be open to adjusting?
I probably need to look to Bob as to respond to that.
so far, we have not been open to making any changes to that current policy. There's kind of a tension in my mind that if, to the extent that we start to open the door to making significant changes to the interconnection request we have at cluster 15, that we're almost to the point of opening up a new window and allowing brand new projects to come in. So I guess what I'd suggest is put that into your comments and we'll consider that.
And I'll just add as well too, in terms of the comment as to the data not being available. I will, like you say, it may not have been consolidated like what we're doing right now, but the cluster base cases have been available. The TPP base cases are available. The transmission capability limits are available. The TPD allocation reports have been available. And so what we're doing is consolidating that information that historically has been publicly available, but in a variety of sources. And so that's taking into the comments and the feedback as we've gone. That data we indicated was available, but through this process, the need to try to consolidate and get that information kind of in one place, inconsistent, is what we're working through with IPE. But like I say, a lot of the information that we have available is being pulled from information that is effectively publicly available.
Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think cluster 14, has their first chance at TBD allocations this cycle. So certainly, that data has not been released yet, just simply because it's not available. It's not that the ISO is withholding anything. It's just that the studies haven't been conducted yet. So, the results of the 2024 TBD allocation cycle are going to determine whether cluster 15 projects are let into certain zones or not. And, without having that information, it's, we basically got cluster 15 projects in a gridlock within their areas. And we know that there's going to be this zonal approach based on the area. So you've got folks kind of stuck, potentially. I don't know for how many projects that applies to, but okay, I can put some of that in some comments. Thank you.
Okay, next hand is from Songja.
First on this slide, Jeff, could you clarify in general interconnect study, first we see a PG&E South 500 kV study area, but for the zonal approach purpose and also for moving POI within the study area, S500 is not considered a separate study area or zone, right?
No, that is one, and that kind of in large part came out because of the offshore wind, but it is incorporated into the zone of Kern, the offshore wind, or appropriately for the 500. There may be also some that's in the Fresno, but that's for these zones themselves. It was something that, due to the nature of the resources and how they were interconnecting to the interconnection, primarily in the first years where we had, I think there was something like 1,400 megawatts of, or 14 gigawatt of offshore wind in one of the clusters, and having to look at the 500 kV. And that is also taken into consideration in the Kern and the Fresno when we're looking at those areas. So it's effectively, and kind of like these bubbles show, you've got the offshore wind, and it's kind of connecting and into and incorporated effectively in the Kern area. The Humboldt is connected into the north of coast. So that is a good point, Sanjay, as to when we talk about the interconnection area reports. We did have a necessity for the 500, particularly in that central, but they're incorporated into as we look at the zones of Fresno and Kern.
In Fresno, okay, thanks. Because I was thinking, are you going to allow moving from Midway to 30, for example, to 500 kV? One seems to be in Kern, the other one is in S500. So thanks for this clarification. On the next slide, I have 2 questions on the timeline. Yeah, so this is the first row. So let's QC15, you are going to, so you estimate to re-engage in the first half of next year. So when that happens, are you going to shift the whole thing to the left, or are you still going to start the cluster study on October 1st?
I think that's something we'll have to look at kind of as we go with when we can start cluster 15. This was to put out a representative as to kind of where we're looking and starting, and depending on cluster 15, how does that, and this could conceivably be cluster 16 as we look at schedule. Cluster 15 could be as year one, but that's depending upon what is the timing and what Bill talked about with regards to the FERC order. And so that's something that will be continually updated as we get more information.
Okay, then the last one is just clarifying question. So in this, like for example, this first row is QC15. The TPD allocation for QC15 will happen in year 3 after you have the cluster 16 and 17 window happen, both occur. So that means for Q entry of QC16 and QC17, QC15 is not going to be considered since they haven't gone through the TPD allocation yet. Is that the right understanding?
I think we'll maybe need that as a comment, but maybe get Bob to kick me under the table here. The really would be is after the cluster study, you get the posting, that starts to trigger also some of the are you in the LGIA starting and those components. I was envisioning, but I could be wrong, and I'll turn to Bob, is when you start getting that cluster study, who has posted, who is staying in, that's kind of then you into the restudy and components. But I look to Bob as to with the TPD allocation, be like Sanjay is saying, is it wouldn't be until year 3 for the upper cluster, or could the TPD allocation be occurring kind of in year 2 for the cluster study that just finished in the upper one? Sanjay, that's a good question. I think we'll have to kind of take that back, and if you want to put that in writing, I think that would be helpful as well.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, we have just a couple more online before we come back to the room questions. Pars Energy is next. Go ahead. You might be double muted. We can't hear you yet. Okay, let's go to Alan Combs and we'll come back to Pars Energy.
Yes. Guys hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, I have a question with respect to relationship between the study area and the zones that the ISO is planning to define. Are you going to divide the study areas into different zones, or are you going to redefine the entire state by zone?
I think we've identified as to we have the zones that we use in the planning, which is consistent with the interconnection and the interconnection areas. When you get into the zones, there's effectively subzones that are created by the constraints, and those constraints identified in the transmission capability limits, and those are then defined really based upon the transmission system within that zone. And that's why we're providing the information of what point of interconnections that we've studied are behind each of the constraints, as well as behind each of the constraints, how much TPD allocation is. So you have the overall zone, and then you have kind of the subzones that are created based upon the constraints. And that's what I walked through in detail on the December 18th stakeholder meeting.
Yes, so in terms of moving your project, you're still limited within the study area?
Within the study area, correct? I believe that's correct.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, Alan Combs. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Shane O'Brien with IPA. Just a quick question on the comprehensiveness of the data. I know that you guys are planning on publishing like bus lists and stuff for the deliverability zones. Is that going to be mostly based off of, I mean, it sounds like it's going to be mostly based off of previous analysis. I just want to understand, you know, for buses that perhaps have not been included, you know, in a previous request, not been previously studied, would you guys be able to provide clarity on like which gen zone that would presumably fall under? Because that's always kind of been like a black hole, if you will, understanding which regions those untested.
Well, that's the intent in terms of for the zones themselves to provide the list of substations for the zone.
Okay. I knew that you had said that a lot of it was going to be based off the previous study work, and I just want to make sure that it could also include other potential locations that maybe weren't previously tested and requested.
That's where in terms of we can only provide really what has been assessed. The models are available, and so if you're looking at them and the constraints, and you're looking at the POIs that are identified behind the constraints, you'll have to look at in terms of taking that information and with the base case themselves that's available from cluster 14, kind of what is or the TPD allocation or whichever as we go forward, but that where you're looking at, if it hasn't been studied, having to do some engineering yourselves as well. And like I say, the information is available, just like the heat map. Like I say, FERC did indicate as to the information is there and it's in base cases, and you can do your own studies, but the intention is to make as much available, kind of consistent, and that's we're making available what we have studied, where, and the information. And like I say, those base cases are available as well for you to do more in-depth studies as required for those.
Yeah, I think the challenge has been is that the generation zones that each substation bus and in the nodal models you guys published is not clearly represented. And so I guess maybe just to rephrase the question, how would you guys handle a request for a project that doesn't fall into the defined zones then?
When we're looking at those and available capability, we'll have to do assessment in terms of on those at the time when we're doing kind of what is available and what is in that cluster when it comes at that time period. And so that it'd be using the same information that's available to you currently.
Yeah, maybe this could be a separate request and not related directly to the separate, but I've been asking for a while, like years, if there could be like a comprehensive list that easily identified which substations are within which zones. And so maybe that can't be done in time for this effort, but if that could be made available at some point, that would be appreciated.
Well, for the zones themselves, as to the previous map, those we are going to make available, yes. And I indicated that, and that's what's targeted to be between between the end of February and March, or middle of March, is those substations that are in the interconnection area and the zones themselves. So.
Okay, and then Alan put their question in the chat. The question I would like the CAISO to confirm is that CAISO will conduct its reassessment in 2024, even though it will not be initiating any phase 1 studies for cluster 15. Then will reassessment reports be made available, which impacts TPD available to cluster 14 and earlier, as well as eventual headroom for cluster 15?
We are intending to do a reassessment. The timing and starting of that has implications for cluster 14 with posting requirements. And I'm going to look at Bob again to make sure that's right. It's July 1st. There's secure periods. And so sometime after the having that information, basically with the cluster study or the reassessment itself. So yes, we are, and then we'll have reassessment reports available after that, just like we've previously.
Okay, one last question in the queue, and then we can go to the room. So from Nikos, is the timeline in the slide representative? So the queue window will open in June going forward, and LGIA will take around 2.5 years after IR, assuming restudy.
Well, this is based upon what we looked at for a start period, looking to get it so it starts after the TPP approved, so that we can get just like the TPP in the previous allocations. And then the timeline of this is based upon the times that are identified in FERC Order 2023 for the various components of the request window, exchange, cluster study, when we have in terms of the joint results meeting, the restudy, when it would start, and interconnection facility study. So that schedule, once you get the starting, is based upon the timeline that kind of is outlined in FERC Order 2023.
Okay, well, let's go to Kathleen in the room.
Great, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I want to echo what Rayanne said. I really appreciate this level of detail. It's incredibly helpful to get us thinking about the brass tacks and doing it together, our arms locked, which I really like that analogy. So I'm going to try to work it in all I can.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate that it's helpful. Internally, it's helpful as well to ourselves, to how do we articulate and how do we have these kind of discussions without having this. So that was the intent of getting this into this, the draft final proposal, and then having discussion on it.
And it's deeply appreciated. So I want to acknowledge that. With that said, it's a lot to process quickly. I know you've gotten a lot of questions already. I have questions. I'm not posing any of those questions today. But I did want to make an ask because I do want to get to the other conversations that we need to have today. But I wanted to make an ask of what would be really helpful to continue working on this together. And to understand it really is, I think, a big part of it, to see if there are suggestions we can make, is if we could consider doing something like a very informal office hour, virtual, literally an hour for Q&A, kind of asking all these detailed questions out, and that way we can keep moving on with more of the policy discussions at some point. But there are technical questions I'd like to invite my actual interconnection staff who want to join and ask their own questions, who may not participate in these kinds of venues. So if you would consider something like an hour in the next few weeks, that would be very helpful.
Are you, I'll turn to Danielle in just one second. Are you meaning particularly on this slide here?
Yes, I mean particularly on this draft timeline, because we do have questions about how to interpret this, how it would function, but they're very technical. And so I'd like to see if it's possible just to have an informal hour for Q&A at some point.
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about that internally. I do want to put a little bit more of a disclaimer on this, where this is kind of a generic timeframe right now. I mean, we are still working through the timelines that we'll have to go through with Order 2023 compliance. So I think we want to continue to have this discussion and know all of your considerations so we can be sure that we're getting the timing and sequencing right, but also don't
get married to it. I understand.
Yeah, this is the beginning of that discussion, I think. So we can continue talking about it.
I think that would be great. I do see some potential, I do see some room for things to move. And so I don't want to make those suggestions in written comments or verbally until I really understand what this timeline means. But I specifically see some stuff in April and May of the year too, just to flag for you. That is where my eyes are drawn. But if we can continue to talk about it in a more informal setting, that way we can kind of focus on more of the higher level policy. But there's definitely some stuff in that timeframe that is of particular interest to try to refine.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I'll just put it this way, putting it together and trying to work with, and that's why having to put it in this kind of format as opposed to just in an Excel saying these dates are different things, was as you move one thing, how does that impact something else? And that's the visual of having to do this kind of in this fashion.
Okay, we have no other questions in queue.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff. And before we move on to the next section, I just want to give everyone a reminder that I sent the attendee list out to the virtual audience, so that's available in the chat.
Thanks, Isabella. Okay, so we'll jump into some more elements of the proposal. Thanks again to Jeff and Bené and Robert, who've been working a lot on this with the team. We got a lot of questions for clarification around how the zonal approach and this kind of new process that we're talking about in terms of projects proceeding to the study process how we would treat FCDS, PCDS, and energy-only projects. So we wanted to kind of clarify that up front. The intent right now is for us to have all these different types of projects have to meet the same requirements: site control requirements, entry fees, study deposits, assessments, et cetera. And then each of these types of projects would move to the scoring process and compete in the same manner. The way we view energy-only resources is that they would be able to kind of go into the study process if they have a score high enough to for them to enter into the 150% zonal cap, or 150% kind of group. But because that cap is based on TPD capacity, those projects wouldn't actually increase the cap, or they wouldn't crowd out other projects from competing. So we would then move forward with those projects in the 150% of the zone. But in order to prevent that from becoming a way to circumvent the rest of the process, or having to meet other criteria, we did make some changes to how we would allocate TPD to make sure that those projects actually have an intent of proceeding as energy-only projects, and they would only be able to then seek TPD once they're commercially online. So I see a couple questions in the room already. I've got Jasmine and Brian. So go ahead, Jasmine.
Jasmine from AES, thank you. I was wondering, for energy-only resources, why would they have to go through the scoring process if they're not going to be included as part of the 150% cap? So, is there a cap to it, or why are we scoring?
They will be included in the 150% in terms of the number of projects that get studied, but they get included as basically having 0 TPD. So they don't crowd out other projects in terms of the capacity number that the 150% is based on, but we would study, those projects would move forward into the study process.
But would they be, after they're scored, are you guys scoring energy-only projects and having them compete with the TPD projects?
Yes, so they would all be scored together, and the energy-only projects would have to score high enough to be included in, as we're looking at the set of applicants, we're going to be taking the highest scores and moving them into the 150% until we hit 150%.
But if it happens to be energy only, then they won't count towards the TBD cap.
Yeah, so it still will move into the study process, but it won't really increase the number of projects that were, let's see, that's not a clear way of saying it. It will move into the study process, but it won't prohibit other projects from moving forward as well, because it doesn't have any capacity associated with it.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Bob, do you have a better way of explaining that? Okay.
Thank you.
See a little bit of head scratching in the room, so I just want to make sure that's okay. Anyone on the, oh, sorry, Brian. Go ahead.
This is Brian Corpix with New Leaf Energy. So that was my question as well. If I can just clarify. So, sorry, if there are projects that score lower that would be above the 150% available capacity cap that are energy only, those would not proceed to be studied.
Right. The scoring is the first step that every project has to go through, and we're looking at the highest scores as a means to move projects into the 150% group. And so you have to have the score first that enables you to get into that group. From there, we'll look at things like DFACs and the auction, but the score is what we look at, whether you're a TPD project or FCDS project or energy only project.
And just thinking through that, so I mean, the score is gonna, for each zone, the score that lets you in will be different. Should we think through having an absolute score for energy only projects about whether or not they can advance the study?
Why would you do that? What would the goal be?
Because we're trying to limit the amount of studies that the CAISO performs, correct? But for energy-only projects, it just seems like if they're not competing for that available deliverability, why should the score be different in each zone?
Because they still have to be ready to move through the process. They still have to meet, a certain threshold or demonstrate readiness to advance. Because presumably they want to interconnect as an energy-only resource. So we're holding them to the same standards and to the same level of competition that we're holding all the other projects. We want to not incentivize projects to go energy only just as a means to get into the cap. So that's why we proposed the change to the TPD allocation process. But we haven't seen a lot of energy only projects come online or compete in the queue. With that said, the IRP portfolios or the CPUC portfolios do show some energy only projects. And so we want to continue to create a pathway or to maintain a pathway for them to move into this interconnection process. So this was sort of the way that we proposed to balance that. Yeah, Brian.
Brian Rahman with Z Global. So this is a good point. This really has to do with energy-only projects. We've seen a pretty large uptick in the number of distribution level projects. So coming in under the utility WDAT system, they're energy-only by nature. You used to produce, and I know we're wanting to limit the number of studies, but you guys used to produce a distributed generation deliverability study every year, which for many years was quite fruitful in allowing a lot of these energy-only projects to actually proceed. A lot of them need capacity. And so this seems to shut them out a bit. Are you guys going to revamp that study process for distributed generation so that they have an opportunity?
This is Bob Emmert. Just to clarify, we do allow WDAP projects to be studied for deliverability. So the projects that are interconnecting to the distribution system of the PTOs can get full capacity delivery status now. We, in the past, have had basically two options then, where that was the one option. Then there's another option, which is the DGD, the distributed generation deliverability process. And that has been based off of the amount that would be made available for the DGD amounts within the various zones has been based on the PUC's portfolio, where they used to put a certain amount of capacity that would be distributed generation. In the last few portfolios, they have not added to the past amounts. So we've already basically allocated out everything they've provided in previous portfolios, and they haven't added to it any new ones. So the process is still ongoing, but there's just no capacity to give out in it at this point in time.
Okay, so it's really more of an issue we should take up with the PUC and how they're looking at it.
If you want them to designate more distributed generation that should be deliverable, that would be one way to approach it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Kathleen, and then we have one more hand in the room and then some more hands online.
Thank you, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. The comment that Newleaf brought up I thought was really insightful as I was trying to process this, because the way that we've received it, which could be a clarity, so I wanted to ask this question to make sure if there's a need for some clarification, then that would be useful. But the way that we received it was scoring an energy-only project, but then not limiting any energy-only projects is kind of it doesn't seem to have any practical implication in reality. And yes.
Okay, I think there is a clarification. So let me stop you there and try to clarify. So we have 10 projects, right? Their scores are 100, 99, 98, 97, down. Energy only project gets a 97 score. So we take 100, we take 99, we take 98, we take the energy only 97, then we take 96, 95. Those may be FCDS projects until we're at 100% or 150% of capacity. So we're not allowing an energy only project that has a low score into the study process. we are only allowing the highest scoring projects in, whether FCDS or energy only first. Does that help clarify?
I think so. One more follow-up. And the rolling calculation of using up the 150% cap only includes the FCDS resources as we roll through. So the sum of all of those FCDS and energy only could be more than 150, well, will be more in megawatt amount, but you're only calculating 150% for the FCDS ones that are above that cutoff you mentioned.
Right. Is that, Bob, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Just an obvious statement. The TPD that we're benchmarking the 150% off of is the capacity needed to make a project fully deliverable, which an energy-only project would not be utilizing. So there's no reason to include them in that calculation, but we still need to make sure that they are scoring high enough to be included within the study process. So kind of what sets the threshold is that last project or group of projects that have the lowest score that can get in. If an energy-only project has a score better than that, they can get in.
That clarification is really helpful. And so take that back. When I heard New Leaf mention a minimum, I think what you just described does apply a minimum in a certain way. And I can explain why, because the other alternative implementation would be to say, process the FCDS ones first, up to 150%. The score, the FCDS project score that hits the 150%, let's say that's 40. Let's say it's 40. Energy-only projects would have to have a score higher than 40 under like a minimum score concept. In practice, what you just described should be consistent with that.
So I think the distinction is there's going to be, if we successfully have gotten to the level of granularity that we want for the scoring criteria, that the minimum score for each zone is going to be different, right? So like one zone may have 65. Yeah. So the energy only projects have to be above the minimum score that moves over into the study, into the 150% of the study process.
Yeah, no, this is helpful for me. This was our concern. So I think that resolves my concern with how this would be implemented.
Okay, great, helpful. Sushant? We'll try to add some clarity around that when we move to the final proposal. Is there another? Oh, sorry, Grant. Go ahead.
Thanks. This is Grant Glazer with Emanate Energy. Just to pick up on this and try and understand, I think, the implications of the proposal as it's designed, or maybe why it's designed. I'm curious, what's the impact of including additional, or what would be the impact of including additional energy-only projects beyond the 150% cap? Specifically, if they're not seeking deliverability, then I guess I'm not sure what they would take away from projects in the study phase, or what impact they would have on the rest of the cluster in the study phase. If you like added, I don't know, in your example, Danielle, like a project that scored a 50 or a 20 into that list if it's energy only.
Well, I think it risks having more projects in the queue that are not as ready as other projects. So, we're trying to have a process that we can equally apply to all projects that does, even though the bar is going to be different in every zone, it does set a bar in every zone for how ready those projects need to be. And so if we have less viable energy only projects in the queue, I don't think that serves anyone either, though it may not be an overly burdensome study process for us. Bob?
Yeah, let me just add that as we develop the TPD allocation process and at risk of getting into that, we'll be talking about that later, but energy only projects can only get an allocation TPD if they come online. And so we're trying to set it up to where we shouldn't see a lot of energy only projects. There's not a lot of procurement going on for energy only projects. And if an energy only project can't come in kind of the back door late and get a PPA and say, well, my PPA needs an allocation, we'll give you one the way we do now. we're hoping that we won't see a lot of energy-only projects. We don't see, without the procurement requesting energy-only projects, why would energy-only projects come in? There is a risk that if you get too many of them, that while they don't impact the deliverability network upgrades, they can impact the reliability network upgrades and short circuit duty and so forth. So they can have an impact on other projects. So we're trying to set it up that we didn't want to eliminate energy-only projects, but we want to set it up in a manner that we shouldn't see a bunch of them. So if the way that we've set this up may have a different result in your mind, I'd like to hear about it.
I just want to modify that. It's not that we're trying to limit energy-only projects because of anything about an energy-only project. It's just that we're trying to have the number of energy-only projects reflect the need and viability of energy-only projects.
Yeah, thanks. This is helpful context. And just to drill down on the clarification, Bob, I think you answered what I was asking, which was like, what are the system impacts that energy-only projects would have? Like, can you restate that or specifically say how those would show up in the models?
And every project has to be studied for reliability. Okay, so if you see a bunch of energy-only projects that could start triggering some reliability network upgrades that without those energy-only projects may not have occurred, that it can impact other projects interconnecting in the same zone, same area, same, same substation, those type of things. There's the short circuit duty impacts. They contribute to those as well. So there is an impact of having energy-only projects within a study area.
I saw two more hands now in the room. I have Sushant and Abhishek.
Sushant Barve from Clearway Energy. Bob, on energy only, trying to limit them to a reasonable number, do you think that runs slightly counter to what we see in portfolios where there is a much higher amount of energy only required to meet the portfolio? By doing this, are we limiting their number to where we may not be prepared to meet the portfolio? Or do you think the 150% cap itself somehow takes care of it?
If I can maybe start, I think we're just trying to make sure that those projects are viable and that those are held to the same viability requirements as FCDS standards. So it's treatment that's aligned with the resource portfolios in the same way that FCDS treatment would be.
And I would add that our current cluster has, the queue has a lot of energy-only projects. There's no shortage of energy-only projects, and I don't see a shortage in the future that within the process of allocation that at some point, if projects don't get an allocation, they are converted to energy-only. So I don't see that there's ever going to be enough energy-only projects to meet the needs within the CPUC requirements.
Well, hopefully if this scoring works, then very few projects would have to convert to energy only due to lack of TPD, right? Because we are designing it up front where viable projects should get TPD. And so I'm wondering if...
Well, can I just speak to that a bit?
Sure.
Right now, there's enough to hand out to the 100% level, but we're going to have 50% more than that level in every single area. So that's 50% in cluster X. You get to cluster X plus 1, there's another 50%. And that builds over time. And so I think there will be a lot of projects that will be converting to energy only. Once you go through the study process, being that we have a less number of projects competing than we do now, trying to get an allocation or trying to get a PPA, I think projects are going to be in a mode of wanting to stick out as far as they can, trying to market their projects, trying to get that allocation and trying to get the PPA. So that 50%, I imagine, will build year after year to where we have a significant amount of projects in the queue that are still available to get full capacity delivery status. And then once they get converted to energy only, time will tell how many of those decide to withdraw at that point or stick around. But I think there'll be there's a potential for a lot of projects to continue in the queue.
Thanks.
Okay, let's go to Susan Schneider.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I had a couple of questions. Where it says the energy-only projects would not be eligible to seek TPD, and thinking about the earlier statement you made where the intake limits would be for cluster 15 plus, the projects that are already in the queue, would they, and that are energy only, would they still be able to be eligible to seek a TPD allocation? And I'm thinking in particular about projects in the north where they knew that there wouldn't be too much capacity available this TPD allocation, but might be working toward a PPA, for example, in the next allocation, knowing that there may be some upgrades approved in the north in this TPP. So my question is that last bullet, does that apply only to cluster 15 plus or 15 and after, or would projects who were in the queue and thought they might still have a chance to do this, would they still be allowed to come in and seek a TPD allocation?
Susan, it was a little hard to hear you. You sounded a little muffled, but I think you were asking if we would apply that TPD allocation change to projects in cluster 14 and prior, or if it would only be used for cluster 15 and beyond. Is that right?
Yes, and particularly that last bullet that's on the slide.
We're anticipating that the new allocation procedures that we're proposing would apply to all projects, not just cluster 15 forward.
Okay, so projects that are currently in the queue that are energy only would also not be eligible to seek a TPD allocation.
That's correct.
Okay, we'll put this in comments, but I think you do have some projects up in the north. Like I said, they didn't come into this allocation process necessarily because they knew there wasn't a lot of capacity approved in the last TPP, but they are expecting, you know, they are working towards something in the next cycle, knowing that there is something coming in potentially in this TPP. So we'll put that in comments, but I think you might maybe at least give them one last chance to come in to the extent they're already working on something to come in the next cycle. So anyway, that is sort of a retroactive change to projects that are currently in the queue that might have thought they had another chance to do this. So anyway, I'll leave that just as a comment. My other question is whether projects that are coming into zones, you know, that are taking the merchant deliverability, aka option D path, and coming into a zone that does not have available capacity right now. Again, same kind of issue I think with the current TPP process. Would they have also be subject to scoring? How do you do a cutoff of 150% of nothing? What are your thoughts about projects that might come into an area that does not currently have available TPD, but you know, obviously with some expectation that perhaps it might be there in the future?
Hey, Susan, we're going to take that question a little bit later when we talk through the merchant pathway.
Okay,
but it's a good
all right,
question. We'll flag it.
Okay, so is the cutoff? I'm willing to wait, but is the cutoff then not based on scoring, but on something else, or is there a cutoff?
Susan, there is no scoring that is going to be occurring in a merchant zone.
Okay, and is there any limit of how many applications you'll accept for study in those zones?
No, there's no limit. But again, let's hold off on these questions to when we actually go over that section.
Okay, I'm happy to wait. Thank you very much. That's all I had.
Okay, let's go to Songjit.
Hi, Bob. I kind of have same questions as Susan Schneider had. I'll phrase it a little bit. So in the merchant zone, are you going to allow energy only applications? So if there's no transmission available, could the IR proceed as energy only?
I have to admit that as I look at the proposal, we didn't really cover that. We only talked about energy only projects within zones that actually have TPD available. So by default, the paper is saying, no, we wouldn't allow energy only projects in those areas. But I think we need to, I'd like to hear some comments on that. And
Yeah, I'm
Not
thinking
necessarily
we
now,
should
but
have
in
a
the
minimum,
paper.
like a viability requirement for the EO in those zones, let them go through if they are actually viable. Then regarding the last bullet, I think the reason you in the paper you explained you do this because you don't want the EO projects to go around the scoring system, the process. Then for those initially they went through the scoring and even the auction, they got studied, but there's no sufficient, there's no deliverability through the allocation. They were converted to energy only. Why can't they seek TPD again when they have a PPA or shortlisted?
Well, let's defer these questions until we actually get into TBD allocation discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Nritya.
Guru from PG&E. Are you all able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I had a concern with EO projects not coming under the 150% cap. I think I put that in the chat before, and I just want to reiterate. So there are two separate points. One is that the reliability studies do not really distinguish between the SCDS projects or PCDS or EO projects. So we're going to be seeing a lot more projects in that same zone. And that kind of goes against what CAISO planned to do with the IPE when we were trying to reduce the number of projects we're studying to something that actually makes, that goes with the capacity in the area. And another thing is with the FERC Order 2023 mandates of 150 cluster day time periods for studying the entire cluster, it doesn't help PTOs to study more projects that may not eventually go on to become COD, commercial, that may not go on to reach COD. In the draft paper itself, I think ISO mentions that EO projects very rarely go on to achieve COD. Then I guess my question is, why are we then providing a path for increasing the number of projects to be studied, especially projects that are EO?
So I think it's important that it's a good point, and please note that in your comments, but I think it's important that we continue to maintain a means for energy only projects to enter the cap. And the way that we're proposing doing it should assure a higher level of project viability for those projects as well, and ensure that those projects are actually serious about developing as energy only projects, since they won't be able to achieve TPD allocate or receive a TPD allocation until they're online. But if you have alternative ways, we're open to them.
I'm sorry. So I think we should still count them towards the 150% cap. So then the only way they reach, get studied is if they have enough points. And if that means they're, you know, as they have as much as a chance of the other projects to get ahead in the process. So not including them in the 150% cap kind of gives them an advantage over here.
Okay, but just to clarify again, that we are planning to have them have the same minimum score per zone as every other project. So they need to compete on project viability in the same way that an FCDS project would.
I understand. But then if I have same points for an EO project and a SCDS project, and there's just one bay position left in the substation, then which project gets it?
Okay, it's a point that we can continue to consider. Bob, do you want to say something?
Well, I think we'd be doing the same consideration the way we do now, that if there's more projects that need, then we have bay positions for, then we end up building another substation to accommodate them.
Right. And then if CAISO is accepting that EO projects rarely go on to COD, then why are we building a new substation for a project which may never go on to COD?
Well, we're not building anything until projects actually enter into the generation interconnection agreement. So we're planning, or we're designing them and costing them out, but we're not actually building them.
Okay, thank you. We'll be sure to put this in our comments.
Oh, okay, let's go to Loic.
That was just made. I mean, I think the paradigm has changed a little bit, and we're going to see more EO projects based on the need we have in California. So I think the path you put forward is appreciated, and I think maybe there's a bit of a misunderstanding on the standard that EO project will have to reach. Based on what I've heard this morning, is they still will have to have a score higher than the lowest FCDS project that get into the study. So I think that they'll be held to the same standard as it relate to viability. So I think the approach you put forward seems reasonable, and I want to make sure that we don't look historical data as it relate to EO only, because things have changed drastically, and we're likely to see significantly more EO projects in the future.
Okay, thank you. We did have a request in the room for a break, but we're also about an hour behind schedule. So we're going to continue to press forward. If you all need a break, please feel free to take one, or feel free to stretch in the room. That's fine. It won't bother us. But we'll continue to move forward. If you wouldn't mind advancing the next slide, Isabella, that'd be great. We can move into the prioritization of projects as they advance to the study process. And next slide again, please. Okay. So this is where I think we'll probably all need to roll up our sleeves a little bit. We made some adjustments to the proposed scoring criteria. Again, these criteria are designed to rank interconnection requests by zone based on readiness. And we're seeking to balance some degree, an important degree of objectivity. We don't want to be making subjective decisions on a project's readiness. We're looking for really binary criteria, really. You either have it or you don't, and you get points for it if you have it, and you don't get points for it if you don't. But we're also trying to create opportunities for more granularity in scoring to avoid having too many ties that need to advance to either a evaluation of defects or an auction. So again, this scoring criteria is going to be the first, well, after site control, kind of the first screen that a project will have to go through to advance into the study process. We're proposing still a cap of 150% of available transmission capacity within each zone for projects to advance to, and a project that crosses the 150% available transmission capacity threshold will be studied in its entirety. That's a clarification that I think some of you had sought after the last revised straw proposal. So we're not going to suggest reducing a project if it is the project that hits that 150% threshold. We would then just study the entire project. We've proposed the same three categories of indicators of readiness. We have commercial interest, project viability, and system need. Each category has a maximum availability of 100 points. They're weighted more evenly. We had a lot of feedback and concern that there was maybe too much focus and too much weight placed on the commercial interest and LSE point allocation. So we reduced that down to 30%, and the two other categories are at 35%. So hopefully this seeks to rebalance everything in a way that is acceptable to some stakeholders, but we'll look forward to feedback on that. And then Isabella, if you could advance to the next slide as well, that would be great. Okay, so I'll talk first about the commercial readiness or commercial interest criteria. We have two different factors here. The first is the LSE allocation point process, which we did include in the revised straw proposal. We got some feedback on it. It was initially proposed by a group of LSEs as a means to be able to provide input on their interest in a project without necessarily requiring a PPA or evidence of shortlist or things like that, that I know there was a lot of anxiety around having to have early in the interconnection process. So we heard that and are proposing a system where LSEs are encouraged to go out and issue requests for information or requests for offers to gather project information prior to the interconnection window so that they can get the necessary information on individual projects that they may have an interest in. That would be additional information to what's just in the interconnection request. So this is where the developers can have conversations with potential off-takers about their project, give them a sense of, location, how it fits into their portfolio, initial pricing, things like that, that won't be included in the interconnection request. And then during the interconnection window, the LSEs would actually go through the process of ranking each of the projects and assigning them points. We proposed about the same methodology that we had in the revised draw proposal, where it would be based on the percent of capacity allocated to the LSEs. And then there would be a weighting factor of 35% so that LSEs aren't awarding their total capacity to every project. There's some competition in that process. And then if an LSE is interested in, say, 50% of the capacity from a given project, then that project would get a score of 50. And that would be added to their score when we look at the responses from the LSEs. So that's the first element of this. The second element of this is that we heard that there was interest in having a pathway for contracts with commercial off-takers who may not be LSEs, commercial and industrial customers and things like that. So we did include a category that's just 25 points. Either you have it or you don't, if you're able to provide a signed affidavit indicating and affirming that you have commercial interest from a procurement division of one of these non-LSE off-takers. We recognize that the total points available here looks like it's 125. If your point is allocated entirely to, if you get the full 100 points from the LSE allocation, because you won't see that, and you show a signed affidavit indicating the 25 points in addition, we would just give you a score of 100. So you can't go above 100. If you want to go out and, if you have interest and you want to get the 25 points, we won't stop you from doing that. It won't hurt you. But the maximum point value here is 100. I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
There's one question from Loic.
Okay.
Yeah, on that topic, can an entity go seek multiple non-LSE interests and get, for example, 4, signed affidavits indicating commercial interest and gather 4 times 25 points for a total of 100?
That's not how we proposed it. We proposed it just if you have 1 signed letter, you would get 25 points. And if you have 2 signed letters, you would get 25 points.
Okay.
But we can clarify that and are open to comment on it as well.
Thank you. And you, as you indicated a bit earlier, the total cap of that section is still 100, so you cannot get to 125. But you could get 75 for an LSE and 25 for a non-LSE for a total of 100, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, I think, in just more of a comment than a question here, I think that the concern we initially had with the signed PPA, for example, remain present for that section. It seems that the bar to get, an affidavit from non-LSE, and I think you're specifically stating it has to be some, the bar seems to be pretty low, and it seems to be something relatively easy to gather that may not truly show a commitment of interest by that non-LSE entity. So I think in our comment, we certainly express our concern, not with the allowing that allocation to take place, but rather, the threshold you put in view of the other more restrictive option we've considered.
Okay, thanks. Please put that in your comments too.
Okay, let's go to Gary Holdsworth.
I am unmuted, I believe.
Hey, Adrian, do you hear that ringing noise? Is that something?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from now myself.
Okay.
Okay, Gary Holdsworth, San Diego. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. This was more a comment than anything, and I don't know if it's been addressed. Historically, there's been somewhat of a less one-to-one correspondence between projects that are submitted into renewable procurement programs and the interconnection queue, meaning, you know, they have different names, they have different megawatt values, phases of projects, et cetera, could be bid into different procurement processes and things like that. Is this trying to, will this of necessity try to make those more congruous in that, you know, it has to be a 20 megawatt project or a 200 megawatt project, not for, you know, 20 megawatt projects or what have you. Just curious about, will this of necessity mean that the procurement side and the interconnection side projects have to sync up better? Thanks.
That's a good question. I think the way we've been thinking about it is that it certainly means that the interconnection customers and the procurement sides of the LSCs, sorry, everyone in the room is slowly going crazy and looking at me to signal that things might fall apart. But we'll try to fix the dinging. So the idea was to encourage more of the interaction between the commercial between the off-takers and the project developers or interconnection customers. Not necessarily to encourage more engagement between the interconnection side of a PTO and the procurement side of a PTO, if that makes sense. I think it's more the market interaction and making sure that the projects in the interconnection queue are going to satisfy procurement requirements at each of the utilities or LSEs.
Hey, Adrian, can you mute all the panelists except for the room?
Yeah, everyone is muted except for the room, or whoever. Everyone that has a audio line set up is muted.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Fernando Cornejo, please.
Fernando, if you're talking, you may have just been muted.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, now we can.
Wonderful, thank you. Just a couple of questions. First of all, I'd like to thank the CAISO for the great work and the detailed additional incremental revisions as part of the draft final proposal. I know it reflects a lot of good stakeholder feedback, and just want to commend the CAISO for the work done thus far. But as far as my specific questions, in terms of slide 16, on the non-LSC interest topic, is there any potential concerns from the CAISO that at some point in time, if we start seeing a lot of the non-LSC off-takers exercising or submitting affidavits, that it will significantly dilute the LSC's actual point system, given that it's two different criteria or bases for assigning points? One, you've got a relative load share, and then in the case of non-LSCs, you've got a signed affidavit. Is there any potential concerns that that second mechanism, the non-LSC interest, would significantly reduce or dilute the value of the LSC's points, I guess is my question, is the first question.
I think this is sorry, now there's an echo. But this is an initial proposal. I think there's, we do want to make sure that we strike the right balance in terms of, you know, expectations for entry into the 150% study process. So if you all have comments on the scoring and the points allocations, we would invite those in comments.
Yeah, I think we may. I haven't fully vetted it or discussed it internally, but just one initial observation or impression is obviously there's two different criteria for assigning points that are not equal, and just concerned potentially that if you start having too many LSCs, non-LSCs being able to submit some form of a signed affidavit indicating interest, that if at any point that could actually overwhelm the points that the LSCs are receiving, would be something to consider. And then I guess the second point is not completely clear. I mean, on the off-taker issue, I know we're focused here on the 150% of available deliverability from a LSC standpoint, how would that factor into this here where you start talking about corporate or non-LSC off-takers that don't have the same RA requirements as the LSCs do?
Yeah, we did consider that, and that's why we initially proposed a lower points value. But, you know, again, it was a proposal. So if there are additional concerns on that, feel free to comment. I think Bob's got something to say too.
Okay.
I will just add, this is Bob Emmert, that, you know, within IPE 2021, we did allow non-LSC off-takers to be able to get an allocation. So that door has already been opened, and we've already had a project that come in that was procured by a corporate entity that ended up getting an allocation for the project. So we already do have that capability. So this is just kind of pairing up with that.
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for the reminder. In that case, is the corporate off-taker required to divest of its RA, or I can't recall, there was additional conditions imposed on that in that situation in the IPE 2021.
Right, there is a requirement that if at the time they get their allocation, if they cannot demonstrate that they actually have a contract to sell off the RA capacity to an entity that needs RA, then they will have to post a pretty significant deposit until at some time that they can actually demonstrate that.
So they're on the hook for some financial amount until the actual deliverability is somehow transferred, sold, whatever the proper word is, changed to an LLC with that RA requirement. Is that the existing requirement?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thanks, Danielle and Bob. Appreciate the feedback. And we'll likely address some of these points in our comments, but thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have a couple questions in the room.
We have one from Igor. Anyone else?
Okay, so that got answered. Okay, so we have we got a couple more questions.
Sorry. Thanks. Chris Devon, Terrigen. Just a clarification on this non-LSC interest piece on the energy-only projects. Are they eligible to get this points for the scoring criteria piece? Because going back to that earlier discussion about how you're still going to score them.
Yes, they would be,
Okay.
as proposed.
Thank you.
Sorry, now we can go to the phone.
Okay, we've got Ryan Tracy on the phone.
I want to echo the comments that really appreciate CAISO's work on getting this proposal together. I know it's a little bit complicated, but I think it's really going to prove valuable in getting the projects that LSCs need forward. I had two questions. One was, I know that the CAISO is encouraging LSCs to do an RFI to collect information, but I was curious if you planned on setting kind of a minimum level of information that you do expect to distribute to all LSCs, you know, things like what's in the current interconnection queue report, but perhaps also adding the developer name or some other potential attributes that, you know, just provide a more holistic data set for things that might not come through the RFI process. My second question was, I noticed, you know, one of the big changes from the draft was the elimination of the non-PUC jurisdictions getting, if they had a preferred resource, getting a pass through this. So I was curious on some commentary on what led to that change.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. So to your first question was, can you remind me of that?
Yes, the kind of what level of data will be provided to help with if for LSCs to supplement with the RFI process? Is it
yes, thank you for that. So this is something that we would appreciate some feedback on, especially in terms of what would be helpful information. As we looked through timelines, you know, the timeline for providing this information is tight. And so the way we've proposed it is that we would request this information actually during the interconnection request window or at the end of the interconnection request window. That's just because the new timeline simply doesn't afford us a lot of days in between different steps of the process. But we want you to have the ability to make sound decisions about how you're awarding. I'm sorry, we want the LSCs to be able to award points based on how they're making decisions, and we want to give interconnection customers the ability to make that information available as well. I think the maximum that what we know we can provide is probably just a list of interconnection queue numbers so that that matching process can be, so that everyone knows who's in the queue. But that'll be kind of rolling in on the same time horizon.
Well, this is Bob Arndt with the ISO. Just to be clear, we weren't planning on publicizing any information on projects for LSCs to have to consider. We thought about that. It was something we thought might be a good way of handling it, but within the FERC order requirements, FERC order 2023, we don't think we have enough time to actually have a process where projects put in their information into the queue. We give that information to the load serving entities so they can review that for their own purposes to award points. So we took that out of our process. And so essentially the load serving entities are going to have to be working with developers before the queue window opens so that they can determine which projects they want to work with. As far as what's in the queue, you know, these are only new projects. It's not relevant to projects that have already been studied in the queue that already have information that might be supplemented within the queue report. So that's where the process stands today.
Is real quick, is the thought, you know, kind of mechanistically to kind of keep that from getting too messy? I mean, is it, so the queue, like, is the expectation that when we go through our RFI process, we ask each developer for a queue number, and then when we submit to you guys, it's just a queue number and a number of points. There's no other kind of exchange of information.
Yeah, to be clear, there's no queue number given at this point in the process. So you would have to make sure that you're coordinating with the developer to where you're using the same name and you know, talking about the same project.
Okay.
Okay, one last hand. We have Pars Energy. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, Eddie Dadashti from Pars Energy. Looking at this table, it's highly unlikely that an LLC would express an interest on an energy-only project. So right off the bat, they can't achieve this, 30 points. Is that by design, or have you considered
It's not by design, but I understand that. They would also have access to points available from non-LSEs, which is part of the reason that we included the 25%. And it's not impossible to imagine an LSE awarding points to an energy-only project. I think it reflects the viability of the project, as Jason said.
The second question I have is, if an LSC expresses an interest on a project, are there under any obligation to contract with that project?
No.
Okay. That ends my questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Grant Glazer in the room.
Thanks. Grant Glazer, Emanate Energy. So the language here on LSC RFIs is that CAISO encourages the LSCs to run RFIs and urges them to, publish the criteria that they'll be using to make decisions on how they award points. Was there any consideration given to using, to requiring these basically, or like mandating some process?
I don't think we have the authority to do that.
Okay, even if they're points that you're awarding to the LSEs to award to projects in a CAISO interconnection process, is that still?
I'm not a lawyer, and I don't know if Bill or Sarah are on the line, but that's why we didn't require it.
And this is Bob. I would just add that there are over 40 LSEs in the ISO, and everybody's got their own process, and they can be pretty unique and different. So we didn't want to get into the process of trying to state how they ought to be running their own procedures for procurement. So bottom line is we can give people points, and if they want to run their own process and put points in for projects, they can do that. they don't want to do that, they don't have to. So it's up to the LSEs to decide how far down this road and how involved they want to get in this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Virginia Gross on the phone. Can we unmute Virginia, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. I have a question regarding a statement that was in the proposal relating to the non-LSE interest category. CAISO states in the proposal that they'll scrutinize the non-LSE commercial arrangement to ensure that the off-taker is procuring the capacity in a meaningful way. And so I had two questions about that. First, what does it mean? Like, how do you plan on doing that? And also, how would that apply to the EO project, the energy-only projects that would be applying?
So this is something that came from some discussion with our legal team. I think the issue is, as Bob mentioned earlier, we have allowed non-LSE off-takers to participate in the process in previous type initiatives. So this is kind of consistent with the way that we scrutinize PPAs already, which is it has to be open to the fact that there's sort of a changing landscape for procurement in California and in the ISO system. But we also have to make sure that we're enforcing anything that is not a genuine contractual arrangement, and it is more intended to circumvent the process. So it was easier for us to describe what it isn't than it is to describe what it is. And that's something that we have to continue to kind of enforce and review as interconnection request applications come in.
Okay, there's no other questions on the phones.
Okay, I don't see any more in the room either. So we'll move on to the next slide, please. I think we touched on this. So we described the LSE allocation process, and we can go to the next slide as well. Make sure you review that slide though, because there's some important information about how it's all going to work, including dates and recommendations for RFIs and things like that. So the full allocation election, this is a new addition to the proposal that is in consideration of, the same circumstances that we had been working through with the automatic inclusion of certain projects that were in a LRA, but not, if the LRA didn't have sufficient points to allocate toward that project. So rather than automatically including those projects, we've proposed that each LSE can choose one project that they can, per cluster cycle, that they can use to allocate to the full project megawatt size. So essentially giving that interconnection customer a score of 100. And they can they can elect to have this project receive the full 100 points. They can do this, LSEs can do this only for one full allocation election for one project per cycle. They cannot make this election for a project that exceeds more than 150% of their individual capacity allocation, not 150% of the zone. It's a different use of the 150 number. So just want to be clear about that. So an LSE has this points allocation, say they have 100 megawatts worth of projects or 100 points to allocate. They can't use this full allocation election for more than 150 points or 150 megawatts. And then the capacity awarded to these projects may exceed the 150% cap to advance to the study process. And this is consistent with how we've talked about studying other projects as well. The election and its limit applies both to CPUC jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional LSEs, but LSEs only, not to the non-LSEs. Any questions on that? Comments?
Okay, we do have a couple of hands in queue. Lisa Dowden.
Oh, wait a minute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Lisa Dowden, on behalf of the Northern California Power Agency. First of all, thank you for considering the needs of smaller LSCs. We appreciate the effort. We're still a little concerned with how this plays out for very small LSCs. NCPA usually uses the example of its smallest member, the city of Biggs, which has a load of peak of about 5 megawatts. Our concern is that for very small entities, a lot depends on the number of the amount of transmission capacity that you're starting with. If it's as high as the number CAISO used in its paper to do examples with, then the sort of load ratio share works for everybody. When you start getting down to really small entities, and if the number is significantly smaller, if you end up with like points for a half a megawatt, the 150% restriction lets them round up to 3/4 of a megawatt, which doesn't necessarily make it meaningful. So I guess our comment is that NCPA would continue to support the sort of minimum point concept we put forward in comments with the 6 cities, where it would be either load ratio share or for the very small entities, enough points to make it a meaningful allocation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the question in the room.
Hi, this is Justin Alvord with Power Flow Development. Just a general comment on this entire section. Based on past studies, the timeline and the timeline for transmission upgrades and that kind of thing, we're talking about projects that are going to be CODing around 2035 or so. So I just want to understand, is that the intent, to get commercial interest from LSEs for projects that are, looking to COD in 10, 11 years from now?
I think that's a reality that we're trying to account for. Ideally, there are projects that are available earlier that can sink in earlier, that can move through the process earlier, but we also have to acknowledge that there is a lot of generation already in our queue to select for those projects. So this is where, going back to the memorandum of understanding that we have with the agencies, this is where the resource planning and transmission planning should really be informing some of this longer term procurement that we expect the LSEs to be conducting.
Okay, we have 3 more hands online. Loic.
Just maybe a few clarification on that slide. So when you say they can elect one project, does that imply that that's the only project that can be supported? So in a sense, what I'm trying to get to is, can I use my points to sponsor a project, and the remaining points I have may not be sufficient to sponsor a full project? Would those remaining points fit into what you describe here and the ability once per cycle to support a full project?
Yes, I think that this is a firm proposal for just one project. If you're awarding a full 100 points to one project, then that can only be applied to one project.
Sorry, so my apology, just clarifying the statement. This only apply to the extent that the total number of projects you support in one cycle is 1, regardless of. So what I'm trying to get is, it's not another LSC that has significantly more points would not be able to use that with remaining points that may not be sufficient for a full project, but under that could allow to support a full project. That's kind of what I'm after. Is that really limited for folks that the allocation of points is not sufficient to support a full project?
Yes, that's
Yeah, I think what you're getting at is this is designed for if you don't have enough points for one project that you really want to see move forward. Not for, well, I've already nominated enough for 2 projects, but my third projects I don't have enough points for, so we'll be able to nominate the full amount for that third project. We're not proposing that, only for that first project that you would want to.
No, thank you. That's exactly what I was getting to, which makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that was the case. So maybe it's just if you don't have enough allocated points rather than points, maybe a good clarification. But thanks for the feedback.
Thanks.
Okay, we have a hand from Margaret McNall.
Thompson Coburn for the 6 cities. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks. I'd like to echo the concerns that Lisa has already articulated on behalf of NCPA. And I guess to go a bit further, we would be interested in seeing the CAISO provide examples of how its proposal would work for smaller LSEs. The smallest of the cities that I represent is the city of Banning, and trying to extrapolate based on what I understand Banning's load share to be, it looks like a city of that size would be eligible to receive a points allocation of something like 15 or 16%. Again, if you assume that the quantity of available capacity across the CAISO grid that you're starting with is the 45,000 that you include in the proposal. I guess with respect to the concept of being able to allocate a full 100 points to a project, should I understand then that, just taking the Banning example, the largest project that Banning would be able to advance under this process is 24 points or 24 megawatts, because that's 150% of their, I guess, points allocation under this hypothetical?
No,
Essentially capping you're capping the amount of capacity associated with a project that an LSE can award the 100 points to?
No, I think we're saying that if you have 16 points, then you would, but you have a project that you have particular interest in and think deserves points for commercial viability, then you would be able to award that project with the full 100 points.
Okay, and so the part of your proposal on page 41 where you say LSEs cannot make this election for a project that exceeds more than 150% of that LSE's individual capacity allocation for the cycle, what does that mean?
That means that if the project is 500 megawatts and you award it the full 100 points, if 500 megawatts exceeds your total individual capacity allocation, then you wouldn't be able to award full points to that project. So you can only award full points to projects that are within 150% of your individual capacity allocation.
Okay, and the individual capacity allocation is calculated how?
That is based on, let's see, I'm reluctant to say this without looking at the proposal, but it's based on the available transmission capacity for the cluster.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest,
divided by load share, and then with a 35% weighting factor.
Right, okay, so I'm going to suggest that to enable LSEs to fully understand the implications of what you're proposing, I think it's important that you provide additional examples of how this will work in practice, because it's not clear from the face of the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, we have one more hand from Susan Schneider.
Yes, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I thought I understood this until that last discussion, and maybe I can just leave it to your examples, but it seemed like if you had 16 points and 150% of that is around 24 megawatts, I think we first said that if it was a larger project, you could get up to 100 megawatts or 100 points for that project by using this tool. But then it seemed like, well, if it's 500 megawatts, then you can't do it. I actually was more confused by that last discussion.
Yeah. I did not fully do the math in my head when I was giving that example, so I probably didn't choose the right points value. But it would be if you have 16 points, then you couldn't give it more points than whatever 150% of 16 is.
Yeah, so well, you know, 16 divided by 2 is 8. You add 8 to 16, it's about 24. So that's kind of what comes out to 150%. So I think the question was, you could use this scale up thing, but you can't use it for a project bigger than, in this case, 24 megawatts.
You can give, yes, you can give a smaller project the full 100%, 100
Okay.
points.
Okay, and if you wanted to, so if you were that kind of entity and you wanted to use it for a larger project, so let's say it was a 100 megawatt project, you don't have enough points to give the 100 megawatt project 100 points, but could you give the 100 megawatt project 24 points instead of the little bit of 16 that you had been allocated originally? Can you kind of goose it up a little without getting it all the way up there?
Not under this proposal, but we can continue to refine it. So put it in comments if you have ideas.
Okay, will do. Thanks so much.
Okay, there's no more questions. Thank you.
Okay. I think we recognize the need for some clarity around that proposal. So an additional point that we included in this in the draft final proposal is some limits on LSE owned projects. So we had some concerns from stakeholders in the revised draft proposal that the LSE allocation process could potentially bias LSEs toward awarding points to their own projects. So in order to avoid this treatment, we are proposing that LSEs may also only award points to one self-built project per cycle. And if they opt to, going back to the last discussion, if an LSE opts to use the full allocation election for a self-built project, that election also may not exceed 150% of the total capacity allocation for the cluster. So as we said, LSEs across the board are able to use the full allocation election, but it can only be done with these caps. One self-built project and may not exceed 150% of the total capacity allocation. And this, as I said, applies to both CPUC jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional LSEs. Yeah. And we have one question in the room.
Okay, let's go to the question in the room and then we can move to online.
Yeah. Hi, Omid Sarvian, PG&E. Why limit it to just one? I know that you said that the median was one, but that seems a little arbitrary.
It was a proposal based on some data that we had looked at about pre-cluster, I think it was pre-cluster 14 projects and how many self-built projects appeared in the queue. So it was an attempt to kind of scale it to that.
I saw that, but like, I guess why just one? And you know, there's different LSCs of different sizes. So sizing it or just saying that one project would be a, just limiting it to one project might not be considering the size of the LLC as well. Something to consider.
Okay. Suggest provide some comments.
Okay, let's go to the hand from Meg McNall.
Hi, this is Meg McNall for Six Cities again. Can you provide more insight into the purported concerns about preferential treatment that resulted in this element of your proposal? It sounds like what the ISO is proposing is to effectively cap the amount of generation resources that a POU, for example, could build in any one cycle because you'll only study one. I'd like to understand more about why this limitation, which doesn't exist anywhere in state or federal laws, as far as I'm concerned, is appropriate here.
So this is just a proposal for the scoring criteria. So it's not an effective cap on anything else. It's just saying that, you know, those utility-owned projects will be required to compete in the same way that independently developed projects will. But again, we received a number of comments, and I invite you to go back through and look through some of the concerns that we received on the draft final proposal that reflect this concern around preferential treatment of utility-owned resources when the LSEs themselves are ranking the proposals or allocating points to certain interconnection customers this early in the process. We didn't want to create an incentive or any imbalance between utility-owned and utility-owned and independently developed projects. So this is a proposal. If you have comments or suggestions for alternatives, please put them in your written comments.
I think our comments will likely propose to remove this restriction, which doesn't seem appropriate, at least in the circumstances of non-CPUC jurisdictional LSEs, but we can elaborate on that further.
Okay, and I invite you, anyone submitting comments on this, suggesting removing it, to suggest other ways to make sure that we're maintaining balance and avoiding any preferential treatment.
Okay, let's go to Lisa Dowden.
Hello, this is Lisa Dowden again for NCPA. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm having mic issues. Yeah, NCPA would echo the concerns of Meg McNall and probably go a little further. We have heard concerns allegedly based on open access. Open access was about preventing transmission owners from disadvantaging their competitors when considering the interconnection of projects. When the CAISO is operating the system, that issue doesn't exist. Procurement of resources is regulated at the LRA level, whether it's by the CPUC or one of the other LRAs. That is just the way the system is set up. And it is discriminatory and preferential to prevent LSEs who have the right to self-build from doing so on the same basis as generators. It's rather ironic that in this same proposal, you're going to remove the cap on the number of merchant generators who may propose as many projects as they want, but put one on LSE self-builds. So I think NCPA will expand on this in comments, but we don't believe it's an appropriate role for CAISO to get into. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate that this limitation for one project per cycle does not lock self-built projects out of the process. They can still continue to compete in other elements of the scoring process.
Yes, in this one.
Comment in the room as well.
Okay, let's go to the room.
Yeah, this is Chris Devin with Daragen. We were one of the parties that objected to the idea of the scoring criteria for the LSE interest in general and are pushing for a reduced weighting. So I just wanted to weigh in here. We do think that this is somewhat appropriate to have some type of protections against this whole LSE interest and some concerns about, we stated some things about open access, but also just in general, the competitive nature. And I think that the concept is really that we have concerns that if LSEs are able to have these points, and there's a lot of things within this scoring criteria, this LSE weighting point factor thing really seems to be one of the only things that is outside of the control of the generator developers. So I think we have a concern that basically all the other criteria will be likely able to be achieved. Some of them are obviously not applicable to certain projects like the local projects or the existing projects pieces. So that really effectively limits the actionable criteria to really this LSE interest, commercial interest piece. And so I think that's why we've continued to push for a lower percentage weighting overall. And I think if CAISO is not going to reduce that below this 30% weighting overall on the commercial interest, then this is a very appropriate type of a protection on those concerns that we've expressed as well. So I just wanted to provide that viewpoint from a developer's perspective. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Kathleen.
Thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I echo a lot of what Chris just said. We're also one of the stakeholders that have some pretty significant concerns that the scoring metric, as it's been proposed in the past, doesn't result in a level playing field between utility and non-utility developers. We are looking for balance. I'll give an acknowledgement that in the past years, I think we have taken a very firm stance and maybe more of a binary approach to these policy questions, in the spirit of locking arms and moving boldly into the future together. We've really stress tested internally. Where can we get comfortable that we're all in this together? There is a level playing field. It's non-discriminatory, and this is going to be in the best interest of our entire community. We have landed in the past the same place that it sounds like TerraGen has, which is that in this process, we arrived with a comfort level of incorporating LSC interests as long as it was a minority component. 30 still seemed very high to us for that. So pushing for a similar thought process. So I see what the CAISO has proposed, just so we can all take it back, as an alternative to what other stakeholders have been advocating for. And I appreciate that you're forcing us to even further challenge ourselves to think through this. The way that I interpret your proposal at this time is to ask us to think about this a little bit more broadly, and that instead of kind of ensuring a fuller degree of non-discriminatory open access, to think about it from a perspective of, can we live with, if all things are held constant. I also agree with how Chris said this. I'm just going to take it as an example. A bunch of projects have the same score when you factor in the second and the third categories. So really this category starts to look like the tiebreaker, the thing that advances a project forward and potentially puts at risk a project of not being advanced, right? So if we think about it from a tiebreaker perspective, what I see here is you're asking the non-utility developers who have had discomfort to see if we can find some comfort around, yes, one project might get bumped. I'm being loosely, but if you limit this to allocating those LSE interests to just one self-built project, that's going to get advanced. And I'm going to say most cases, that's going to be the one that breaks the tie. So one project may not make it into the study process, but this mitigates the risk that the LSE interest would be allocated all to let's say in extremes, all to self-built projects, such that many non-utility projects are bumped out of the process, which would be the worst example of not supporting open access, right? And so that's how I'm receiving your proposal. I did want to get some clarity if that's kind of your thinking as well as the intent. And we're still processing it, but I greatly appreciate the CAISO striving towards helping us to find a workable compromise.
Thanks. And yeah, I mean, we're shooting for the balance. So I think we heard stakeholder comments around, this potential preference for self-built resources, and this was a proposal to respond to that.
So I know we're getting close to lunch. Do we want to take any more hands right now, or do we want to come back? We have 4 hands right now. Okay. All right. So we have just a little bit more time before lunch. If you guys could just be brief. Let's go to Fernando Cornejo.
Yeah, hi, Fernando Cornejo with SCE, and I'll try to be brief. But in general, obviously, Southern California Edison, we oppose this limitation on LSCs to only have one self-built project. That has not been our recent history. I respect and appreciate the CAISO doing some kind of a sample study over the handful of years, and it came up with this less than one on average. However, our experience has been that we tend to be a little bit more lumpy in our situations in these self-built type projects. We've had an average of 3 projects in 3 clusters since cluster 12, 14, and 15. Furthermore, it's just very arbitrary in terms of placing this limitation. Obviously, we are held to a higher standard through the CPUC in terms of trying to come up with these LSC endorsed projects. So we already have to justify and meet a very significant burden at the CPUC. So this issue probably would be better addressed and resolved through the CPUC process rather than through a CAISO stakeholder process. And then lastly, I would also just point out that the CAISO itself acknowledges and indicates that you don't foresee a significant risk of LLC self-favoritism, quote unquote. However, you still move forward and are recommending or proposing some kind of a limit. So it's a little bit contradicting in terms of the actual facts and then in terms of actual experience of the LSC. So we'll oppose this, we'll submit in written comments, and this is just not something that applies to our actual operations and in terms of what our recent past has been.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Bridget Sparks. Bridget, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear a beep. So this is Bridget Sparks with AES Clean Energy. I just wanted to kind of echo some of the sentiments raised by Terrigen and Vistra, and then to also point out that I think the MISO QCAP order that FERC released in January is very illuminating to FERC's current thoughts on open access. And I think there's a lot of analogies that they expressed around, even though MISO is the RTO, and similarly, the state LRAs and PUCs have jurisdiction over resource adequacy, that FERC still viewed MISO's proposed exemption to their cap for basically like the PUCs to say this project meets a resource adequacy or IRP goal and get what's called a RERA exemption, that FERC viewed that as discriminatory and preferential. And I think similarly with the way that CAISO is proposing to allow LSCs to indicate interests into projects that move into the study, I think you can see a lot of parallels. So for folks that are, concerned or don't think that that CAISO's proposal needs to have some sort of checks to ensure that LLCs don't overly favor their projects, I think FERC, in my mind, this proposal that CAISO's put forward in the draft final, I think is more robust to being able to meet the open access non-discriminatory requirements of FERC. And so would invite folks to maybe take another look at that recent order from FERC and maybe continue to think through in any alternate proposals how that might align with what I think are clear guidelines that FERC's laid out in terms of how it views overall caps or rationing of queue access in the current moment. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that for the group, and also to say that we think that there needs to be some sort of check in the LSC interest to ensure that it can't all award points to self-builds. Whether one is the right number, I think there's maybe some rooms to iterate based on size. But we do think that this is an important part of the proposal and is important if we want FERC to approve what we've been working so hard this last year to develop together. So just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to Jason Berwin.
Hi, thank you, Jason Berwin, GridStar. I'll be brief. I want to echo what AES and Terrigen and others have said here, that we think it's important that there be limitations here, particularly for LSCs who are also transmission owners who will be making what could be very determinative decisions about the resources that are allowed to be studied for access to the transmission system. I think that if there's a desire to loosen these constraints, there's a trade-off here that can be managed by, for example, reducing the weighting to which LSC interest is given. The lower that weight is, the more sort of leeway to LSC interests you can give, insofar as it will be less determinative of the largest share of project outcomes. Our stance is that the weighting is still too high and should probably be closer to 20% rather than 30% for LSC interest, to avoid making LSC interest highly determinative of the larger share of projects that are accepted for study based on, as Terrigen noted, the fact that many of the other criteria may not apply to many projects, and that this will therefore be the only scoring item for many projects. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Loic.
Yeah, just, I mean, a quick comment here, not touching upon what has been discussed, I think slight difference of opinion here, but I want to bring to attention to the group here the fact that something that seems to be totally forgotten in the example provided, the fact that LSE are only getting points allocation to support 35% of the capacity. So what that means is that in that cluster, 65% of those projects are gonna not be receiving any LSE points, just because there's not enough. So when I'm hearing that this is the only determinant factor and the weighting is concerning, then I'm struggling a little bit there, because only a subset of projects that make the 150% cut will actually be receiving LSE points, just because the LSE points are limited. I agree with the concern if the LSE were allocated points to support the entire capacity available. But that is not the case. That we did that intentionally, not to be the determinant factor, not to control a process as you seem to be concerned about. So we're talking about a small subset of projects that would be receiving these points. Most of the other will not be receiving these points. Most of the projects that go through the cluster will not be receiving LSE points, and they'll have to, gather points through the other criteria. So just let's be cautious in those examples, because when I'm hearing specifically, oh, we're going to score the same in all the other category and the only determining factor is the LSE points, yeah, for 30% of the project or 35% of the project. The other one, it will not be a determining factor. So just, let's keep that perspective here in the broad discussion. That's what I have.
Okay, thank you. Is that all? Okay, so there are no more hands in the room. We are well behind schedule, but we're going to try to adjust. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch. So we'll say 35-minute lunch. So if everyone can be back by 12:45, that would be great. And we'll get started. And then in the afternoon, if those of you both in the room and on the phone can just make sure you keep your comments brief and keep it to one per item. Don't have multiple people ideally making similar comments on the same issue. That would be great. We'll see how far we can get. And if we need to book more time to get through all of this content, we can. Yeah, if you all want to have internal discussion in the room, you can bring your food back here and we can keep talking.
All right, thank you all. We'll see you back here at 12:45. Adrian, can you unmute the CAISO board? Thank you.
No problem.
We're going to get started in about 1 minute.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to pick things back up this afternoon to continue the discussion on the scoring criteria, and then we'll move into the contract and queue management topic. As Danielle mentioned earlier, just a reminder to please keep your questions brief and refrain from repeating questions that others may have already asked, but just so we can manage the rest of the time efficiently today. So with that, we are going to pick things back up and I'm going to hand things over to Danielle.
Thanks, Isabella. And if you can go to whatever slide we left off on, that would be great. I think it was, okay. 29 may be too far, actually. So can you go to the, so actually this one, we discussed earlier on the phone call, and there are like 7 people in the room. So we did discuss the commercial interest item for non-LSEs, but this is just clarification on how we plan to scrutinize non-LSE commercial arrangements. This is consistent with what we've incorporated into previous IPE efforts. So this is probably something that we can move on to the next slide from. Okay, so the next element of scoring criteria is project viability. We did propose 3 different kind of components of project viability, each which we would suggest that developers or interconnection customers select one of. So for engineering design plan, this was an idea that came from a stakeholder, and we incorporated it to try to include more granularity in scores. However, we probably need further refinement of how we would validate this element. In particular, I want to make sure that the AACEI cost estimate classification system is actually appropriate to apply in this case. So we invite feedback on that. But the idea is that for projects that have completed some early initial component of their engineering design plan, we would give some points. Obviously more points if you're farther along in the process, and then go from there. And then there's an element of expansion of a generation facility items. This is expansion of a generation facility that's currently under construction, one that is an operating facility, and expansion of a facility that's under construction or in operation where the GenTie already has sufficient surplus capability to accommodate the additional resource. I will note that we provided some clarifications in this table from what's in the revised straw proposal. So this should be a little bit clearer. I think just the way some of it was written and worded maybe wasn't clear in the table. So use this going forward. But the idea here was, again, we received stakeholder comment that there could be maybe different levels of points awarded to projects that expand to a certain degree. So that's what we tried to do here. And then the final element is whether a project has full site control of the GenTie, and that's for 40 points. So I will stop there and see if there are any questions on the phone or in the room.
Okay, we can go to PARS Energy.
Didashti from PARS Energy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Currently, what we provide is basically a site diagram and a single line diagram, of the plant design. And your percentages, what is that worth? And how far above that do we need to go? I'm not sure what 5%, 6 to 10%, and so on means. Usually, we have a conceptual design, then we have a 30% design, 60% design, 90% design. At that stage, equipment is ordered, and then you have 100% design. So it's not exactly clear to me as to what 10% means, what even 20% means. Do you need the relay and protection system definition, equipment models, and things like that?
So those are good questions. If you look at the document that's footnoted, there are some proposals there of how you could measure percent completeness. However, again, the ISO is looking for feedback and guidance in written comments on whether that's an appropriate benchmark for these guidelines.
We originally, opposed this level of design because at the interconnection stage, all that's done normally is conceptual design, a single line diagram, and a site diagram. That's all that's done. And if you go higher level of design, then you have to have specific, equipment, model numbers, things like that. I don't know. I think we need more definition of exactly what is required, like under 0 to 5%. If we just submit what we do today, do we get a score of 0?
Yeah, and we do recognize, I think we saw a couple of comments that noted, and they may have included yours, that noted that it's really early stage percent completion that would be done at this point, but we wanted to still acknowledge that if more was done, that would be worth more points. This was, I'll be honest, really just an attempt to try to incorporate more granularity into the scoring process, and an idea that we thought was worth at least incorporating into the proposal to see what kind of feedback we got on it. And, you know, because this was sort of the last opportunity for us to propose completely new ideas. So if there are still concerns and recommendations for this approach going forward, please include those in comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next hand is from Susan Schneider.
This is actually additional detail, and I had some questions about what was in the proposal. So let me ask just a question, a clarifying question about this with the additional clarifications you have here. So just to be clear, any expansions of projects that are not yet under construction, that are in the queue, even if they've given their NTP, put in their third posting, any of those things, if they're not currently under construction, and currently meaning, I guess whenever this has to be demonstrated, then that doesn't count under any of those 3 expansion of a generating facility items.
Not as proposed, no.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Orjit.
Ghoshal with ES Volta. One thing that was raised, I think, in a prior iteration of the proposal, but I haven't seen it since, is that these expansions, in order to get the points, would have to be fully permitted. Is that still considered to be the requirement, or have you all dropped that?
So the expansions themselves, we don't have a permitting requirement on those. The expectation is if the facility that's being expanded upon is already under construction or operating, then the permitting would be complete on those. And so one could assume that permitting might be more straightforward of the actual expansion projects, but we don't have any criteria to evaluate progress toward permitting in this scoring criteria.
All right, and I mean, we'll reiterate in our comments, but as before, we oppose the points, especially if they're not required to be permitted. To us, there's not really an additional project viability that's gained just by being physically adjacent to an existing site. In fact, there's ordinances in place and underway that prohibit expansions and other things that make it sometimes more difficult to build expansions than greenfield. So we'll continue to oppose it, but I definitely think there should at least be a permit requirement in place. I think as was contemplated a few iterations ago for these points to get awarded to expansions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have no other questions on the web.
Okay. Oh, there's one.
Igor Grimberg from PG&E. I think we do support the scoring criteria for expansion of facilities. There's different types of technologies that expansion looks in different ways. And I think it makes for viability of a project to come online can provide more certainty to LSEs.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. Okay, so the third category of indicators of readiness includes system need indicators. Again, the maximum points available for this category is 100. So there are 2 ways to achieve points in this category. The first is the ability to provide local resource adequacy in an LCRA with an ISO demonstrated need for additional capacity in the local area. And then that's worth 50 points. And then the second idea, or the second indicator, is long lead time resources that meet the requirements of the CPUC's resource portfolios, where the transmission plan has approved transmission projects to provide the necessary transmission requirements. And there is additional language in the draft final proposal indicating that this would include, but not be limited to, projects that are centrally procured under AB 1373. Any questions? I see one question, two questions up in the room. Jasmine?
Sorry, this is Jasmine from AES Clean Energy. I think just question slash comment here is that with the new consideration of how energy-only resources would be scored with the FCDS projects, they won't be able to meet any of these system need requirements at all because they don't provide RA, nor are they long lead time resources. So you may want to consider an additional category here for something that they could meet. Like I think Shushan said something earlier about energy only requirements in the IRP, something along that lines to make sure that they could actually get enough points to be competitive with the FCDS projects. Thank you.
Thanks. Brian?
For the local RA criterion, I noticed that there was a footnote in the last iteration of the proposal about charging capacity requirements. Have those officially been removed from the proposal, or is CAISO just still thinking through that potential requirement?
Well, I know that we had talked about that in the past, but it's something that I think the engineers need to opine on a bit more where we're at for that one.
And then also on that, does the CAISO intend to define ISO demonstrated need in the final I proposal? We've included comments in the last round and would be happy to do so again. But just wanted to seek some clarification on that.
Well, again, here, it seems like it's only appropriate to actually award points for projects that are going to a local area that we actually have a true need in that local area. Otherwise, there's really no reason to give a project that's going to a local area that's flush with the capacity extra points to be able to get in.
Yeah, and that makes absolute sense to us. I think, we had just dug into it a little bit more, and should the need be, the 1 year window, the 5 year window, there's different, every local capacity technical study does a 1 year forward outlook and a 5 year forward outlook. And then would it apply to sub LCRAs or just the LCRA as a whole?
I will have to take that back in terms of if you put it in comments, but the needs in the local capacity area are based upon the sub as well as, and so what is the LCR requirement within a sub area? And then what resources are available? Is there a need? Is there a deficiency in that area or not? And so I would look at it in terms of there is a sub need as well as there is a local need. And some of them are where the sub needs are added up to, but there's also in terms of a local need, maybe different. But I would envision it in terms of, is there a need within the sub that we don't have also a transmission planning project already kind of approved and addressing all the time. That's where if you're looking further out a little bit longer, is there already transmission approved?
That's helpful. Thanks.
Okay, we have Kathleen in the room, and then we'll go to the ones on the phone.
Thank you very much. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I just wanted to also kind of take the storage charging issue one step further and kind of get more clarity on that. I understand we've deferred a little for some additional internal CAISO discussions, but I wanted to share my perspective, our perspective. When it was in the revised draft proposal, my reaction to it was, that will be very hard to do. And I would be supportive of, at least initially, not having that as a factor for this particular selection criteria, with the huge caveat that we are very open to adding that once we have more time to kind of think through it. When I say it's very hard to do, it's because the storage charging characteristics that come out of the local capacity technical study, they're not necessarily fixed values, and they're very conditional based on that engineering study. And how I understand it, I should say, how I understand it is it's also really dependent on the exact type of storage compared, that storage is personal, like individual unique characteristics at that location compared to the other resources in that local area, what their characteristics are. And so it does take quite a bit of engineering analysis to see if storage above what is the max one-to-one values that are in that report, actually the local resources that are already there can allow for it to go above that limit because it's not a fixed limit. So I think one of our challenges out of the gate with this one is just that it's not a fixed value, right? So that would be less certain for us as developers to plan around. It is today to some extent, but it doesn't impact the queue process. If we were to go down that path, we would just want to work with the CAISO and your engineering SNEs and kind of get more clarity and certainty going into the process. My gut is the answer I would likely get is we need to get them submitted, see every resource that's in that local area, run a study to see if it's a composition that can be reliably operated or not, which may not be able to be done in the interconnection process, was my hypothesis.
Yeah, no, it is a little bit complex, but it is from the point of when we're looking at it, and that's why we started adding it into the LCR, is that we're not procuring to meet the reliability needs, not procuring more storage than what can reliably be providing that peak need and also be charged so as to be ready, and what are the capabilities or limitations in there. So that is the information that is utilized in the LCR process, and that those storage charging and capabilities, and do we have a deficiency if somebody was that we would need to go if people procured more battery in an area and we didn't have the resources. That's the information we're using for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is the information that needs to be used in here as well when we're demonstrating the need. If there's questions around some of that, we've particularly in the LCR component, when we have and we produce those tables, discussions and dialogues on what do they mean, that's probably where some of that discussion, and as we go through this year's cycle, but I think we need to be using that as part of this, because that's how we're looking, that's the data and information we're using when we assess for the local. Does the procurement meet the need for that local area? And so do we want, where if we have limitations on that charging, it's the same here, is it actually providing the need for that local area? And if we say you can charge up to 1,000 megawatts in that area, and you're putting in 2,000 megawatts, that's from the scoring point of view, is 2,000, the system can't accommodate that from the local and the local needs, right? So,
and I hear what you're saying, Jeff, and that, like I said, conceptually incorporating this issue into this selection criteria makes sense. I'm thinking about this timeline, how that fits in, because I don't think it's as simple as looking at what the LCR does and seeing those values and just taking that number based on how it's been explained to me, how dynamic that assessment needs to be. The other thing about the LCR, as you know, but just to socialize, that it's not the same set of resources, right? So that LCR is using a base case, that's the TPP portfolios that feed into it, but it's only using online or in development resources, whereas what's submitted into the interconnection process may be much more aligned with that, the longer term plan, right? Our generic planned resources. So that's why I have this theory that it would require at least the same study but on what is submitted into the interconnection request window is just what I've been thinking if you were to incorporate it. And then I'm trying where that would fit into this timeline. If our interconnection request window is in like June or July, that study doesn't normally begin until February of like the next year. And so just trying to see if it would be like an ad hoc process that you guys would add.
But the main point in terms of what the charging is in a lot of ways is based upon the transmission. And unless there's a transmission that's approved into that area, the capability of the charging isn't going to change much for what's there for storage. So if I want to keep adding storage into there, unless there's transmission, it's not going to be. And that's, we do in our studies in the TPP, looking out longer term, it has the portfolio, it has what is the portfolio, and the portfolio of resources located at the bus bar and looking at what do we have to be able to accommodate those as we're going forward. We also do in the TPP a 10-year out LCR that has the portfolio information, which is what we're planning to, not the queue. So we do in this year's cycle, we'll be doing in terms of the long term, every 2 years, we do the long-term LCR study. And that includes what is the portfolio and generation. So
and just, we do have 5 questions in the queue, so let's try to wrap this.
Absolutely. It's not, my understanding is not just transmission, but it's also the resources, right? The 1-to-1 limit, if there are sufficient resources to offset that, then the storage can go higher depending on the other resources. So that's the piece that I think is just hard to wrap your head around.
Yeah,
and so
but what other
helpful.
resources are going into those local areas other than in a lot of ways storage, especially in the local capacity areas being the 2 significant ones in the LA and Bay Area? What other resources are going in other than storage? And storage can't be included as you're looking at it if it's trying to limit the Cape charging. So I think in terms of as Daniel's putting it is put in comments if you have a recommendation or thoughts.
Yeah,
and
I'm asking for transparency. So if a storage project is not going to be awarded points that's in a local area, we need to have transparency going into the scoring process of the local area, what the firm numbers are, and how we can anticipate that. That's my ask, if it's going to be included.
And like I say, we can respond in comments, but the firm numbers and what we have are based upon those LCR studies, because that's the need component and what we have and what is used as well when we're looking at as a storage meet for the local capacity, and can it be charged or not? And do we have a deficiency in the area if we're or not? So I would say in terms of put in what you have for comments, and we'll go from there.
Okay, we're going to move to the questions on WebEx, but I just want to say, please continue to ask clarifying questions, but let's stay away from just stating positions. Let's go to Songjay.
So question on the long lead time resources. Here you mentioned where the TPP has approved the transmission project. So is this a requirement if the resources meets the CPUC portfolio requirement, but we don't need new transmission upgrades? Do they still get 100 points?
If there's approved transmission, yes. If there's no approved transmission, no.
So why is that? So if some long lead time resources, they don't even need extra transmission, they don't get the points for being a long lead time resources?
I think if that's the case, then they should be able to be advancing through the rest of the criteria. This is really intended.
Not necessarily right, but TPP portfolio is much lower than the queue. So the TPP doesn't require upgrades, but in GIP queue, there isn't enough deliverability left for all the projects.
Do you want to take it?
Yeah, Sanjay, I guess I tend to agree with you that if your point is, well, what if there's already transmission? It's not approved transmission, there already existing transmission, so there's nothing to approve. If as long as the long lead time project is in the portfolio, I think that's our intent, is to allow it. You know, the idea is that there has to be transmission either there or approved. So I think we just need to refine the wording there to, you know, the main intent is if a long lead time resource is part of the portfolio, they may not be as far along as other projects because they are such a long lead time in order for scoring. So we wanted to make sure that what the portfolio is looking for is able to be studied in a timely basis.
Okay, thank you. Also, later on, the allocation part mentioned that ISO will reserve the transmission, reserve TPD for those long lead time resources. So that can imply they should be a separate category for the queue entry, right? They should not compete with other type of resources for the available transmission because it's already reserved for them.
Yeah, we can talk about that more when we get into that portion of the discussion. But yeah, that's the idea, is that if the portfolio is calling for a particular resource in an area, that we're going to reserve that for those particular projects. But still, if they're not studied, they're never going to move forward. So we still need to have a way to get them some points to make sure they'll get studied on a timely basis.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. They are separate. They only compete with each other. They will not compete with other type of type of resource, maybe behind the same constraint in the same subzone. For queue entry purpose.
Yeah, I think you're correct. That's correct. That we may have to do some refinement around that.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, next hand is Lisa Dowden.
Lisa Dowden for Northern California Power Agency. I hope this is just a clarifying question. For long lead time resources, when you refer to the CPUC resource portfolios, should that be ISO LRA resource portfolios or something along that line?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think we can also apply it to the transmission plan, which,
right, because
which should incorporate that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Ryan Tracy.
Two quick questions. One was, I noticed in the proposal there was a footnote saying that you expected these two criteria to be mutually exclusive. So I was curious about what the rationale is between that. I know the local resource adequacy is kind of a more near-term requirement, but obviously a lot of projects coming in here are only going to be online till the 2030s. So we're looking at kind of a midterm, long-term thing anyway. So I'm kind of curious why a long-term resource in an LRA wouldn't count. The other thing I did want to ask is I appreciate the final proposal having the provision where the PUC, it's not just driven by AB 1373, but there's a process for the PUC to flag things when they submit their portfolio. I was curious what kind of granularity or specificity you had in mind, like if it's, you know, specific technologies, specific projects, or if you're going to kind of leave that open to the PUC. And I think a related question just came up from that comment from NCPA, which is that, you know, I think it makes sense to have a provision for the LRA portfolios to be able to account for this, but I think there should be some gatekeeping that those are indeed long lead resources too, not just, you know, not just any type of thing in an LRA portfolio, because I think, you know, the PUC portfolio, we're specifically looking for things that have this long time need.
Thanks, Ryan. So to your first question about these resources being mutually exclusive, that's an assumption that we're making. If you all think that there are likely a lot of exceptions to that, please put that in your comments and we can adjust accordingly. On the level of specificity for long lead time resources, we intentionally kept this open because I think, you know, we're seeking additional clarity from the CPUC too, and we want this process to be durable. So we will await any definitions that we hear from the CPUC or others And I think if we need to provide more definition around that category, we can down the road. And then, yeah, I think your last point was on level of unincorporating LRAs. And yeah, I think we would only intend to include that in the long lead time resources category, not other categories.
Okay, let's go to Grant Glazer in the room.
Thanks. Grant Glazer with Emanate. So maybe to introduce this question at the start, I would like to thank CAISO for all the iteration and work that you guys have put into these scoring criteria, and clearly you all are reading and taking seriously the comments of stakeholders. So I want to start by recognizing that. I think just from Emanate, we still have some heartburn over the criteria being more or less an incomplete set of assessing project viability, and for good reason, which is that it's extremely difficult to do so. So specific to this, my question is a little bit more narrow than I'm kind of leading into, which is, can you explain how the local areas for LRAs and the locations for long lead time resources that are connected to approved transmission projects, how do you expect those to overlap with the transmission zones that you're using to set basically who can come into the cluster in each year?
Well, I think in terms of when you look at the local capacity areas, they're typically they will be within. So if I look at the Greater Bay Area, and that's the Greater Bay Area has a local capacity area. Within Fresno, there is local capacity area. Within Kern, there is a local capacity area, and you get in the south, it's similar as well. And then in the north, you may end up with a couple of what we define as local capacity areas, be it Stockton and there. So those are within the zones themselves as we look at them. So as we look at a local capacity and how does that, for what the needs are, as you score them, and in that zone for them.
Okay, that's helpful. So my concern is that there's still not that many points or categories of points for projects to be awarded or to earn, and that we're going to cap basically less than 35% of the studied projects, probably closer to 25%, will be able to earn LSE or points for off-taker interest. We'll say most of the projects might earn points for kind of the middle category of readiness, and then that leaves this section as being dispositive for which projects can move forward in a zone. And I guess my concern is that projects that might be, less viable than other projects that don't meet these specific criteria could earn points here and then move forward at the expense of projects that would otherwise be viable and do well in permitting, or maybe be really economic projects but didn't get LSE points. And I'm curious if that's a concern that you share or others share, or if that's something you've thought about. Yeah, let me leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a struggle for us to develop criteria that are granular enough and reflect the full suite of technologies that we're going to need. So, I don't think any of us are at the point yet of believing that this is the perfect scoring rubric. We are trying to hone in on things that are really objective, and really good indicators. And there may be some indicators like permitting that we just can't assess, that aren't objective and clear enough. And this process does not include those because we can't within the time frame, and because we don't have that expertise. So I think we're open to any suggestions you have about additional criteria that sort of fall within these three larger categories. I think the broader categories of commercial interest, system need, and project viability are, I think, we're pretty firm that those are kind of the three right areas to look at. But how we actually assess that is, we're very much open to alternative proposals and feedback. It is getting late in the process, and I feel like we've explored almost all of the ideas that we've received from stakeholders. So it's a challenge.
Yeah, makes sense. And just specific to this point, or to this category, I'm curious if you might consider, if you think it could work, to use some sort of constraint similar to the structure of the one used for off-taker interest, where maybe instead of it being pegged to some arbitrary number of deliverability, it's like, okay, 100% of local RA need within a zone is eligible for points here, and then we only award points to those projects. Or a similar thing where the CPUC could award points to projects that it sees for long lead time resources or other LRAs. I think, there are issues with the proposal that I just put forward, and I'm happy to expound upon those in comments, but I'm wondering if something like that could at least help mitigate the concern with this set of criteria. But points well taken, Danielle, on the effort writ large, and we'll continue to address those in our comments.
It's a good suggestion. I think that's why we included that piece on engineering design, just to have something that's a little more objective and provides a little bit of granularity. So we can look at that. Bob?
I guess I'd like to add that, for long lead time resources, some of the ones we're thinking about is, offshore wind. And there's not going to be a lot of competition in areas for offshore wind, other types of resources than those offshore wind type technologies. And so they're competing amongst themselves, and they're being scored based on the amount of capacity in that particular zone, and projects that are not in that zone aren't going to be impacted by that. So I think from our thinking is this is kind of a way to get those projects studied in a timely fashion that really won't impact other projects much, unless someone is trying to do something, unique in, say the Humboldt area. Someone says, okay, I'm not building offshore wind, but I want to put in, some other type of project up there. But that's not typically a location that we would see a lot of projects go to unless you are offshore wind, because there's a particular need or a resource in that area. So I guess I'd just like to caution you not to inflate this more than it really is about how much competition this will cause for other projects.
Go to Sushant.
Sushant Barve, Clearway Energy. I think my question is similar to what Grant asked. I'm not sure, but would there be a limit to how many points can be awarded based on the need that is identified? So for example, in first category, if there's 100 megawatt RA need and 1 gigawatt projects show up there, would all of them get 50 points, or would there be a cap?
It's a really good question and a good idea. We have not contemplated any sort of limit like that, but it's something that we can explore.
Okay, let's go to Brian with Z Global.
Just a quick question, and sorry to backtrack, but on the previous slide under the engineering design plan completeness, when I look at the reference, I don't see a good match with the 0 to 5, 6 to 10, and 11 to 20% complete. I'm a little more familiar with 30, 60, 90, but if we could maybe get a better reference to understand what is a specific criteria in those three brackets.
Okay. Yeah. And I think we will do that if we see that there's a lot of stakeholder interest in retaining that criteria. Right now, it's a little bit of still a test to see if that's worth including.
Thank you.
Okay, and there's 2 hands online.
And I would just add to this is Bob, that if you have ideas about the ranges for amount of engineering that's been done that you think are better than what we have here, do some research on it and give us some suggestions.
Okay, let's go to Doug Carpa.
Carpa Peninsula Clean Energy. Sort of a high level question about the system need concept. So if I understand right, overall the mechanism to ensure that what goes into the study process and therefore presumably comes out of the study process is aligned with like the overall state need is really a combination of LSE need, which presumably will reflect state need, and then a bonus for the long lead time resources. So I guess that's sort of question one. Is that correct? Those are like the main mechanisms for that. And I guess the second question is, does CAISO have any concern or heartburn around the prospect of getting the wrong mix of resources out of the study process at the back end, such that it may prove challenging to maintain reliability if, like, for example, we get the wrong mix. And if so, are there any thoughts about like, hey, we might add some mechanism down the line to make some sort of correction, or we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. So just sort of wondering, to what extent is that a concern that, and I think I've raised this hypothetical before, of just like, what if it turns out that storage is a whole lot easier to build because everybody is launching CEQA lawsuits against all solar and all wind, and then we get a interconnection queue that's composed entirely of storage projects, and then we look at it and go, oh my gosh, that looks terrible. So just a question of whether my understanding is right, and is my scare scenario worrisome? And yeah.
Thanks, Doug. So I'll take the first question. I think we do expect that certainly the LSE and commercial interest component will be reflective of what we need, because it should naturally be driven by what comes out of the resource portfolios produced by the state agencies and local reliability or local regulatory authorities. So that there is a linkage there. The reason that we included these additional system need indicators, though, is because there may be cases where there are a lot of resources, in fact, probably theoretically all resources that are in the queue in TPD zones should be aligned with the state resource plans. If this process works in the way that we hope that it will work, then all of those resources should be relevant to what the state needs to procure. But there are some resources that may have greater system value, or that may be identified in the state resource plans, but have a hard time getting into the study process. And so that's why we've incorporated these two categories.
Yep. Okay. And I feel like you've said that before, and I hadn't really wrapped my head around that. Okay, thank you.
Sure. And then did I also address the second question, or do you still?
Well, I guess you did, in the sense that, we think the process is going to work because of the way the zone process works. And I guess if you look at an interconnection, like if we look at a cluster and it's completely out of whack, then I'm sure we'll do something about it at that time. I'm not sure what, but that's not necessarily something that we take up here. And I certainly don't have any particularly good, unless there's some sort of, unless you were to leave yourself some sort of out where, like, in future clusters, we may add an additional scoring bonus to do some sort of correction if a prior cluster didn't really give us the results that we needed. But that's very inchoate, obviously. And I don't know whether you would need to incorporate that here in order to leave yourself that sort of that back door should you need it. I'm happy to put in comments if that sounds useful.
Well, this, excuse me, this is Bob. I just thought I'd say that, 30% of what's the scoring criteria is based on is the load serving entity selections. And so those are going to be based on what the load serving entities see as their need for resource types, and their whatever request for information type processes that they have in order to come to the conclusion which projects they want to include will be informing the industry on what they're looking for. So we're hoping that, that kind of information coming through the process will inform everybody what really is the most sought after and most likely resource types to actually get a PPA. So while it may lag a bit, it should be self-correcting over time is what our thinking is.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
The last point I want to make just too is I feel like we have to remind ourselves sometimes as well as everyone else that there's already 185 gigawatts of resources in the queue. So when we talk about, concerns around meeting reliability and system resource mix and things like that, there is a lot in the queue to work with, and hopefully that should come through in the LSE interest and commercial readiness piece. The other piece that I want to encourage some comment on in written comments is the 35% weighting factor that the LSEs look at to make sure that the points awarded are competitive. That's just a number that was proposed to us initially, but if there's value in increasing that so that it kind of increases the number of projects that could be awarded points, then we can look at that as well.
Do you have time for more hands? Okay. We have Kathleen in the room.
And I hope this is a new and different question. Thank you.
I have the inverse question that Sushant asked. And so I wanted to make sure that you had the full question, if you don't mind if I had my hand raised. In addition to looking at it from what is the potentially a limit on the system need, there's the flip way that we need to look at it is if you are using so if we have the storage 1-to-1 limit, right? Let's say it's 100 in that area and a gigawatt of storage is located in that local area. How would you allocate these points among those gigawatt of storage compared to that storage limit within this category?
I think we would look holistically at the score on the rubric that comes in through the self-assessment and take the highest scoring projects and then reserve.
If this is a part of the score, that's confusing to me, right?
Because there are other scoring elements in addition to just the system need.
Understood, but that's something that that would be like a new scenario of saying that you're not going to calculate up all these points and get to one score. What I hear you saying now is you're going to calculate up a score, keep the local one out, and then do the local assessment at the end, is what I just heard you say. Because you would need scores to do that rating within a criteria within the scoring metric, right?
I don't think you heard me correctly because I don't remember saying that.
That's what I heard.
So I think that we will look at the total bottom line score when projects come in and add the LSE viability to it.
That's not quite my question, though. My question is that there's this category, ability to provide local RA in an LCRA. There's a 100 megawatt limit on storage that's out of the 10-year LCR. A gigawatt of storage is located in that LCR. It would be helpful to understand your plan in your proposal for what points it gets under this scoring metric.
As proposed, all of those projects would receive 50 points.
But I thought you said it was limited based on the 100 megawatt storage charging requirement.
And I think that was the earlier question on would there be a limit or maybe I think what we are arriving at is this could be the second stage of scoring, right? What you were indicating maybe is amongst all those projects vying for these points, projects that score very high on the remaining criteria would get those 50 points.
No, sorry. So what I was saying, I don't know how this got mixed up or whether it was something that Bill or Bob or Jeff had mentioned either. But when we take scores, you're going to have a bottom line score, and we're going to add the points that you get from LSEs to that bottom line score. So we're not going to look at this item on system need as any sort of tiebreaker or differentiator beyond what comes through in your self-assessment.
I'm still confused, but perhaps that's something we can think about doing some informational conversations on or something, because it is something that we discussed with Jeff, and the idea of the storage charging, limiting, allocating points to storage. I'm not right now clear on how that would be done in the context of you have 100 megawatt one-to-one limit, a gigawatt submitted it, and we're trying to figure out how to allocate points and what happens. So if you could just take it back. And the flip side was, Shushan's was, there is a certain local area need of 100 and a gigawatt is submitted. How do you allocate the points to that? It's just one is a need and one is a reduction of the need or an increase. And so it just is an important technical thing to work through.
Yes, and we will get back to everyone with some clarification of what we'll do with that specific issue.
Okay, we're going to go to Pars Energy.
Yes, this is Eddie Dedashti from Pars Energy. My question has to do with access to capital. I know we discussed this earlier as a metric for assessing commercial viability. We have a lot of interest from utilities or LSCs in the project. Why not also include a lot of interest from investors? Because after all, you don't have the money, you can't build anything.
I think when we've talked about that in the past, we've talked about all of these other indicators also suggesting a certain level of access to capacity, including the site control requirement. And in addition, that's part of what we'll factor in when we get to the auction process. Access to capital, I think I said access to capacity, but access to capital is something that we envision being tested in the auction process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's no more hands online.
Okay, thanks. We can move to the next slide, please. And we do really need to keep moving. So we'll go through the defects tiebreaker. Okay. So we propose using the distribution factor as a tiebreaker. It's a measure of the impact of injections of energy from a generator at a particular location, which would result in required network changes to the grid. So we would use, if there is more than one project crossing the 150% threshold, we would use each project's defects as a tiebreaker, and less, yeah. Yes, I think I'll stop there. And then the projects will be selected in the order of the lowest defects in the selection process, ending with the project that causes the 15%, 150% threshold to be exceeded, regardless of the size of the last project. If there's still a tie, then we would use the auction to break them.
Okay, we have a hand from Susan Schneider. Okay.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Just a really quick question. Will projects know what their defect scores are ahead of time, or is that something that just kind of is produced by the analysis, or how would that work?
Yeah, this is Robert. The models are available, and so projects could calculate their own defects. Developers can ask for their defects, and we'll provide it, but we typically have not been just including all that information in the reports. It's a lot of information.
Okay, so, but do you think that's, I mean, to avoid getting inundated by a bunch of requests for these things, I mean, it seems like something somebody would like to, most developers would probably want to know if it's going to be used in this process. So you're basically saying is each individual developer has to ask about their particular project, and can they do it before they submit an interconnection request, or how will they, when can they do it today? I mean, how do you envision that happening?
Well, again, it's just supposed to be a tiebreaker, so we're hoping we won't need to use it much, but it is possible that it would need to be used. The other thing is the heat maps will provide distribution factors. They may not be exactly the same as the ones coming out of the actual deliverability studies, but they'll be relatively the same in terms of two different points. The main thing is it doesn't matter the absolute value of the distribution factor, it's the relative value. So the relative value should be the same out of the heat maps as well as the deliverability studies.
Okay, so if you have a heat map and you can locate your particular POI, will that tell you what your defects is? Is that what, it seems a heat map doesn't really, well, I don't know. Would that, let me just leave the question there. If you can locate your substation or POI on a heat map, is that going to somehow tell you what your defects is?
It's Jeff here. That's one of the, when you look at FERC Order 2023, or if you look at the MISO one that's currently available that's based upon, that's some of the information behind the constraints when you put a megawatt value at the POI that is to be provided by the heat map.
Okay, so
Is the defects for the various basically overloads that it identifies within the case. So that defects value will be, as you look at the heat map, which is the case as if you took the existing base case and did basically engineering analysis, you could get that same thing as well.
well, okay, so if you can find your POI on a heat map, you will know the value of the defects for that POI. Is that I'm not really have not read heat maps that way before, but I'm just saying if you're saying that's the heat maps you're going to provide. If you can find the POI in that heat map, it will give you a defects value
For each of the constraints that are identified as being in terms of limiting for that. So yes, that is one of the information that FERC required.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to Jenny Mueller.
Hi, Jenny Mueller, Utility System Efficiencies. I was just curious, because each generator is going to be behind multiple distribution factors based on however many constraints they're behind. Is it just going to be for this tiebreaker? Is it just based on sort of the worst constraint, or is there going to be some factoring in of generators that are behind multiple constraints at each location?
The current thinking is that we would be looking at the binding constraint with the most generators behind it. If there's overlapping constraints, take the one with the most number of generators behind it that obviously needs to be a binding constraint, and use those distribution factors primarily.
Okay. Yeah, I could see, I'd have to think this through a little bit more. There are generators that are behind multiple binding constraints. So it get kind of interesting to see how you treat the defects. One generator might be only behind one binding constraint, while another one could be behind 2 or 3 binding constraints in the last TPD allocation report.
Well, we would not exceed any of the constraints. It's just a matter of which distribution factor would we use, and we would use the one with the constraint that has the most generators behind it, the larger constraint, if you will.
Okay, thanks, Robert.
Okay, we have no more questions on the WebEx.
Okay, moving on to the auction process. So again, just to reiterate that it is our intent and hope that the auction process won't be used very frequently, that through the scoring process and then the use of the defects, that will be able to break the majority of the ties, and we won't have to go to the auction process frequently. However, we do believe that there are going to be cases where it is going to be needed from time to time. So we feel that it's necessary to have this continue within the proposal. So to get into this, the ISO will conduct a market clearing sealed bid auction for the right to be studied in each of the specific zones. So these are in the what we originally were calling the option A zones, the zones where there's projects will be coming in with seeking the TPD option. So the auction will be used if the viability and defect scores do not get us to a point where we can say all ties are broken. We know which projects are going to proceed to the 150% amount. Only projects that are deemed equal in viability and defects rating that cause the total megawatts in the zone to either just reach or cross the 150% limit would be those projects that we've considered. These ones that are tied, that are in this situation, and those are the ones that will proceed to the auction. The auction bids on a $1 per megawatt basis will be requested after the project scoring process has been completed. That's something we heard from stakeholders. We thought about doing it differently, but in the end, we feel like this is the best way to deal with that, to where the projects that are needing to provide a bid will have more information of the situation that they're actually bidding under. Projects that submit the highest bids and are either within or the first project that crossed the 150% megawatt transmission zone capacity will be accepted, be studied in their entirety for that transmission zone. So if a project that is selected under the auction process increases or greatly surpasses 150%, we'll go ahead and study that project, even though it crosses the 150% threshold. And bidders will only submit the clearing price at risk auction financial security if they win the auction and proceed to be studied. So we won't be collecting those auction revenues or those funds or lines of credit unless the project wins. And the clearing price will be published by the ISO, not the individual project bids, but what the clearing price will be. And that'll be posted on the ISO website. So why don't I go through all of these auction slides before I open it up to questions. So let's move to the next slide. So the auction funds hosted by an interconnection customer will be in favor of the participating TO. The way we're planning on doing this, the PTOs are the ones that are well used to and receive significant funds under lines of credit and so forth. So we're planning on continuing to use that process for receiving those funds or documentation of a line of credit. Financial security instruments are the same as currently allowed for interconnection customers' financial security postings. Projects that successfully compete in an auction and reach the commercial operation will be refunded their auction posting amounts within 90 calendar days of their COD. And if a project withdraws or is withdrawn prior to reaching commercial operation, some or all the auction posted security will be forfeited and used to offset and support still needed network upgrades. And let's move to the next slide. And so this won't go into a lot of detail here. This has been in the paper for a number of iterations, but this basically shows the amount of postings that would be made in the auction process based on if a project withdraws, how much would be refundable of that amount and how much would be non-refundable. The idea is, at the very beginning stages where projects first provide their auction and get into the study process, but if they find that they're turns out that they've got more higher upgrades costs than they anticipated, that there is some cost to withdrawal, but we want to provide most of their costs back at the early stages. But as a project progresses through the study process and into the LGIA phase of the process, the further a project moves in the process, the more is going to be at risk. So making sure, pretty much the way we do now with our interconnection financial security, the further you are into the process, the more at risk your finance or your postings are. So with that, let's open it up for questions. Go ahead.
I was just curious if these projects are posting additional security to get into the group that's going to be considered for TPD allocation, but these off-ramps are before the TPD allocation process would take place. Does this either guarantee TPD allocations for the projects that have to put up auction security, or would they have an opportunity to get the additional security back so they wouldn't be penalized differently than the financial securities of the other projects participating in the same process?
So nobody is guaranteed any deliverability within the option A groups. I guess one way to think about this is if a project is less ready than other projects, then they are able to, through an auction process, to get into the study process under the mode that they are in with lower scores than other projects. So it is an ability to put more money at risk than maybe other projects have already put more money into their projects. So we think it's a fair enough process that we don't think that the projects that have to go through an auction should receive some special consideration because of the fact that they did go through the auction.
It just doesn't seem, I understand like the thought behind it, but it just doesn't seem like there's exchange of value and consideration for putting up the additional security as part of the auction process.
I'll go ahead and put that in your comments. There is, if you get to the point where your project needs to go through an auction to be included, there's no requirement that a project actually participate in the auction process. So a project can say, well, I'm really not interested in adding more money to my project and just withdraw from that process. Any other questions in the room? How about on the phone?
No questions online.
Okay, well, let's move to the next slide.
Oh, Bonnie Blair just raised her hand. Bonnie, go ahead.
This is Bonnie Blair. I work with the Six Cities group. I'd like to try to clear up some confusion. I think I just heard, I believe it was Robert, say that a project could, through the auction process, get studied over other projects that had higher scores in the scoring criteria, but I thought that the auction was just what was only a tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So a project that has to go through the auction is a project that is in the group that have the lowest scores to be able to get into the study process. It does, and so, but there's more capacity in the final group of projects than what we truly need. So we need to differentiate between those to figure out which one of those projects actually will be included in the study process. So once it's included in the study process, it's no different than anybody else. It just had to provide some auction funds up front in order to be included.
Okay, but it doesn't override some other project score in the generally applicable criteria, right?
No, once the projects are determined which ones are in, whether we need the auction or not, the scorings then get kind of just put on a shelf and are no longer used anymore. Once they're in the study process, they're in the study process.
Oh, okay, that's helpful. Thanks very much.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. So this is the next subject of the merchant deliverability option process. We originally were calling this the option B process, where projects that are seeking to interconnect in zones that have either existing or available capacity, we were calling that the option A zones. And then option B process was for projects that are seeking to interconnect in areas that don't have any available capacity. We've came to the conclusion that we thought there was going to be some confusion between option A as well as allocation group A and allocation group B and so forth. So we changed the name. So what we're proposing for the naming of these two groups are either the TPD option or TPD deliverability option or the merchant deliverability option. So kind of shorten that to merchant option over time, but we want to make sure that when we talk about this, we all understand this particular merchant option is all around how it gets deliverability. So This hasn't changed much from the revised or the revised straw proposal, but we did make a few tweaks, and I'll highlight those. So only projects seeking to interconnect in areas that have no available or planned transmission capacity are eligible to seek the option, the merchant option. Merchant option projects are not eligible to seek interconnection in zones with available capacity, and projects not selected within the scoring process cannot then choose to switch to the merchant option. So we're looking to really make sure that within the option A zones that we're really studying the right amount of capacity. We don't really want to have these option B projects trying to get into those areas where we've already got the 150% of available capacity, and then some merchant projects trying to get into those areas as well. Well, we'll end up studying much more capacity than really needs to be studied for those zones. So we're really just earmarking the option B for zones that don't have available capacity. So they'll just be competing amongst themselves. Projects requiring LD&Us will be eligible for cost recovery of their IFS postings towards those LD&Us. That's not changed, but it is new compared to what the current option B process that we have in place now provides. And projects are eligible to receive merchant transmission revenue rights for the construction at AD&Us that they fund. Let's go to the next slide. So this area got changed and modified somewhat. Originally, we were thinking about having projects post based on some estimate of AD&Us that were in prior studies. But the more we looked into it, we realized that there may be some cases that projects might be posting towards an AD&U based on a prior estimate that's really not the AD&U that they would need, or the scope of the AD&U that they would need. So we felt it was best just to go with a generic posting amount based on this criteria here, where the projects would be posting with their initial IR an additional commercial readiness deposit of $10,000 per megawatt with a 500,000 minimum and a 5 million max. And 50% would be non-refundable if the project withdraws after the interconnection request validation due date has passed. Projects that are complete with cluster studies will be required to increase their commercial readiness deposit to 50%. And that readiness deposit would no longer be eligible for partial refund upon withdrawal. The idea here is that once you get to that stage, we want to have projects that are truly planning on moving forward, not projects that are speculating, hoping that maybe the transmission plan will provide deliverability and give them a mechanism to get out of their funding of those. We want to make sure that projects truly think that they are viable and will get a PPA and will be able to move forward. We'll go beyond the study phase. So that's why we put this at the 50% level and made it no longer refundable. Next slide. Well, let me just finish all of these three slides and I'll open it up. And then on the last slide for the merchant options, merchant projects will not have to compete for TBD in the allocation process under most circumstances. So that's a question that people kept asking, but that's the way the process stands now, that if you fund your AD&U, then you should automatically, by default, be getting the TPD associated with that based on the amount of TPD you're asking for. And so that will continue. If a future TPD, or excuse me, the transmission planning process determines that a merchant-funded AD&U is needed to support the CPUC portfolio, then if the merchant process has projects have not executed their GIA and the AD&U has not been placed in the TPP base case, the project then would be eligible to receive their funding back and have that project actually proceed under the TPP process and not be a requirement to be built by the merchant option projects. Such projects would retain their requested deliverability and must meet the TPD retention requirements of allocation groups A and B within approximately 2 years. So this is something we added to the proposal that people felt that, well, if I wanted the option maybe that I'll continue to fund my AD&U in order to make sure that I am automatically going to get an allocation for it. Well, we didn't really agree with that. We really felt that if the transmission planning process determined that your AD&U is needed and you haven't really done anything, gone far enough through the process, we didn't want to particular project to say, well, we're going to override what the TPP process determines. Really should be a policy-driven upgrade that's built through the ISO process. So with that in mind, we thought, okay, well, if you can't continue to fund it and to guarantee that you get deliverability, maybe there ought to be another option. So we decided that if you do go down that path and it turns out that the TPP is going to take over and build your upgrade as a policy-driven upgrade, you can maintain the fact that you are allocated the amount of TPD that you're requesting for your particular project for up to 2 years. So that allows a project, just give you an example of a project, or the TPP comes out in May, is approved by the board, and you find out, okay, my AD&U is now going to be built as a policy-driven upgrade. I'm relieved of that. You basically have 2 cycles to seek an allocation or to get a PPA to where, or a short list to be able to be eligible to retain the allocation that you have. So we felt that a 2-year period was appropriate for those projects that got ahead and for a reason that turned out to be a valid reason, chose an area that didn't have capacity at that time, but turned out it does have capacity through the TPP at a future date. So we will allow for them to keep that for about 2 years, but after that point in time, they'll lose their allocation and would have to continue to seek an allocation along with other projects in that area, as long as they still are eligible within the time frame to seek an allocation. And then once a merchant projects execute the GIA and the AD&U is included in the TPP base case as a merchant AD&U, the merchant projects must continue to fund the AD&U. So with that, let's open it up for questions.
Okay, we're going to go to Shane O'Brien in the room.
Quick clarifying question on the 50% increase. Is that based on your cost assignment of the AD&U? Is that the 50% you're referring
Yes.
to? Okay. And then I was kind of curious on like a third potential pathway here that I don't know we previously considered. How do we deal with a project that's in a zone that has like a modest amount of TPD remaining, let's say 100 megawatts or something like that, but you're trying to build a 400 or 500 megawatt project there? Is there a pathway for that project to fund an incremental AD&U to get its full capacity deliverable? Because this kind of presumes that it's like a either or type of situation and it doesn't really allow for a project to partially get a TPD allocation and also partially fund to get the remaining amount.
No, we have considered that and chose not to go down that road, feeling that the CPUC portfolio process will know ahead of time this particular area is really going to be running out of capacity. And if they think it's a viable area for future capacity and they need to add more to the portfolio to that area to get more transmission built, that should be the path. It really shouldn't be, okay, well, because I've got a little amount left, let's just go ahead and force it to where someone can build whatever size project they want to get additional deliverability for that entire project. So we think the portfolio really should guide that, and the amount of deliverability will be available only up to that level that's available at that point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, first hand online is Songjae.
Hi, Songjae Zhu from Great Bright. So first question is, so about if there's a zone majority, every POI inside the zone except one has no available capacity, but that one POI is not behind any constraint. So then this zone is, what do you call it, this zone? Merchant eligible or transmission plan deliverability only?
I think I'd have to leave that to Jeff. I would think if it has one POI with some capacity available, then it would be an option A zone.
So the IRs at all those POIs without any capacity cannot choose the merchant option?
That's correct. Yeah, through our selection process, we're going to be looking at projects where we will be weighing them constraint by constraint. I don't know, Benay's looks like he wants to jump in and he's the
Yeah,
expert
no,
on this. I'll let him
I
speak.
want to clarify something. So the definition of TPD zone versus merchant zone comes from the portfolio assessment. We will look at the portfolio number, and that's what we have in the proposal as well. So we'll look at the portfolio number and the TPD allocated for each of those zones. And that will be used if there is a capacity from portfolio perspective, that'll be a TPD zone. And if there is no capacity from the portfolio perspective, that'll be a merchant zone. So that's how it is defined, not related to constraint within the zone.
Okay, could you explain that? So you look at the portfolio, the base portfolio assume, and then you compare what has been allocated to the portfolio. If the allocated is less than the portfolio, then it's a TPD zone. If the allocation is already greater than the portfolio, it's a merchant zone.
That's correct.
Okay, could you clarify this in the next paper? It's not clear at all. That's how you define those zones.
I thought we had that in the paper, but we can.
Okay, maybe I didn't read carefully enough.
Or we can point you to where we have that in the paper. I'll take that as an action item.
Okay, so it's not by constraint, it's by the portfolio. Then the other question is on this page, where you have the two different treatment for merging projects. Why is ADNU not in the base case or not is a consideration here? And this base case, which one do you refer to? The base portfolio base case or any TPP base case? What happened? What if like a merchant project have not executed GIA, but the ADNU is already included in the TPP base case? Then how do they proceed?
Well, let me just answer the last question. I think, where it talks about where they've not executed a GIA and it's not in the base case. Well, we're not going to be putting a project into the base case until they've executed the GIA. So those two pretty much go hand in hand.
No, the ADNU, right? So in the project is generation project, right? The merchant project. So you do not put that merchant project in the TPP, but you could have ADNU already in the base case. For example, in the just completed the policy study, the Fern Road to Tesla 500 kV line is included in the TPP sensitivity cases.
Okay, it's only for the base case. It's not part of a sensitivity case that we be.
Yeah, and when you look at it in terms of an ADNU really only changes from an ADNU if we approve a transmission project in the transmission plan.
Yeah, you're still not clear. So why? Because it could happen you have an ADNU before it's approved, it's already in the case. It's already modeled.
In what case? In a sensitivity case? Well, that's not an approved project and not in terms of an approved base case for where we'd use in the transmission planning process that it's a project that's moving forward. So it wouldn't be only projects that would be TPP approved. And like I say, if that was an ADNU and in that TPP we approve a project that replaces that ADNU, then that would be included as we're going forward. But ADNUs aren't included because they're not approved, and for that, in the kind of in that processes, they get identified in the generator interconnection studies. But basically, that constraint is only in terms of mitigated if we identify a need in the transmission planning process and approve a project to address that constraint that ADNU was based upon.
Okay, so my point is maybe you can think about a possible scenario, make sure there's no gap here. Every project has a way to move forward. Thank you.
Okay, we have Susan Schneider online.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I'm going to apologize. I'm sort of following on Sanjay's questions. This is a stupid non-engineer question, but I was a little confused by this because, first of all, if there's more than one project that is sponsoring or in this option B or merchant deliverability area, and some of them have signed GIAs, but other ones haven't, what happens then? If they've executed a GIA, if they haven't executed a GIA, okay, so let me just stop there. If there's some that have executed and some that have not, how does that fit into this this structure?
I don't think we've truly nailed that down yet as to, I think we'd have to be in the mode of if a project was willing to sign a GIA and move forward on that project on a standalone basis, if the other projects withdrew, we'd have to just kind of weigh that. And I think that it would be a function of the GIAs that would have to define those issues so that we know how each project would like to proceed under various scenarios that may play out for that project. So I don't think we want to necessarily design within the tariff, this is how it plays out. I think we want to leave it open within the GIAs to kind of define how that would work.
Well, I mean, I think everybody knows with this kind of upgrade that if everybody drops out except one project, that project could get stuck with it. I mean, I think that's kind of the nature of this structure. So I'm wondering if some have, but they may not be proceeding on exactly the same schedule for executing a GIA, based on whatever else is going on. So, okay, so I understand. It sounds like you haven't contemplated that, but maybe you could think about that. And I guess what I wasn't really clear about here is how can the ADNU be in a, if you're talking about an ADNU that is triggered in the TPP, how could it be triggered in the TPP, but also be in the base case? Isn't it by definition not in the base case because it has been triggered and then approved through the TPP? I didn't really even understand.
Yeah, it's a matter of timing, Susan, that someone puts in a project in a cluster as a merchant option project, and they're being studied, and it's still a merchant project, but in a future TPP, it's determined based on a new portfolio that some additional transmission is going to be needed in that area to support the portfolio projects. And so this ADNU now is determined in the TPP to be needed. And if that occurs before any of those projects actually have executed a GIA, then they are relieved of their responsibility to fund that. So it's just a matter of timing.
Okay, so when you say it's not in the base case, you don't mean in the base case in the cycle in which it is approved, right? Because by definition, it's not in the base case because it's been triggered.
Right. The point is,
the terminology is very confusing here.
Okay, so the point is, once a project has been approved and it's in a base case for the next TPP cycle,
for the next TPP cycle,
the ISO is committed to that project as a portfolio-driven or a policy-driven project.
Okay, so maybe you can clarify when you say the ADNU is not in the base case, you mean for the next cycle, not for the one you're talking about here.
Well, okay. It's not going to be in a base case if it's determined to be a mitigation that is needed within a particular TPP cycle.
Which is why I was confused when I was looking at the terminology. And again, maybe this is a stupid non-engineer question, but it didn't make sense to me that something could be in the base case but also be triggered. It didn't. So you're talking about the base case for the next time, not the time when you'd actually be having it be approved.
In the place where it becomes determined to be a needed upgrade, it's not in the base case. It's a mitigation that's developed based on the new portfolio. Okay. But then following that, once it's approved by the board, then it becomes part of the base case.
Okay, all right. It almost seems like again, perhaps that could be clarified in the next time because it's not clear the way it's stated. And also, if you're almost giving people an incentive to wait and see if they're close to a TPP and not execute their GIAs just to see if it comes out that way. I guess I also don't understand, then if you go down to the next bullet, where you've got the merchant project execute the GIA, just because they've executed the GIA, now they are removed by any, even though it's needed. And so even, they're not going to get any refunds at all. Maybe you could make it refundable at least, because if it's found to be needed, perhaps they might have to continue to finance it because they agreed to do that, but they still, if it's found to be needed, why is it then not refundable to them, at least? It just seems, just because they've executed GIA, because they're moving ahead, which you want them to do, why are you punishing them basically by saying, even if we find out that it's needed, so everyone else in the system is going to use it and it's needed, you still have to, you don't get anything for it.
So once it's in the base case, it's part of the base case, and it's not going to be determined, are particular upgrades that are already in the base case, are they needed or not? They're just there. And we're looking at mitigations based on where the transmission or where the new generation is going to be located for new transmission upgrades. So once it's gotten far enough along where it's in a GIA and the ISO says, okay, these projects are moving forward and the AD&U that they're funding is moving forward. So now we're going to put it in the base case because we don't want to study it again. So it's in the base case. There's no need to study it again, and it's moving forward as a merchant AD&U.
Okay, I'll give some more thought to that. Anyway, I also wanted to give you, by the way, in just sort of backing up the idea that they would keep it for 2 years if they were going to be relieved. I thought that was a kind of an innovative way to do it, and that was kind of interesting. But anyway, well, we'll give some more thought to this. But it just, you're sending some weird incentives for when you want people to execute GIAs, which I think you actually want them to do, because the treatment is different depending on when they do it. And so we'll put some of that in our comments.
Okay, we're going to go to Shane O'Brien in the room.
I just had a quick follow-up to my earlier question. Are you guys going to use some sort of like threshold to determine whether a region has TPD available or is going to be considered a merchant zone? You know, I mean, if we're talking about like some residual 5, 10, 15 megawatt type of thing, would that be considered merchant zone or not? And I'm just trying to figure out like what would be reasonable, right? If you're not going to allow a project to do what they can today, right, and choose to fund an upgrade to overcome that threshold, like how can we find some sort of reasonable criteria then to balance that?
Yeah, we haven't come up with any threshold criteria to say it needs to have a minimum amount of TPT available in the zone to be able to truly be a TPT zone. So that's something that I think we ought to consider, though. You know, as you say, what if there's just a small megawatt amount? I don't know if in planning there's kind of a minimum megawatt that you might consider. So yeah, why don't you put that in your comments and we'll consider that.
We will. And, you know, I would encourage you to maybe revisit the fact too. I mean, if developers are willing to take on the additional cost burden of funding a transmission upgrade and increasing capacity, I guess it's not really clear to me like why that should be disincentivized through this policy. I understand that's your current position, but I guess I'm not really appreciating why that is your position.
Okay.
We have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to the next slide. Okay, so this is relevant to the 150% of available planned transmission capacity, where the ISO continues to propose the 150% zonal limitation as a means of reasonably filtering the projects that are the most ready project to be moving forward into the study process. And so this is something that we are going to continue to take a close look at. I think we feel pretty comfortable that this is the right level. One thing that we are considering doing, though, is to run some scenarios related to this. And I don't know if Danielle, I don't think you mentioned this yet, but we were thinking about doing a survey or asking people that are included in Cluster 15 to provide us with information related to what you think your score would be today, and give us that information, and we could kind of just do an informal mock run of cluster 15 and the scoring process, and just kind of test how we think this 150% process would really work out going through a true exercise of it. And then yeah, and further analysis around that will kind of guide us if we think we might want to change it. But I don't know if you have anything further you want to say about that, Danielle, about how we're going to proceed with that.
Yeah, I think we're looking at two things. We're looking at cluster 15 data to see, this division between TPD zones and merchant zones first. And then we'll also do a stakeholder survey. It should be relatively, or sorry, not a stakeholder survey, but a survey of cluster 15 interconnection customers, just to get a high level sense of how the scoring criteria as currently proposed would shake out. That would help us assess whether it's granular enough, how many ties we might have. It's not binding, it'll be confidential. But that's going to help us, again, reevaluate and substantiate, hopefully, the 150% cap, as well as come up with some final adjustments if necessary to things like the scoring process. Keep an eye out for that if you have a cluster 15 project.
Okay, and we have a hand from Songjay.
So Sandra from Great Bright, when you fulfill the 150% of the available capacity, so basically you have these metrics of the constraint and the projects, generating projects. There are two ways to do it, so I wonder which way you are going to do. Well, the first is you go down by the generator list. For each generator, you simultaneously test all the constraints, see if it fits. If it fits, stay. Otherwise, it's knocked out. Then you go to the next one. Then again, test all the constraints simultaneously. Another approach is you take the constraint. You go down by the constraint order. You take first constraint. You fill it with the generators. Then you move on to the next constraint. Again, you do the generator. So which way are you going to do? It's go by the constraint or go by the generator first?
This has been from ISO. It's the first approach you described. That's how we're going to do it.
Go by the generator.
Yeah, but we will also be looking at not just the constraint, we will also be sorting by the score, right?
Yeah. The generator, I mean, you go with the highest score generator,
yeah.
Then move on to the next one. But for each generator, you will run the simultaneous test for all the constraints.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so that really points out that projects coming in really need to be doing their homework. You could have a project with a very high score, but there can be anywhere from you're behind one constraint to many constraints. And all it takes is one constraint to actually kick your project out, to say, okay, even though you got a high score, you're behind a constraint that will not allow your project to proceed. Are there any other questions?
Okay, we have a hand from Kathleen.
Just brief question, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. On this survey idea, I was wondering as far as timing, can we talk a little bit more about it?
Probably sometime next week, and probably with a window like a week or two, because we want to be able to incorporate what we see in the survey results into the final proposal.
And just very short questions. I assume that you're thinking of treating that any information that you would provide would either be at the same level of kind of scrubbed aggregate data, if you're going to provide any data that we would expect from any kind of Q release. Is that fair?
Yes. Yeah, we'll keep all the individual results confidential, obviously. And then we haven't exactly talked about how to aggregate the data, but if we share anything, it will be aggregated.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we have a hand from Alan, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi. So I apologize if this is in the wrong, wrong place to ask this, but my question is around 150% of the, of zonal limitation and maybe the scoring criteria, in general. So recently, FERC rejected, and by the way, this question is kind of with the with the study cap as well, right? So recently FERC rejected MISO's similar proposal, right, for this like the study limitation based on I was wondering if anyone at CAISO has had a chance to take a look at MISO's proposal and see how does it differentiate from from the study limitations that we're talking about here. Yeah, that's basically my question.
Thanks, Ellen. Yes, we have looked at it. We have reviewed, and I think some of the modifications you see in the draft final proposal from the revised draft proposal reflect our interpretation of the FERC ruling.
Alan, could you remind us which organization you're with again? Could we unmute Alan's line?
Thanks. Yeah, San Diego Gas and Electric. So, I'm sorry. Back to your answer, right? So, and I'll take a look at it, deeper. But is there anything that stood out that you'd be willing to share, at a high level on what like the big things that are different between this and MISO's proposal?
Yeah, I can. I want to move on from this as well, though. So I think initially, the biggest pieces that we saw were the rejection of the proposed cap that MISO uses, but I think the rejection was on the grounds of a number of exemptions that MISO proposed around that cap. So you'll see that that's part of the reason that we've provided some very clear boundaries for different types of resources that apply to the 150% zonal cap. And it's also part of the reason that we're exploring, and testing the scoring process and the 150% capacity value.
We have no other questions in queue on the phones.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is just a little bit of information about our study process and how we anticipate our study process for cluster 15 and forward is going to align with the FERC order number 2023, where the order lays out a cluster study process and then a restudy process if needed, and then a final interconnection facility study that provides more granular and accurate cost information for the upgrades and facilities identified in the cluster study report. So don't really want to get into this. Hopefully everybody's been reviewing the FERC order and have at least a general understanding of all these type of things, but we just wanted to confirm that that's our process that we're planning to go forward with, and that's what was in the schedule that Jeff talked about earlier. Let's move to the next slide. And the ISO is proposing to no longer continue with the off-peak deliverable study and the operational deliverability assessments. We just feel that these various studies have had their time of when they were really most useful and not quite as useful as much anymore. And we don't feel that we have enough time within the study process that we are given by FERC within the timeline they're giving us to complete these studies. So we are proposing to do away with these studies within our cluster study process. So with that, I think that one's probably worth opening up for questions.
Abhishek, go ahead.
Abhishek Singh, Rev Renewables. So I was just wondering, this operational deliverability assessment, which used to get done as part of phase 2 studies, and most of it was advisory, but the first year results were used for NQC spreadsheet that ISO publishes annually. So is that, I mean, how is that process going to be handled then?
Well, we'll still end up with having to do the 1 year for NQC studies. Like you said, they were used for multiple into the operational net, but the NQC study will still have to do for the next year, and that's something we'll be factoring into our study process.
But it will be outside the cluster study process, right, Jeff?
Yeah, no, correct. It's not a part of as we're doing it. It will be for the development of the NQC list.
Okay, let's move on to the next slide. And one more. So this is getting into our modifications for the transmission plan deliverability allocation process. We had delayed this. In prior papers, we had laid out a few of the options that we were considering, but we pulled those back, wanting to basically look at the TPD allocation process holistically, looking at all of the items that we wanted to be considered together. And we felt this is probably the right time to roll those out to where this is really the first time we've actually discussed the full proposal of what we're thinking for the TPD allocation modifications. So I'll run through these two slides pretty quickly and then open it up for questions. The first item is project parking will be discontinued. We feel like the parking process no longer really fits within the way we see the process really needing to run moving forward. There are restrictions when you're in the parking process to where you can't do MMAs and certain other things. You can't ask for your GIA, and the FERC order now requires us to enter into GIA within a certain time frame. As well as when you're parked, you're not required to make your posting. And we feel like, well, the projects that are as ready as they are coming through this process, and once they get studied, that really they should be making whatever posting requirements are required and moving forward. So we're doing away with parking. And so in light of that, we are giving projects 3 consecutive opportunities to seek an allocation, beginning with the first affidavit window after the interconnection studies have been completed. And then after the third opportunity to seek an allocation, projects that have not received an allocation will be converted to energy only. So pretty much similar to the way we do that now. We typically, if a project could have parked a second year, a project would have had 3 opportunities to seek an allocation. We've really felt that having 3 opportunities to seek an allocation would be appropriate. So we think that's the right level. We think that just the 2 that we kind of have for most projects right now may not really be enough under the new paradigm that we're going to be operating under. So we're going to go with 3 consecutive opportunities. And then energy only projects will only be eligible for an allocation through allocation group C in commercial operation, regardless of how the project became energy only. So this will apply to all energy only projects within the queue, and projects that have attained partial capacity delivery status may seek an allocation for the energy only portion of their project. So in this case, someone may have added a battery storage to their project where prior to that they were full capacity delivery status, but now they've added batteries, so now they're partial. And we think those kind of projects should be eligible to seek an allocation for the additional capacity. And there are other scenarios as well, but at any rate, that's what we're proposing. Next slide, please. And then allocation group D will be continued, or excuse me, discontinued, thank you. And it's not because of all the issues that we've been dealing with allocation group D having just implemented. It's really more of a function that allocation group D essentially soaks up any transmission plan deliverability that's available. Anything that's left over after allocation groups A, B, and C, well, allocation group D can take that, then they can go out there and try to get a PPA and try to retain that allocation. But if we continue with that process, that would basically mean that there's nothing left in any zone. So every zone would be an option B zone. And we don't think that's really the appropriate path to be going down. So we're just going to do away with option D. And then criteria for allocating TPD to long lead time projects will be based on existing ISO tariff language. And here's the tariff section that deals with that is 8.9.1. And items B and C stipulate that the ISO can reserve capacity, whether it's capacity that's internal to the ISO or based on import capacity availability, that if the transmission plan is basically requiring us to add some transmission to capture the generation that it wants, either out of state or maybe out of ISO, such as geothermal and IID, where you're going to need to import it. If we build some additional capacity to increase the import capability to handle that, or we build some additional capacity up to go up into the Humboldt area to help those wind energy projects become full deliverability to meet the portfolio, then we believe that our tariff already allows us to basically reserve that capacity for those specific projects in those specific areas. And then scoring criteria for ranking the projects to be eligible to receive TBD. We already have a scoring process in place, but we want to revamp that and refresh it and use the existing scoring criteria that we're developing for entry into the study process. We want to basically take that information that we learned from that process and utilize that to determine what do we think is really the best way to score projects once they have reached this phase of the process where they've been fully studied, or whatever point that we decide the first allocation point should be for projects. And based on earlier discussions, we need to decide what that first point is. It may not be totally studied. It may give some opportunity earlier than the final facility study. But whatever that point is, we want to have scoring criteria that's relevant and appropriate for projects at that stage of their development and study. And so that's something we'll be working on once we really nail down the scoring criteria. And then TPD allocation modification stakeholder process may continue beyond the IPE track 2 that we're doing right now. We're planning on taking this final proposal, once we do the final proposal, to the board, and in the May board meeting, we'd really like to see this get through into where we see stakeholder agreement, say this is a good process, we're in agreement with it, and if we get comments to that, where for the most part stakeholders are in agreement with this, we can go to the final proposal, and we could take this to the May board meeting as well. However, if we're not in that mode, we may find that we need more time, more papers to work through this process, and if that's the case, we'll probably go into an IPE track 3 and take this to the board in July. So with that, are there any questions? Kathleen?
Great, thank you. Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Thanks, Bob. Couple clarifying questions. I have one on each slide. That's okay that you went through?
Sure.
I'll start with this one since we're on it. So the first bullet, allocation group D will be discontinued. I'm trying to make that real for me. So does that mean that if a project at this point in time doesn't have a PPA, so A, isn't shortlisted for a PPA, B, or energy only, C, that it is not eligible to submit the TPD affidavit?
If it's not eligible, well, under Group D, there won't be any eligibility for under Group D, so you'll just only have allocation groups A, B, and C left. So are you referring to a project that is already
Yeah, so a project that doesn't, right, so today, allocation group D is for what I consider really every standard project, right? So that's most projects. So I'm just trying to put my head around what this so this is a huge policy change. So I'm just trying to put it into my mind about what it means that's changing. So
a project,
you have to have
you've got two cases or situations a project would be in that is prior in either this allocation or prior sought an allocation or Group D. Either they got an allocation or they have not. If they've got an allocation, then they're under the retention requirements to retain that allocation. And if after that point in time, they can't retain it and they lose it, then their options are to then try to seek another allocation in the remaining allocation groups A, B, and C. If a project did not receive an allocation, then they're going to be in the mode of, okay, the next cycle that they're seeking an allocation through is they're going to have to be able to meet the requirements for either A, B, or C.
And so the reason I asked it the way the reason I asked it the way I did is that if you have to meet A, B, or C to get an allocation, that to me means that you shouldn't submit a TPD affidavit unless you meet one of those three under this proposal.
The reason I hesitate is essentially the answer is that's correct. However, within our process, we would like everybody to at least put in the affidavit form of telling us, hey, I'm recognizing that I don't qualify for an allocation, so I'm just letting you know I recognize that. I'm informing you, ISO, that I'm aware of that, and you won't be looking for another affidavit from me. But in essence, the answer is yeah. Even if you are in that mode of checking the box, no, I can't get an allocation, you're still in that same mode. It's equivalent to not even submitting one.
Okay, and so maybe this ties to my second clarifying question. Very helpful, by the way. But on the last slide where it says that parking is being eliminated as well. So in your scenario, you want an affidavit submitted so you have clarity that, you know, this project doesn't meet those criteria. But you're still proposing that there would be 2 more chances of submitting an affidavit.
That's right. Depending on what cluster you're in, every cluster will have 3 opportunities. So cluster 15 will have its 3 opportunities. Cluster 14 will have utilized 1 opportunity in the cycle that we're in right now, and then 2 more opportunities after that.
Okay, so my last question, as I'm thinking through this, so it's a project that doesn't have a PPA, isn't shortlisted, isn't energy only. Your expectation is we submit an affidavit, but we can't park, and you want us to pay additional funds towards the interconnection process. What is that expectation? Are you expecting that even though there's no contract, there's no shortlist, I mean, we're truly the ones that need the deliverability, but you would want us to pay a portion of the next financial security, or are you envisioning starting to pay on the RNUs? Can we put a little more teeth there?
We'll be under the FERC Order 2023 requirements for additional postings as projects move forward.
I don't know that
regardless of whether you have an allocation or not.
Is removing parking an Order 2023 compliance? I don't know that I recall that being a part of Order 2023.
No. So the point of that is when you remove parking allowed a project to defer its posting for 12 months.
Right.
So we're doing away with that. So a project would then have to post within the timelines and the amounts that are spelled out within the FERC Order 2023, regardless of whether they have an allocation at that point in time or not.
I'll definitely take it back and think about it, and I give it to the rest of the group. This feels very difficult to put into practice if we need to continue to compete for deliverability and you want to afford those chances and we can't park. I'm still struggling with how that works in practice, but I deeply appreciate the clarifications. Thank you.
Okay, Justin Alford was the next hand in the room, I think.
Justin Alford, Power Flow Development. You mentioned Group D kind of eating up all remaining deliverability, and we're going through a TPD affidavit and allocation process right now. So my question is, for cluster 15, is there a risk or a concern that, you know, every zone in CAISO will be a merchant zone?
So within allocation group D, if a project gets an allocation, they can only keep it for 1 year. And then after that 1 year period, they have to, through the retention process, document that they either are shortlisted or have a PPA. Otherwise, they'll lose it. So, you know, there is a chance that projects get those PPAs or get shortlisted and are able to retain their group D allocations. our past history hasn't, well, this is our first cycle. We'll see how that plays out within the cycle we're now, how many of those projects that got an allocation through Group D are actually able to retain it. So time will tell. It's a matter of how aggressive procurement happens. And so I can't really answer that question about of the projects that get an allocation in Group D in this cycle, which now includes Cluster 14, how many of those are actually going to be at a point where a year from now they'll be able to retain it? Sean?
Oh, we're going to go to Chris Devon and then to
Oh.
Sushan.
I had two questions. One that came up from after Kathleen. I think it was the idea of is CAISO expecting that the project would essentially have a contract before getting the interconnection agreement completed then?
No, not necessarily. I mean, the fact that you have 3 opportunities for an allocation, if you're just looking at the allocation side of things, you know, you don't need it right away. There's no requirement for that. And there's no requirement for the generator interconnection agreement. We have lots of projects that go into the, execute their agreement without without a purchase power agreement.
Okay, thanks. The other one I had was on this long lead time projects and this piece of Appendix DD that you have on the slide here. This does appear to be a new piece of the proposal to me, and it seems to kind of come out of nowhere from previous discussions. I remember in the transmission planning process enhancements proposal that we had back in 2022, September 2022, we were talking about the policy-driven projects and reserving that stuff, and CAISO never continued with that process. So just curious as to if this is just a new interpretation that you're allowed to do this under this part of the tariff, or what happened with that last discussion on that whole TPP enhancements thing that was just left unresolved at that point back in 2022.
Well, it's Jeff here with the ISO. That process, closed that process. The reserve component, I think Danielle had brought this up in previous, as we're looking at it, we were rolling this into here. And in particular, as we've done further looking at it, just like the MIC capability in Appendix DD, there is the means to be able to preserve for MIC. There is also in the Appendix DD, as you're looking at the preservation, there is also the capability for things that are identified within the transmission plan, and that's identified in Appendix DD. So as we looked at it, it fit better into here because the preservation is already available for that TPD in Appendix DD. The issue that comes is okay, then now that it's preserved, how do we go down the path of allocating it? And that fit better into as we're looking at the TPD allocation in the IPA process, and that's why it's in here is the preservation exists, how and what mechanisms and what criteria for as we allocate that out to those long lead time resources, and how does that fit? And that fits better. That fits more into the IPA process from the allocation and what we're talking about on TPD allocation. So that's why it was brought into here.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for the clarification. That really answers my question. Thank you.
Okay, Sushan.
Very Clearway Energy. With regards to elimination of Group D, wanted to clarify what I heard. So you're saying that if project doesn't have a PPA, doesn't have a short list, or is not Group C, even if in a zone there is TPD available, nobody has PPAs, then that year that TPD just get unused because nobody is eligible for Group D?
That's correct.
Is that something we should rethink? Because, I mean, we are wasting a year.
Well, there are projects from prior years that have been studied, so I don't see that there's ever going to be a shortage of projects for the load-serving entities to procure. And since there's 3 years to get an allocation, or 3 cycles that any cluster group has to get an allocation, they're going to be out there marketing their project. They don't get a PPA or shortlisted that first year. Well, they're going to continue to market their projects. And even though a project comes out of a particular study cluster, there's still plenty of other projects out there that are continuing to be marketed, and hopefully will then qualify for the next allocation cycle.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just still processing it.
Can I follow up with a quick, or no? Okay.
So we have about 4 minutes until our next section to be able to make it through the
Is
day.
there anybody on the phone? Should we get those, or?
Jane, do you have a pretty brief question? Okay.
Just to clarify real quick, I don't know that I heard this answer earlier. I understand we can't park, we got to post right away, but there's 3 allocations. Is there some way to forego an allocation and go to the next year if you don't have your PPA the first year, or how does that functionally work?
Yeah, if you don't qualify, you don't qualify. So you have to wait till the next year. So by default.
So you just don't submit something, you wait till year 2 and then submit.
Right.
Okay. And then I just want to ask real quick too, do you foresee any risk of shifting this problem to the PPA space? I mean, I like the fact that it sits in the CAISO's purview right now because it is fairly transparent. And like you mentioned earlier, there's already retention criteria. And so, if we have folks getting PPAs, most of them predicated on getting TPD, but they don't know if they can get TPD yet. A lot of off-takers are looking for some assurance, and typically they look for an actual allocation before they proceed to a PPA.
Yeah, you're kind of referring to the issue that we've had for a while with the allocation process. That was kind of a chicken and egg where low turbine entity doesn't want to enter into a PPA until someone's got an allocation, but can't get an allocation until you get a PPA. But I think within this mode where we're kind of shrinking the number of projects that are out there. And so the projects that do get studied within that 150% of what's available, that I think there's going to be a lot of pretty robust competition with those projects, and they'll have a greater chance of getting an allocate or getting a PPA than they have with, say cluster 14 that's got 200 and some projects coming out of it. And the PPAs are going to be looking at all those projects, and there's not nearly enough capacity to allocate to even 100, 2/3 of them the way that we're planning to go to now. So I think it's going to work better, even though it may not totally solve that issue of that chicken and egg thing, but I think it's going to be much better than it is right now.
Okay. And then the last thing real quick to your point, Jason, the concern I raised earlier about multiple clusters being evaluated at the same time, and that potentially being in conflict with the TPD amounts we're looking at for screening entry into the process to begin with, that TPD going down or up if there's a policy project that gets approved during the middle of the study process. But it seems to add additional uncertainty to the process, and that seems counter to the goals that we have overall here about increasing certainty and leaving the process in a timely and certain manner.
So I think Kathleen, you were next.
If you'll take my question, I really appreciate that. Just trying to understand. So Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Okay, so super helpful. Shane asked that question. Yes, and you said, yes, you can skip a year, but that counts as one of your 3?
Yes, that's a good point. It's not like you're skipping it. You're just saying, okay, I don't qualify, so therefore I'm not seeking an allocation, but you still only have 3 years. Even if it, excuse me, 2 years in a row, you don't qualify, you've got one bite of the apple left.
Okay, super helpful. Last quick clarifying question. Your answer to Chris, so you could not have a PPA and you could go execute an interconnection agreement, you said. But if I'm understanding your proposal correctly, that could only be an interconnection agreement for energy-only injection rights?
Well, Deb, do you want to think about that one?
Because you couldn't, so Chris asked, well, could you not meet A through C? Never be eligible, so you're never eligible to try. 3 chances and they expire. you could proceed to an interconnection agreement negotiation. But if you can't get TPD, then it's an energy only IA, correct? Only? Is that correct?
So is
Okay.
that the way you do it, Deb, or you would, anybody that doesn't have an allocation is energy only, and you'd have to convert that GIA to a full capacity delivery status GIA if they get one? She
Okay.
says yes.
Thank you for clarifying. Those are important details.
Sushant?
Had a follow-up to my previous question. So we said that there's 3 years worth of projects that will be competing. So unlikely that there will be TPD that goes unused. One thing to think about is those projects still have to post without having TPD, right? To get the 3 shots at goal. And that may be highly unlikely, where projects are going to post for their upgrades without having TPD, without having a PPA. So that it is possible that there could be a zone where there is TPD and nobody has a PPA and it just gets unused.
Well, I think I'd encourage you to take a look at the posting amounts that are in the FERC order. The posting amounts in that order are not as aggressive as the 15% and 30% right after the study are done in our current process. So I don't think the posting amount is going to be quite as onerous at that point in time, but then there are other postings that are required, just to get into the GIA and so forth. So, but it is kind of what it is. It's the FERC order, and we don't see any way around doing something different than what FERC is requiring us for that.
Okay, we're going to go to Susan Schneider, and then we're going to go to the next section.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I'll be very quick. If you could go to slide 35. I guess my question and this is a sort of follow-up of my earlier question for energy-only projects and the fact that this would apply to all the projects in the queue, particularly with respect to the fact that the TPP is now lagging on the allocation process, which it looks like you're going to try and fix, which is a good idea. But if for option D, for example, the people were given sort of a one-time opportunity to come in and do it. I'm wondering if rather than just cutting people off at the knees who thought they might have another chance coming in, and maybe even working on that for Northern California, would you consider just allowing them sort of one more chance to come in the next allocation process and then imposing this? So people would at least have some advance notice that the ability to come in would be removed from their list of options.
So if I understand, Susan, you're talking about allocation group D, maybe retaining it for one more cycle.
No. I'm talking about allocation group A or B for energy-only projects who might acquire PPA, perhaps are already working on one if they're in the north, knowing that there are going to be upgrades probably approved in the TPP here, but they aren't going into this allocation process. They had their eye more on the next allocation process. But before you remove their ability to come in and ask, could you wait one more cycle so at least they know it's their last chance and they can come in and do it? So I'm not saying they would come in for Group D because they're already ineligible for Group D, but could they come in one more time for Group A or B?
Okay, so why don't you put that in your comments? I think there may be an opportunity for that. We have to think about when do we think, because this will be instituted for cluster 15, but depending on when cluster 15 hits and when the next allocation group hits, there may be room for something like that. So why don't you put it in your comments?
Okay, because it seems very unlikely that cluster 15 will participate in the next process if you're going to still an annual process. They're just not going to be finished. So maybe if these guys could slip in before cluster 15, then that's their chance. That's it, maybe.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to not ask the next question just so we can move on. Thank you so much.
And if you still have a question, just drop it into the chat and we can reply that way.
Okay, hi, I'm Jill with the queue management team, contract and queue management. Get the next slide. We're removing 2 topics from this track 2. The first one is the one-time withdrawal opportunity. We just don't have a viable option forward at this time. It might be revisited in the future, but right now we're removing it from this IPE. And then the removal of the suspension rights, that That topic is also being removed based on stakeholder feedback and the FERC Order 2023. Are there any questions about the removal of these two topics?
Yeah, Shane O'Brien with IPA Power. I was just curious, we raised in our last round of comments some specific questions about the differences between the one-time withdrawal opportunity provisions around cluster 13 and earlier cycles, which makes a lot of sense. Understand the PTO's concerns there. But we didn't see those same concerns applying to cluster 14. And I didn't see really any dialogue on that in the ISO's paper. And so I was just curious if you could provide a little bit more insight into why that portion of the proposal is not being considered further at this time.
Sorry, Shane, I missed the beginning of your question. We are not moving forward with that proposal because we haven't been able to identify an appropriate, potentially infinite source of funding to make up for those upgrades.
If I could clarify real quick,
Yeah,
I think this will help you. I understand that to be the case for like cluster 13 and earlier, right? But with the state of where cluster 14 is at right now, we and some other stakeholders had asked, can we bifurcate this?
Yeah, no, we can't. It would have to be applied equally. So it's not something that we could do for one particular cluster. It would be discriminatory to do otherwise.
Okay, I didn't see any of that in your comments, so I was just kind
Okay.
of curious why that wasn't considered further. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
There's no questions online.
The next item is the limited operation study updates. We received some stakeholder comments asking for us to extend this further than 9 months, and we just can't do that and ensure accurate reporting and the reliability of the grid. So we are moving forward with the proposal to extend it to 9 months. And we'll also be updating the BPM for generator management to clarify the relationship between MMAs and LOSs. Are there any questions? Next slide. There are no changes to the topic to revise attachment 7 to the SGIA to be consistent with Appendix H to the LGIA. The TP deliverability transfer limitations, we also received comments on this topic opposing the withdrawal of the transferring project and also asking for a grace period for the energy-only project to provide an energy-only PPA. Historically, energy-only projects have not proceeded to commercial operation, so we are not making any changes to this proposal either. Are there any questions about this topic? Okay. I'll turn it over to Jason.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. And onto the viability and time and queue topic here. Largely, this topic stayed the same. I'm just going to hit a couple of the items that were adjusted or we added for further clarification through here. So again, just to summarize, we are proposing to adjust the current commercial viability criteria, where today you have to meet CVC in order to retain your deliverability. If you don't, you are converted to energy only. We are putting in place with this policy an unavoidable time and queue requirement, basically to show that you're commercially viable and you're proceeding to commercial operation. Pretty strict criteria, admittedly, but it's really that line in the sand that we want to draw to help projects move forward and show that they're viable, or nicely get you out of the queue so that other projects can fill the space to develop their project. Couple of the clarifications on this slide are the first two primary bullets. The tables below that we'll get to here in a moment are for cluster 14 and earlier. Those are generally predicated on 7-year time and queue. And then for cluster 15 and going forward, we'd be looking at CVC being met 5 years from the completion of, or the publication of the facility study report as identified in the work order 2023. And then second to that, some clarifications around having an executed PPA. We added an element where the TPD status and requirements of that PPA must match the TPD status of the project that's in the queue. So for example, as outlined in the paper, you can't come to the ISO and meet CVC with a PPA that requires deliverability if you're energy only deliverability status in the queue. It doesn't qualify, your PPA is not valid. You know, technically your project couldn't meet the requirements of that PPA because you're energy only and you have to be online first to achieve that. So that would not qualify to meet CVC. And then we did hear stakeholder comments and concern about the original proposal for in the event that a PTO extension or PTO delay causes the project to lose a PPA if there is that PTO delay. And so what we clarified in this paper was you will have now 12 months if a PTO delay or PTO extension is applicable and the project does lose the PPA because of that PTO extension, the project would have 12 months to provide a PPA or demonstrate that it's shortlisted or negotiating a PPA. If in that first year it demonstrates shortlist or PPA or negotiating a PPA, you'd have an additional 12 months to sign that PPA. So really same as our current TPD retention process. So wanted to just highlighting that we opened up more time for PPAs. I'm going to get through the next few slides before I open for questions, just for sake of time. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So nothing changed on this slide. I'll just highlight quickly that, you know, really these CVC requirements or this new policy does not take into account your TPD status, the time in queue, time in queue is not the right word, your commercial operation date. It really gets down to a time in queue and do you meet the criteria that we've established in the policy. We do want to highlight though that it does provide all projects an equal opportunity and reasonable time and flexibility to seek an allocation, park if needed. If we're getting rid of parking, that obviously doesn't matter, but execute your interconnection agreement, go out, seek a power purchase agreement. Like Bob just highlighted, you'll have those few opportunities to seek that allocation. And then really commence design and proceed to commercial operation, you know, commence your construction and keep going. We can go to the next slide, please. And nothing changed here either, but just to highlight, once you have met commercial viability criteria at that point in queue, you would then have an annual demonstration to show and demonstrate that you're making distinct and specific progress to commercial operations. So you can't meet CVC and then continue to sit in the queue, maybe market your project to other projects, or just sit stale, right? You have to demonstrate and you have to actively be building your project and moving to commercial operation, or the ISO would have the opportunity to withdraw you from the queue and terminate your interconnection agreement. Okay, we can go to the next slide. And this is a new slide. It's highlighting a couple additional items that we added into the paper. You know, as part of this commercial viability criteria, projects that meet CVC for only a portion of their project would then have to downsize to that portion that does meet CVC. So if you have a 200 megawatt project and you have a 100 megawatt PPA that requires deliverability, you're moving forward with the 100 megawatts for that PPA, and you'll be forced to downsize so that you continue building that 100 megawatt project. If you have a PPA, an energy only PPA, and you can demonstrate that you have half for deliverability and another half for energy only, then you can build your entire project, but you have to demonstrate that at the time of CVC requirement. You know, given that we're removing the suspension rights from the paper, we want to clarify here that if a project does request to suspend and it does impact the commercial viability criteria and the time to meet commercial viability criteria, that the project would need to meet CVC at the time it suspends, not at the time in queue. So if it's electing to suspend, it must, you know, be prepared to demonstrate the CVC requirements that are in place. Again, you know, just as we highlighted in the paper and you see on the slide here, you know, we think that there's an opportunity or a situation where projects are suspending simply to linger in the queue And we don't want that to impact or be a opportunity for a project to avoid the CVC requirements. Again, we clarified that projects, go kind of, I'll play this out in a little bit of a scenario. So following the TPD proposal that Bob mentioned, where there's 3 opportunities to seek an allocation, if you don't receive an allocation in those 3 cycles, you're converted to energy only. The project cannot go through 3 TPD cycles, get converted to energy only, and then decide that they want to build as a merchant plant. We're not providing that opportunity. If a project wants to build without deliverability, without an offtake agreement, they finish their study process and they build. There should be no delay in building a project if you want to build a project as a merchant plant. That's just the simple fact here. And we're intentionally putting this policy in place to avoid the situation or the question later in the process that I want to build as an energy only merchant type of plant, and that is not available here. And then just to clarify, this was a question that we had last time. The monthly and quarterly status reports that we have today would go away, and we would just have the annual demonstration that I mentioned previously. So we have the tables in the next slide. I'm going to pause here for questions and just see. Well, actually, take that back. Let me get through the next 2 slides if we could. Yeah. So the first set of criteria in this viability and time in queue is GIA execution. Nothing changed here from the last, so I'm not going to hit every bullet point here, but the idea is projects just have an outside window to execute their GIA. If they don't, then they'll be deemed withdrawn from the queue. Next slide. And then lastly, the demonstration of commercial viability criteria. So this is the timeline that we've established for cluster 14 projects and earlier that for when that CVC requirement would need to be met. Okay, I'll pause there now for questions.
There's a hand from Susan Schneider.
Let's go with Susan first. Yeah.
Hi, Adrian, can you unmute Susan, please? Okay, we're gonna, go ahead, Susan.
Okay, thank you. I was just unmuted. Yeah, thank you, Jason. The slide that you started with, I don't think it had a slide number on it, but if you go back to the first one you had there, where you talked about, let's see. Okay, yeah, I think it was this one. Thank you. Okay, so if you end up, since the COD, you have to demonstrate this no matter what you're doing with your COD. If a project wants to extend its COD beyond the 7-year period, I know there's another part of the tariff that says they have to, show, demonstrate why they need it and a few other things. But basically, if a project wants to extend the COD beyond 7 years, that won't trigger the CVC, right? It won't be triggered until they actually get to the point where everybody has to make that demonstration.
That's correct. And I would just add to that, in Order 2023, there is a limitation for projects to extend their COD by no more than 3 cumulative years while they're in the queue. So a project will elect and confirm their COD following the facility study, presuming that stays the same as our following the phase 2 study today. The project cannot extend its milestones beyond a cumulative 3 years beyond that confirmed date. So again, it's sort of FERC is recognizing the time in queue as well and placing requirements to limit that.
Okay, and then could you go to slide 44? Okay, where it seemed like I wasn't sure I understood your talk here, because you're sort of conflating energy only with merchant, and I couldn't quite figure out what point you were trying to make here. So if people don't get a TPD allocation, it seems like they're allowed to convert to energy only and continue, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if they continue, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, just to clarify, they're allowed to continue until the time they need to meet CVC. And then the energy only project could, we're hearing from stakeholders that there's energy only projects being procured. So if an energy only project has a PPA, it then can meet the CVC. Okay, yeah, keep going.
Okay, so here it says that they won't have the option to construct as a merchant plant or proceed without a PPA and proceed to construction, without having met and continue to meet the CVC requirements. But the CVC requirements are going to include a PPA. So I wasn't really sure how this whole bullet hangs together. You can't construct without a PPA and proceed to construction without having to met. You only have to meet the CVC requirements when you get to 7 years, right?
Correct.
Or those dates. Okay. So you can proceed without a PPA because you don't have to have one until later. And you can start construction without having met and continue to meet CVC requirements. It's just that you have to have the PPA by the time you get to year 7 and when the CVC is due, right?
Correct. I'm not sure why the project would seek an allocation for 3 years and then start construction and risk being withdrawn from the queue if they don't have a PPA by their 7th year. So, I mean, we're talking about 18-month window here of the third allocation that Bob mentioned and their time in queue. So that's a pretty risky move for a project from my perspective. I could be wrong, but just to highlight that, yeah.
Right, and it could be sort of part of a project, or it could be, I mean, as I'm saying, it may not be a full project. It could be, anyway. I'm just, but they're allowed to continue as energy only without having to get a PPA first, and they can proceed to construction, but they don't have to do anything till year 7 as far as CVC.
Correct.
Okay, all right. I was just trying to confirm that, and then when, I guess that's it. Okay. I'm sorry. The GIA process, LSA has if you go to that table where the GIA execution needs to be demonstrated.
Can we go forward one slide, please?
Okay. We had put in, LSA has put in several times now comments on, making sure that for a particular cluster that everyone gets their GIAs by a particular time, their draft GIAs, and that there's some kind of process around turnarounds and things like that, rather than just, rather than every project having to request a GIA and then the PTOs having to deal with all the different request dates and all the things going on different timelines. Have you guys, we didn't really see a response to that. Have you guys really thought about how this will all work for all these projects without that?
Yeah, so I would point to the contract negotiation teams here at the ISO and with the PTOs have been in discussions about how to improve the processes for tendering the agreements and then helping them move through the negotiation process and ultimately get executed, right? And there's been some, we'll call it process revampments, if you will, on identifying which projects need to continue proceeding forward and prioritizing, the earlier queued projects or the projects that need and can proceed forward relatively quickly. I think in addition to that comment, relative to the table we're looking at here, if we look at clusters 9, 10, and 11, there's 11 projects there that would need GIAs by a year and a half from now. And I would say the PTOs will recognize this. The ISO contract negotiators are already aware of this. And the idea is that those would then be obviously prioritized and we would move those through the process and expect the customers to be also working towards executing those in a timely manner. And then we move into clusters 12, that's September 30th, 2025, and then cluster 13, which is the end of next year. So I think I would end this by saying the ISO and PTOs recognize the need to tender these agreements and get them out to the customers. The added piece to this is we hope the customers would, be part of the team to work together to try and make it all work. And if they have a project that wants to be tendered an agreement, to please ask, to please come to the ISO, come to the PTOs, and say, hey, I'd like to move forward sooner than you are tendering the agreement to me. Can you please tender it sooner than later? And we will look at and build that into the prioritization list that we have in front of us, including these projects here. So it's not to say that the customers have a requirement to come to the ISO and request it, and it's not entirely their problem, but we're asking everybody to come together as a team and work together to move these projects forward as streamlined and efficiently as possible.
Okay, and I think I understand that some of the delays sometimes are due to the customers and not the PTOs. So I know it goes both ways.
Sure.
But I guess the question is, when might they expect to see it? Do they all have to come now and ask? Because if it's going to be executed by June 30th, sometimes given the turnaround times and everything else going on here, they're going to probably need to get that agreement, I think, probably pretty soon after the first of the year or sooner. And especially if they're going to be required, given the age of these projects, to put in MMA requests to delay their CODs or anything like that. There's a lot involved here, and if the ISO is taking 6 months to turn around MMA requests, or I just think a little more thought to this. When should they expect to see a draft agreement? The MMAs are almost certainly going to have to be submitted here, and that has to be part of the process. And I think I understand what you're saying, and I think everyone will want to see something sooner rather than later. But how will the rest of that process go here?
Sure. Oh, Deb, go ahead if you want to jump in. No, you're good. Okay. Yeah, we will take that back. I think Deb and I and Chris Sibley can have a conversation about what the process looks like and how we prioritize it, and then further communication with us and the PTO contracts teams can work out that process and, again, set the priority of what contracts and timelines we have established in front of us and figure out how to move forward. So.
Okay, that would be great. I think the timeline in particular would really be helpful.
Yeah, just to be frank, I don't foresee us extending the milestones you see on the screen here or that are in the paper. I would expect us to improve the process and the timeline in which we negotiate and execute these agreements. And again, I want to just highlight that if customers want to be tendered an agreement sooner than we're doing it or we're publishing it, please call and ask us. We want to move these things forward, and we're here to help, and that will help us prioritize it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jason. Did I interrupt somebody? Sorry.
We have a couple of hands in the room. We're going to go to Shane and then Kathleen.
Thanks. I'm done.
Thanks, Susan.
Yeah, this is Shane O'Brien with IPA. Just a quick question. I generally support, well, quick comment first. Generally support the framework here. I think it's great, especially the GIA provisions here and what you guys are doing with CVC. I did have a question though about like application to like cluster 15 and later, right? So we're taking a 2-year pause. We're looking at a 3-year study time frame. We're going to be at year 5 out of 7 when we finish the study. We're going to see CVC within like 18, 24 months of finishing that up. So have you thought about how this would apply to like cluster 15 and beyond? Yeah. And maybe a different way of looking at this too is like rather than Q date, could it be like a certain specific time frame after the study finishes? I think that might be a lot more sensible.
Sorry, I mentioned that on one of the earlier slides. So for cluster 15 going forward, it would be, we currently have proposed 5 years from the completion of what we would call the phase 2 study today, but the facility study.
Very good.
Order 23. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah. No, good clarification. Kathleen.
Sorry, Kathleen Goldberg from Vistra. Trying to process everything.
Yeah,
okay, so a couple questions that are, this timeline is awesome. I'm trying to expand it to 7 years. As
Kathleen's pointing to the cluster 15
sorry,
timeline
yes.
that we had in the slide earlier.
You can't see me. This wonderful cluster 15 timeline in green and blue for the years 1 through 3 is great. I'm trying to figure out where these years 4 through 7 now fit. That's a nice plug of maybe you could help us with that as the next step. My first question for you is, okay, so if you go to the next slide. So so all CVC has to be complete by year 7.
For 14 and earlier.
For 14 and earlier.
Well,
and
let me just clarify. It's not just a yes. It's actually by the date that's identified here, which is in some cases greater than 7 years of when a project was in a queue. So we're just establishing a reasonable timeline that we think FERC would agree to.
Understood. So like roughly.
It's intended to be 7 years, yes.
Roughly in that year somewhere.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Somewhere in that year, we should expect this. So the cluster 15 stuff is going to be different and under order 2023. Okay, so I need to put that in a different box. That's helpful.
Yep.
Okay, so with that caveat, so for cluster 14, let's say, all CVC by somewhere in year 7, including that's the contract, right? So that's the contract. April 30th of 2028, which is.
That's the 7th. That's effectively the 7th.
Yes, effectively the 7th year, right? Yeah. So contracts are needed by that point.
No, contracts are needed by the slide before this.
Oh, the slide before. Thank you. Okay.
Well, by contract, I think you
I
mean
meant PPA.
GIA.
Sorry.
Okay, if you mean PPA,
is needed by
PPA and the demonstration of the list of criteria that's in the paper is by this due date. Correct.
this due date.
Correct.
The GIA contract with the CAISO and the PTOs is due by
The slide before
the
this.
slide before.
Correct.
Okay, that's how I was reading that. The TPD instances, it's going to be under our, so if a project, I guess what I'm trying to think through is if anything that we discussed about the new proposals for TPD or parking, if any of that comes into play for cluster 14, or if we can think about these in silos. Does that question make sense?
I think I see where you're going. Keep going.
So what I was trying to think through is if we change the TPD groups and a project is trying to compete, but doesn't have a PPA yet, right? Because PPAs are not needed until 2028 for cluster, April 30th of 2028 for cluster 14.
Mhm.
If they don't have TPD yet, this would be the first chance to try it, right? So we have our TPD cycle coming up. Normally we would have one more try unless it meets criteria, which is changing under that proposal. Should we expect that to impact cluster 14, or should we see those as only cluster 15 proposals?
To clarify, you're asking if the TPD proposal that Bob mentioned is 15. No, that's what we're going to take back to the table, I think, is talk
Okay.
about and we have the current cycle that just actually closed yesterday, right? That is under current policy, no questions asked. The next policy was intended to, the policy that Bob presented earlier was intended to apply to the next cycle, right? We'll take back to the table what will apply to the next cycle and what won't. And I think we can clarify that. Relative to meeting CBC, slightly separate, right? TPD is totally independent of meeting CBC. So if a project does or doesn't get an allocation under the current policy, the new policy, if it gets converted to energy only and, we get to the 7-year mark or the date on the table here, we keep hearing you guys say that energy only projects can get PPAs. You can get an energy only PPA and meet your CBC, right? So you're going through the TPD cycles regardless of where we land with the policy. If you get an allocation, great, you can continue forward. You need to have a PPA by the date you see on the screen here. If you don't get an allocation, you can stay in the queue until this date. If you don't have a PPA and you don't meet the requirements, we will withdraw you.
So let's say my hypothetical was, okay, so cluster 14, you go through your, let's say I'm maybe 3 chances now for TPD, and you don't receive TPD because you never had a contract or were shortlisted or energy only.
Sure.
You convert to energy only, you move forward. Let's say by year 6, you get a long-term resource adequacy contract. And it happens.
Just hypothetical, sure.
Well, I mean, you're premising for the TPD that people are showing projects without anything, right? So like, we're living in a fantasy world where people sign contracts for projects that aren't real projects yet. So hypothetically, if we codify that as our policy, right? We want buyers to buy projects that don't have deliverability yet. That's the new policy. And so if we adopt that, I can see a scenario in which it's easy to say if they were willing to do it for TPD, and now you have now you are still trying to move forward in your energy only, you can compete again for TPD perhaps?
Nope. Once under current policy, you have 2 bites at the apple. You have your immediately following the study process, which is today for cluster 14 or yesterday for cluster 14. And then you can park and seek again. I guess under current policy, you can park a second year if you meet the criteria. We don't foresee anybody being able to park for a second year. So effectively you have 14 will have 2 bites at the apple. If you don't get an allocation after 14, you're converted to energy only. and you would proceed forward, right? What I think I hear you asking is those projects that get converted to energy only might sign a PPA that requires deliverability, and would that qualify for meeting CVC? And my answer is no. Because again, like I mentioned earlier, one of the items and clarifications we added in this paper is the TPD of your PPA must match the TPD status of your project in the queue. So can't meet CVC by having a PPA that has deliverability requirement or RA benefits or whatever terminology you want to put where TPD is required, and meet CVC as an energy only project, right? If you have surpassed the point at which you can seek an allocation, whether it's today's 2 cycles or Bob's future proposal of 3 cycles, and you're converted to energy only, I hope you're not trying to convince an off-taker to sign a TPD required PPA because you're falsifying the actual status of your project, right? You're basically lying to them, just to be frank, right? And you're not going to be able to build. We're going to withdraw you from the queue. So I hope nobody's out there in this situation, this hypothetical situation. I hope nobody's out there selling a project as it can still get an allocation when in fact all of its opportunities have passed, right?
And that's why I'm asking the
And
question.
this, Bob, I would just add to
make
that.
sure it's in the policy.
If the PPA explicitly stated that we won't cancel this contract if you don't get it, but try to get it under Group C. You know, that's kind of the only path that could work.
Well,
So, but it'd have to be explicit in a contract where we'd see that.
But Bob, I think the clarification there is we wouldn't, a project that has a PPA for TPD couldn't proceed forward as energy only and then build the project if it's required to meet CVC. So I'm actually saying the opposite of what you just said. Does that make sense? No. Oh, if it's a PPA in energy only PPA, is that what you're saying? Sorry,
What
maybe I
I'm saying
misheard what
is
you said.
if the supposed contract that was suggested had additional language saying, if you must try to get an allocation in Group C, but if you don't get it, we won't cancel the PPA. So in essence, allow it to convert to an energy only contract. If it had that kind of language, we would accept it.
Okay. I suppose under that case, it's effectively an energy only PPA at that point, right? Like if that explicit terminology stating that this isn't, we will purchase this as an energy only project, and oh, if you get TPD, great. Like that's good luck, but yes, we would accept that.
I would be very appreciative if the final proposal included just a little bit on this conversation for clarity, and I think others would be too. So thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen. Anybody else online? All right, awesome. That concludes, oh no, sorry, I have one more slide. Psych. So modification request updates, no updates here, but I'll just walk through it quickly. We are still proposing to increase the deposit to 30,000. You know, we heard stakeholder comments provide some different values here and you know, variable different reasoning. The primary goal and the primary reason for the 30,000 is the goal to avoid shortfalls. We are probably seeing 30 to 50% shortfall situation right now where costs are increasing for PTOs, costs are increasing from the ISO. It's taking more time to complete these MMAs, and we want to avoid any shortfall situations. That's the reason for the 30,000. Will that cover all of them? Maybe not, probably not, but it's going to reduce that shortfall situation. Will costs always be up to 30,000? Absolutely not, right? I mean, we still might see costs that are less than 10,000, but again, we're just trying to cover the situations, reduce the burden on the process. And then we're increasing time to complete the engineering analysis and the FRRs when they're required. And then the last note, just for clarification, which I believe is the same as the last paper, but we are putting in place the use of construction sequencing to be used only when the project is under construction and within 9 months of synchronization. Again, we heard comments that people wanted longer to utilize that, but really the intention of construction sequencing is the project is under construction, realize that they're not going to meet the milestones that they have established and just need to make a few minor adjustments as they're approaching their final milestones. Okay, final questions here, and then I'm going to hand it to Deb.
Okay, Susan has her hand up.
Hi, Susan.
Yeah, hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I apologize if my memory's faulty, but on the very last bullet, I thought the last proposal said that the project had to be within 9 months of the in-service date. So in this case, is there? But this says the basically the initial synchronization date, which comes before the commercial operation date. So they added the COD is a little confusing there. But is there some reason why that was changed, if it was in fact changed?
So it's not based on COD, it's based on synchronization date.
Right, but it says or commercial operation date, but I thought it was earlier based on the in-service date, excuse me.
Yeah, we never had in-service date on here. So I think synchronization is when the testing actually starts with the ISO, and that's what we're looking at. So I would say if you have a reason to utilize in service, which is when the project can start receiving backfeed power and working on its own, on the project itself. If you have good reasoning, please submit it in your written comments. We haven't heard any reasoning up to now that we should shift to in service.
Okay, and is there any reason then for listing the commercial operation dates separately? Is there some significance to that? Because that doesn't happen until after the in-service date, so we're trying to figure out what's the reason for having it there?
I don't have a reason. I think we could just delete it and make it the earlier of the two, right? So synchronization is really the key date here. If it's already achieved sync and it needs to adjust its COD, that's fine too.
Okay, but it couldn't be the earlier of the two because COD can't come before the initial sync date, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, okay. Thank you. We're just trying to figure it out, so I appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, Susan.
Okay, we have a hand from Jerry Melker. And Adrian, can you also just reset the layout?
I did something on this.
Good afternoon. It's Jerry Melcher with the Public Advocate Office. It's a little bit maybe tangential to the work that's going on today, but is there any change to the policy related to independent system process? And I'm specifically trying to get more clarification of the FERC order affirming CAISO's position related to the upstream complaint. So there's just trying to figure out, I think the basis of that complaint was based on interpretation of what is an active project in the queue versus how someone can move a project forward in an independent system study relative to your assessment of a base case and when a base case changes and impacts of the base case relative to a submission. Thank you.
Jerry, this is Bob Everett. Our reading of the FERC order 2023 is that, I don't remember the exact language, but it talks about not having any other special study processes. So we are planning to do away with the independent study process. I'm not going to comment anything on the FERC order or whatever it was, that ruling that came out related to, was it Clearway?
Okay, that's a great clarification, Bob. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, there's no other hands in queue.
All right, I'm going to hand this off to Deb.
I can do this in 15 minutes easy. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Deb Levine. I'm the Director of Infrastructure Contracts and Management here at the CAISO. So, yes, all right. With respect to the earlier financial security posting for projects with shared network upgrades, we've had lots of discussion about it. At the last meeting, there was a request to go ahead and once the first GIA with the shared network upgrade got its GIA executed, go ahead and notify all of the other impacted projects. And so we've added that into the proposal. Outside of that, there's no other changes to this proposal for the shared network upgrades. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and skip the, oh no, the next one I'm going to take. So for the revised timing of the GIA amendment to incorporate modifications of results, there's a little blue down at the bottom, you'll see. Instead of having that as more mandatory and in the tariff, what we're going to do is go ahead and we'll still adjust the NRI process so that you can go ahead and the participating TOs and customers can wait until 9 months before their synchronization to go ahead and amend the GIA to incorporate all of the MMAs, but it will be completely voluntary. I think that solves the issue that was outstanding. Any questions on that?
We've got a hand from Susan Schneider.
Go ahead, Susan.
Yeah. Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Very quickly, I thought that the earlier proposal had something in it that if the customer wanted to have a consolidated GIA for financing, for example, that within 120 days of a request, the PTO would furnish that. Is that still part of the proposal?
Yeah, that hasn't changed. If the interconnection customer needs it for financing or whatever purposes, we can go ahead and amend the GIA to update it with any MMAs that have been put in place.
Okay, so, but is that the customer's choice? Like, can they, if the PTO doesn't want to do it, do they not have to do it? Or how would that work?
To the extent that there is a reason for the interconnection customer to have an updated updated GIA, we will do it.
Okay, thanks very much.
Sure. Okay, the next one, there is no changes, so I'll just go ahead and pass over that one. Going on to the next slide. I forgot about the WDATs. So when we have the implementation deposit for the ISO connected projects, we had the $100,000 deposit for the projects, and I was having our NRI group read the detail that we had put together for implementation of it to cover all of the queue management costs along with all of the NRI costs. And they said, well, what about all the WDATs that we do? Why aren't we reimbursed for that? So we are adding in a $10,000 deposit for the WDATs that have to go through the NRI process, and that will be due at the time that they enter the process. Outside of that, the deposit is still going to be interest bearing whether you're grid connected or not, and any remaining dollars after completion of commercial operation for that resource ID will be returned to the customer. Any questions? And phase angle hasn't changed, so that's all I have. Yes.
Yeah, this is Shane O'Brien with IPA Power. I think this one did change a little bit because there was a lot of confusion earlier on whether we were talking samples per second or samples per cycle. Seeing 16 samples per cycle, I just want to understand what the basis of that was. And just because they're using different denominations, this is 32 times higher resolution than what's currently being used today.
So backing up a second. We sent out a revision right after that meeting, changing it to 16 samples per second. So cycles was a mistake. We sent out a revision to it. Cycles should have never been there. It always should have been seconds.
So this says 16 samples per cycle.
God damn it.
Yeah, my EPC team was like, I don't think they make them like that today.
Yes.
So, okay.
Thanks, Shane.
Yeah,
We'll-
thank you.
And excuse my language on the line. You're correct. It's seconds. That's what happens when you cut and paste from other presentations and
Yeah,
don't update them.
If I could, just real quick though, I
Yep.
want to make sure that we're actually addressing the issue that was raised here, right? So if 30 samples per second is not high enough granularity, I believe someone from PG&E some time ago had suggested doubling that to 60 samples per cycle.
I think it was
'Cause-
Sanju, but yes, somebody suggested that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, 16 is, essentially half, right? So half the resolution of today. So I don't believe it meets the spirit of the ask here of increasing the granularity or resolution here to go to 16. And I just want to make sure we're clear on what the requirement should be.
Is Steve Ruddy on the phone? No. This isn't my issue, it's my problem.
I understand, yeah. If y'all could take that back internally,
Yes.
I mean, I think
And we'll put out a market notice.
we're
and
open
say-
to it being, 30 is fine. That's,
Right. They're
definitely
trying to-
possible. 60 seems plausible. 16 samples per cycle was like, we were scratching our heads.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So noted. Thank you. And if there are no questions, I think Danielle, back to you to close it out.
Thank you to our contracts and queue management team who waited patiently all day to present very efficiently. And thank you guys. I think just to kind of recap the day, I think the questions that you all asked are really helpful for us at this point in the process. We are at the point, I was talking to someone in the back, we're at the point where I think, moving around the fundamental elements of the proposal is going to be a challenge, but this is the point where we can make some refinements and add clarity. And there are certainly a lot of areas where we need to add clarity. So I hope you came out of the day with the clarity that you need to provide comments. And then we'll also know kind of what to include in your comments to make sure that we capture everything when we move to the final proposal. So thank you all for being here and being on the line for a very long day, but a very productive one. We can go to the next slide, please. So next steps, we're still targeting the May 2024 Board of Governors meeting to bring this final proposal forward, which has us again on a pretty compressed timeframe. So we plan to accept comments on February 29th. We gave you an extra day in the year for, just kidding. There isn't usually February 29th. So there is actually a February 29th this year, so you can provide comments on the 29th. We will accept them. The day is not disappearing in our lives. And then we'll issue the final proposal by March 29th, which is an actual date as well. And as we talked about earlier, plan to submit our FERC Order 2023 compliance filing on April 3rd. We'll have a workshop the next day on the final proposal for the Interconnection Process Enhancements Initiative, and we'll take that to the board in May. So please don't hesitate to reach out for additional clarification in the next couple of weeks as you're all writing your comments. It'll help us prepare our draft our final proposal as well. So I hope you all know how to get a hold of us, and if we need to set up some additional informational meetings, we can do that as well. I see a comment.
Just a quick minor question. Do you all have like a time frame? Are you planning to share the proposed tariff changes in language, BPM language changes beforehand as well?
I don't have a date for you right now.
Okay.
But
Those will get added
But we'll
later.
put something out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? We did have a fair number of our interconnection specialists here and our transmission planners here today as well. I just want to acknowledge all the work that they're doing in the process of moving these projects through our queue and through our regular processes. And they, have also been really, really helpful and instrumental in helping us craft this additional proposal, which is just like a second job for them right now. So thank you guys for being here for that. Okay, with that, Isabella, I think you might have some wrap up to do, but I'm good.
Thanks, Danielle. And thanks for everyone for sticking with us through this long day. We're almost there. So some additional information, here's a link to the initiative webpage where you can find all the materials we discussed today. On that page, we will also be posting the comment template, so that should be available for you to start working on comments probably tomorrow morning. And then if you have any questions, you can send an email to isostakeholderaffairs@kaiso.com. And then just a couple reminders before we wrap up. If you're participating in the annual policy initiative roadmap process, just a reminder to submit those potential discretionary initiatives to the 2024 annual policy catalog. The submission deadline for those is Wednesday, February 28th. And a comment template is linked here on the slide. It's also available out on the annual policy initiatives roadmap process webpage. And then there's some additional information on the process there as well. But again, if you have any questions on that process, you can also send us the email at the Stakeholder Affairs email right there on the slide. And then I'm also excited to share with you that we will be hosting the 2024 Stakeholder Symposium this year on October 30th in Sacramento, California at the Safe Credit Union Convention Center. We will also be hosting a welcome reception for all attendees on the evening of the 29th. And we'll be putting out additional information on how to register and any sponsorship opportunities in the future. So those will be announced via market notice on the ISO website in the daily briefing. And then we'll have some more information in the following weeks. But if you have any questions, you can send an email to symposium registration at symposiumreg@kaiso.com with any questions regarding the symposium. So I'll pause there and see if there are any last questions before we conclude today. All right, not seeing any. Well, thank you all for joining us. Thank you to the in-person attendees for making the trip out to Folsom, and have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you everyone for your time. You may all now disconnect.